What's up, chat? How we doing? How we doing, chat? We're gonna be watching some YouTube for a bit while I do some work here. I got some stuff I want to do. So yeah, we're gonna just kind of hang out for a bit while I do some stuff here. I have a video ready for us to watch here. As you see, we're gonna be watching a Theorizer video, The Theorizer on YouTube, and it's about a lot of his Coraline theories, and so we're gonna watch this and we're gonna enjoy it, and yeah, let's get into it. So pause the music and play the video.
This is Coraline, one of my favorite films ever. My past attempts at cracking out the secrets of this movie have been good, but not great. I managed to dig out lots of excellent evidence to support 3 different theories, but came to a final conclusion that was half-baked. So, as promised, I'm returning today to give my new take on this after rewatching it multiple times in a row with an open mind. This was supposed to be my 150th theory uploaded on Halloween Day, but my eagerness got the better of me. It was going to be number 150 because the Pink Palace apartments are 150 years old. Anyways, here's a quick recap if you don't remember my last 3 theories. In part 1, I used what YB said about seeing a sky full of stars and looking at parallel images deduced that the other world had a major portal at the bottom of the well, and even that the other world itself may be somewhere far down there. In part 2, I noted a ton of cool Easter eggs and secrets about the film, and then used them as prime evidence to support my third theory, where I created a legitimate timeline of events at the Pink Palace. I also made an attempt to work certain ideas into it, but those got a bit unbelievable, so that video is mainly good for its timeline. And today, I'm looking at several things. With the help of commenters, the Coraline Wiki, and the general internet, I'm looking at the Beldam's existence, the cat's existence, the town's existence, and why the Beldam does what she does. Let's get into this. People have always believed that the Beldam was a strange creature with an unknown background. She needed to eat kids' flesh for her nutrition or she'd die. But that simply isn't true. And no, I'm not claiming that my old theory is correct either. Of all the helpful comments I've received, one in particular stood out to me as a strikingly good idea. That the Beldam actually lived in the Pink Palace. But then something clicked. And as I did some research, sure enough, history itself supported my thoughts. Coraline has been confirmed to take place in Ashland, Oregon. Ashland was settled in 1852, roughly 150 years ago. This means that the Pink Palace was built as the town was being settled, and whoever lived there first was a very old-fashioned person, the Beldam. Now, that word means a lot of things, like beautiful lady and grand dame, but the thing is, it's a very old word, rarely ever used, and I'm suggesting that the Beldam is the original owner of the house. But her name isn't actually the Beldam. But she was a normal woman. She had the Pink Palace built for her, as she and several others settled Ashland. This explains why there's a garden in the backyard that resembles her face strikingly. She is the Grand Dame, or the leader of the settlers, and thus she gets the mansion of Ashland with a garden built in her honor. If you're still touchy about the topic of her being a human, the Coraline book literally confirms this when the Beldam says she had a mother. She said she stuck her mother in a grave and pushed her back in whenever she tried climbing out. Weird. Okay, so far so good. A highly respected woman settled Ashland and moved into a large pink mansion. The book implies that the Beldam discovered the Otherworld and that she didn't actually invent the Otherworld itself, just the stuff in it. So it's my believing that she perhaps fell down the well one day. At the bottom of this well, the Otherworld. It's sort of a pocket universe without any laws of physics, as all of the laws are created by the inhabitants, the prime one being the Beldam. So basically, her magic isn't natural, it's just a know-how of the Otherworld's emptiness. Now here's where it gets interesting. I'm sure you've seen Tangled, right? It's like a Disney Rapunzel movie. In it, there is a woman named Mother Gothel. She's a very old woman who feeds off of a magical flower to stay young forever. This is exactly what the Beldam is doing. Eyes are the window to the soul, and she lures lively children into her world and takes their eyes. And because of her void's rules, This takes their souls, therefore giving the otherworld the magic required for the beldam to survive for the 150 years that she has. Okay, I'm glad I kind of cleared that up. But if this is the case, where does the cat fit into all of this? The cat is a very important supporting character who has extensive knowledge about the other world. In my other theory, I just dismissed him as being curious and that he knows where the jumping mice portals are. But rewatching the film, I have another idea. The two crazy women downstairs give Coraline taffy. As Miss Forcible grabs a taffy dish, dates are shown beneath 3 different taffy bowls. I must remind you that these are the ladies who give Coraline psychic tea leaves and a savior triangle, so these dates must also be important. And after looking throughout the film a bit, I discovered that these dates match up with the years new people move into the Pink Palace. The grandmother's sister would have been taken in approximately 1960, the young boy in 1936, and the pioneer girl in 1921. And if the beldam has been out for her magical youth since 1852, one date in this pattern seems to be missing. The 1 year required for the beldam to live is somewhere around the year 1900, and this is where the cat ties in. My assumption is that the cat was that child, but the beldam did not succeed in taking his soul. She didn't have a way of trapping him, and it resulted in him escaping. Of course, he'd then grow old, eventually dying after 1960, and he'd be reincarnated around 30 years later to protect Wybie Lovat. This is why we see him so close to Wybie all the time. He's protecting him from the beldam. The beldam's skeleton-like state means that there was a period where she was desperate for magic. This caused her to have to replace various body parts that were decomposing. She gives herself multiple legs for optimum maneuverability. This would have been the period where the boy had escaped and left her to possibly die. We know that in the book, the beldam is after magic, not food, as she even kidnapped a fairy. So my theory is still pretty fitting. The Grand Dame of Hawkins settles into the largest mansion in town, even having a garden created in her honor. She gets tracked down a well, which happens to portal to the pocket universe where she can create her own laws. Her inability to escape gets dire, and she begins to lose life in her pocket universe. The house being abandoned, a 1900s family moves in, and their boy is taken advantage of by the beldam who needed magic to survive. So she opened a portal of easier accessibility right there in the house, the door. The beldam's mistake, however, was that she didn't create a doll, and her unprepared plan allowed the boy to escape. He grew up, died, and decades later was born to save Wybie. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and answer a bunch of common questions. Question 1 is about the room in the first scene of the film, the sewing room. If you're one of those people who doesn't know where it is, I believe it's just the study. The room's decagonal shape identically parallels that of the study. Its wallpaper is also similar to the study, proving that the sewing room is indeed, well, just the study. And that means that the window she throws the doll out of is the small door. I mean, it's the exact same size. Although, as a very clever commenter stated, the doll's floating nature could be it rising through the water in the well, as the well is likely a portal. Question 2 is, why does she use buttons as eyes? My theory on why she uses buttons is because they're easily sewable, and she can see through the button eyes of anything she sews them on. It's just little things that this film does to show this. Watch this transition on the first night.
See you soon.
See? The beldam faded into the doll, signifying that she sees through anything with button eyes. Question 3 is, why do the other world's inhabitants have free will? It's because she's using the soul sand of the kids to power their lives, and the souls know the truth. Question 4 is, how does that triangle thingy work? The triangle is a cool object given to Coraline by Miss Spink and Forcible, and it allows her to see the other world for what it actually is, a threaded creation by the beldam. This triangle isn't magic, it's just an object from the real world, and looking through it shows things in the real world, such as the souls. Question 5 is, how does the doll really work? Something small I noticed is that Coraline goes into town with her mother and doesn't have the doll with her. She asks for gloves, doesn't get them, and goes home. She starves for food at home. The doll is seen nowhere nearby. Coraline then goes to the other world, and the Beldam has all the food Coraline wanted and a cool outfit, replacing the gloves she wanted. If the doll was nowhere to be seen with Coraline, how did the Beldam know to make her these things? Speaking of the parents, have you ever stopped to consider how the real mom and dad actually got trapped in the other world? What? The Beldam made a doll of them. Big deal. But then she took them? How on earth could that happen? And this prompts the question, were her parents really taken? We hear,
Coraline, we're home!
and they close the front door. So, is it just a trick by the Beldam? I mean, do you honestly think the parents are gonna act like this? But the big thing here is the snow on their clothes, which instantaneously melts. It's a question I'd like you guys to ponder and comment what you think as for just exactly what the doll really does, and if the parents were really taken. I mean, this is the movie that goes so far as to get the area code of Portland, Oregon correct on the back of a moving truck, so all Easter eggs have full meaning. Question 6 is, what are all those toys doing in the passage? They're all over it, and you can't just say it's from kids dropping their toys in there, as they're on the ceiling too. I believe it's the Beldam's mice slaves bringing her objects to altar. The mice are another part of my theory I need to address. They know everything about the other world, and can speak to Bobinsky somehow. The other mother uses mice, as they can maneuver worlds easily and go through small portals like the ones the cat goes through. Also, they're good servants, as the littler amount of soul sand put in an object, the littler they will obey the soul, and the more they will obey the Beldam. And while on the topic of mice bringing objects for her to alter, why can't she create from scratch? This is a surprisingly common question, and the answer is, it's a void. She can't create things in a void. She needs things to be brought into it, things she can apply the non-physical rules to. Question 7 isn't really a question so much as an Easter egg. Research nobody has ever done. The ghosts in Coraline's dream are in a place where the backdrop is Starry Night, a painting by Van Gogh. Starry Night is believed to be a representation of isolation, and Van Gogh himself called it a starlit vault of heaven one can only call God. Now, I'm not too familiar with the Bible, but according to historical research people have done on this painting, the 11 stars represents Genesis 37:9, a verse that had to do with Joseph. And historians believe that Van Gogh identified Joseph with his art because, unlike Joseph, he was a dreamer and had just underwent years of imprisonment. Sound insanely familiar? Oh, the symbolism. Question 8 isn't a question, but a statement. I believe I might have already said this, but Coraline basically taking the souls demagifies the environment. Taking the power of the world destroys it, and everything, including the moon, is moving because of Coraline's meddling. Notice how the button on the moon stops for a split second when Coraline doesn't grab the last soul. There is still magic. It's not the Beldam moving the button onto the moon, it's the magic just going away. Question 9 is, can the Beldam predict the future? Wybie said he found the doll in his grandma's trunk, meaning the intro scene takes place 50 years before the rest of the movie, when the Beldam remade the doll. So if she made Coraline, can the Beldam predict the future? I really honestly don't know. What's your guys' take on the Beldam's future predictability? Question 10 is, if the other mother is so omnipotent, why doesn't she just kill all the kids? Because she needs their love, and because when they're loving, they have very potent souls for the utmost magic to save her world, and leaving the other world would kill her instantly. Her hand can go as it's bit like a robot. And question 11 is perhaps the biggest question of all. Why is there only one key? Why does the Beldam fail to replicate it? And if it's been confirmed that this world was discovered, not created, then why does the key have a button on it? Take to the comments. I honestly can't answer that question. What do you think? Plot hole? The final Easter egg I discovered was that Coraline has a little dragonfly or butterfly hair clip thing in all the time. Spirit animals are animals that reflect the spirit of a person. Here it is, my final timeline. The Grand Dame of Ashland, Oregon, settles into a mansion. One day she falls down a well, portaling her into an inescapable pocket universe that demands her creation. Years later, a family moves into the Dame's house, and desperate to stay alive, the Grand Dame creates magical laws in the non-physical world, stating that its magic can keep her living. Eager to stay alive, the Grand Dame uses magic to create more portals and lure this kid into her world to take his soul magic. He escapes, she fails, and slowly deteriorating, she replaces her body parts with metallic versions of what she had, giving herself some upgrades. Years later, what's left of her is consciousness and a skeletal metal bone structure. A new family moves in. The Beldam this time is prepared and succeeds. She does it twice more, and then Coraline happens, and the Beldam supposedly dies by her first and last victims, the first victim being the reincarnated spirit to protect children nearby. Alright, so this is by far my longest theory, and I need to wrap things up. Of course, I have more questions, like why was Coraline allowed to move into a house where the grandma says kids can't move into? But all of these things are either plot holes, or just things I can't wrap my head around. Commenters, I'd like your take on these unfathomable questions. Until next time, I'm the Theorizer. Coraline Part 5. I must say, this won't be easy. Don't go and rage in the comments if it's not as good as Part 4, but basically what I've done in the past few months is rewatch this film over and over, trying to extract more and more information from it. I've noticed many new Easter eggs, secrets, and chunks of evidence to add to Part 4, and so I have lots to add to my previous theories. So without any more unnecessarily obnoxious further ado, here's what I've got. I have found a bit more evidence to support the well theory, or should I say, you guys did. Many of you told me about this, and when I searched it up for clarification, it was very accurate. There is a ring of mushrooms that surround the well, known as a fairy ring. These things are known in folklore as magical entry points, and they generally just represent magic. They also represent dangerous and hazardous places. They grow in dead areas as well. The Beldam also kidnapped a fairy in the books, so the fact that fairy rings are entirely associated with magic and entrances almost skyrocketingly confirms my theory on the well. And maybe the Beldam didn't fall down the well, maybe it was calling to her, but more on that in a minute. Now let's hop into the other world. The other mother is clearly a spider fan for reasons I'm not too sure of yet, but the point is, the other world's wallpaper is patterned spiders. But what's interesting about this is the primary wallpaper in the real world is also that same spider pattern. This fact even further proves my Grand Dame theory, as it would make sense for the same wallpaper to cover both sides of the house if she lived there to begin with. And something shocking I noticed when looking at the walls was that there's a painting in the other world of the Pink Palace. It's a very old looking painting, and the house in the picture has a blue sky, meaning it's daytime. Meaning it's the real world. Meaning the Beldam has a painting of the real world in a world where she's clearly passionate about nighttime and buttons. Meaning that she has it for a reason. Everything she creates is created in the image of the other world. So since this image isn't at nighttime, it means that she actually had this painting in the real world, which means that she did live in that house, and that strongly supports my Grand Dame theory. But if you don't believe me with that, there is another very old-fashioned painting on one of her walls. It is of an old-fashioned town with an old-fashioned car in it. Ashland, perhaps? That would make sense if she lived in Ashland like I stated in Part 4. And speaking of paintings, I don't know if this is significant or not, but when reflected in the mirror, this picture isn't the same as the one reflected. But let's move on from paintings and pictures, and let's get into portals. There were some people in Part 4's comment section that weren't believing there were other portals. In Part 4 I mentioned that there were miniature ones that the mice take, and that the cat also takes to easily get from world to world. But if you still don't believe me that he does use portals, then how does this happen? Coraline enters the door for the third time, and he watches her do so. Then, he suddenly appears in a window in the other world, and then around the backyard, he starts talking to her. So he clearly used a portal right there. So that should remove any suspicions. Also, look at some of the Coraline title art used in movie promotions. The cat is the L, and it appears as though he's emerging from a rectangular light source, like a portal. Although that might not be the case, it's still pretty convincing. But now, let's get into my really good theories. The question on everybody's mind after Part 4 was this. Coraline sent the key down the well. Does that mean the Beldam got it? Yes, it does mean that. Almost immediately after that scene, we are introduced to the first and only grand sweep of the entire backyard, where we see the Beldam's face imprinted in the garden, almost as if she's still there and she received the key. Then we sweep out to the cat, who uses a portal, something only usable if the other mother, the one who added more portals, is still alive. And just the way that they show the shot where the cat disappears and then a dramatic thud occurs. It's kind of oddly presented. We already know that he uses portals, so what is so dramatic about this? Then you realize that the dramatic thud was to symbolize that if he can take a portal like this, then the other world is still there. So yes, the beldam got the key. And Coraline, of course, didn't know that, and neither did the cat, as remember, he was just her first victim, and naturally, he wouldn't know about the well. But I also get asked, then why does the hand try to pull her away from the well and back to the door? To that, I say, she didn't want the well opened, she wanted the door opened, and it needs to be opened from the real side. Here's a quick thing I absolutely have to talk about. One of the only holes in my last theory was how the beldam got her magic in the first place. You know, to initially create the doll in the world. I always was a little disappointed because it was a tiny hole with a huge impact on the analysis. But then, just as I started writing this, a commenter known as The Magical Kittens stated that their friend had figured it out. The first batch of life to start everything came from the beldam herself. She used her own soul to literally create the world. Her button eyes can be explained by this as well. They are the window to the soul, correct? Exactly. And the reason she can't leave the world is not only because she would deteriorate due to age and no magic, but because she is now physically bound to the other world, and she steals souls because she has none of her own. And so, that fills a huge hole in part 4. Thanks, Magic Kittens. But while on the topic of commenter theories, I think that another really good point made by a commenter was by LPS Everdeen. This person said something rather ingenious. This person said that the key is a button that sews the fabrics of the two worlds together. That's more of a symbolic connection, not plot related, but it is a genius observation nonetheless, so thanks for that intriguing point. And now for what I believe is either the best or most odd thing I realized. In part 4, I discuss how there's a bit of evidence to say that the cat was human before, and that he was the beldam's true first victim, but he escaped. Well, prepare to maybe or maybe not have your mind blown. I came to the sudden realization that this grandmother is African American. Okay, so that in itself isn't mind-blowing, but what is when you realize that the cat is black and is voiced by an African American. There are only 2 characters in the film that are of this nationality. They live in the same area, seem to have similar knowledge, and are both clearly connected. How? Well, I think maybe, just maybe, that before the cat died when he was human, he had children. Let's see. He grew up, and when he was in his 30s or 40s, had twins with a wife, those kids being the grandma and her sister. The time matches up bang on. The grandma said that she grew up living in the Pink Palace, meaning that they were born there. And if this guy did escape, he'd most likely be terrified of the house and keep it under his protection once his parents died. We do see, however, 2 children perish in the Pink Palace during this time, meaning he didn't own the house at that time. His parents did, and he didn't tell them about the beldam, of course, so they rented it out, inadvertently killing 2 children. When he did inherit it in the mid-1900s, he'd have tried protecting his children, but we see with one of them, he fails. He then later on dies, and in the early 2000s he is brought back to protect his grandson to make up for the lost daughter. Notice how the cat is the one who gives Coraline the twin's soul when she loses it. No, seriously, during Coraline's final trip to the other world, he suddenly disappears when they are both in the portal. Where the heck did he go? Then he suddenly appears right when Coraline loses the twin's soul. Ominous. And maybe I'm looking layers and layers into this, but the deeper you get, the more interesting. For this cat dad theory, there is little evidence, but no debunking facts, so it's pretty cool. We know that the grandma says she doesn't like to rent the house out to families with kids, yet she rents it out to Coraline's family. Her grandson is now of age for the beldam to want him, about 10, and she rents it out for his protection, sacrificing someone else's kids. Who do you think boarded up the well and made rumors about seeing a sky full of stars from the bottom? The grandma knew what her family had gone through, and she did those things. But please realize that this cat dad theory is just a thought. It is not a part of my grand analysis, so until I find more evidence, I won't associate it. But we have to move on to the next point now. What several people have questioned me on is about the well. If the Beldam found it, how was it there in the first place? Well, the thing is, the well itself isn't the portal, the water at the bottom is. But the whole area around the Pink Palace is very supernatural, as seen by chain reactions, such as when she drops the pebble and it begins to rain. And so I'm not entirely sure of the well's origin. This whole area is very supernatural, and I have complete confidence in saying that it's because of the portal. Now, stay with me on this, but it almost looks like it's a large object that fell from space and crashed through the ground, creating a vertical tunnel with a portal at the bottom. After all, the other world is most likely in another dimension, something probably accessible via outer space. But although that works, I don't really want to dwell on this point. But although it isn't fully baked yet, it does make sense. But now, what you've all been waiting for. Another big, creepy, bombshell, mind-blowing theory. And yes, I do have one here. And it's very creepy. All of the questions I asked in part 4, I figured could be explained by a dream theory. That it was all a dream. But no, it can be explained by something else. Something better. And this is very creepy. All of those questions I asked could be summed up by the fact that the Beldam has control over the real world. And that's where things take a downright horrifying turn for the worse. When Coraline moves in, fog and mist engulfs the city as if it's hiding ominous secrets. And when it appears that they destroyed the Beldam, the clouds part in the shape of her hands for the first time since Coraline arrived. But then of course we're made aware that she is still there. But what can this theory sum up? The doll following Coraline into town to check on what she liked? Summed up. The extra portals created in a door, behind a sign, etc. Summed up as well. The doll suddenly appearing in the trunk? The Beldam has control? That can happen. It's almost as if the magic of the other world is seeping out the portals. This whole thing seems a bit too suspicious, but I'd say for me that the swirling clouds signify the beginning of her reign of terror. Notice how when the clouds swirl and Coraline moves in, the grandma wants Wybie to stay away. This is all too creepy. The odd case of the disappearing parents? Summed up. The magic legitimately shown in the real world via a normal mirror? Summed up. Erased memories? Also summed up. The Beldam has control over the real world, just like a Grand Dame would. No, seriously, if you don't believe me, we see magic everywhere. The mirror is just one example. How about the moving doll? How about the nocturnal transport? This is the real world. How is there magic? It's the Beldam. She has the control. And I'm still not too sure of this, but I think I might have actually seen the blurred image of the doll in town. But that, of course, is still amazing. So basically, this is like a dream theory in the way that it sums everything up. But this is actually pretty legitimate, and legitimately terrifying. The creator of a city continues to watch over Ashland with excessive clouds to block out the truth. But what does fog represent? Well, it's considered to represent the unknown and the uncertainty of the future. It's considered to hide something, usually the truth. No, seriously, fog represents the hiding of a truth. Not even kidding. And mist symbolizes distorted vision and perception. Wow, so these writers know what they're doing. And I can't forget the point you've all been asking. Does the Beldam take the form of all mothers? And yes, she does. Her third and final form is what she truly looks like after her 150 years. You can still see that she sounds a bit like Coraline's mom, but that's because it's her real voice and shape. Behind the scenes, Teri Hatcher isn't trying to be the mother or even the other mother, she's trying to be the Beldam. So she has altered her voice as best she can, giving it a bit of an old-fashioned accent. And when developing the character, they made her look very different from the other mother's first form. Some of you keep asking if the Coraline and Beldam are related. First, the Beldam's true form appears slightly like Mel Jones. Second, their voices. And third, the garden in the backyard can look like Coraline and the Beldam. But this is probably the biggest stretch I've seen yet, and I just cannot accept this theory. And another question. Can the Beldam predict the future? And my final answer is no. And this intro scene? It does not take place 50 years before the rest of the movie like I said in part 4. It just doesn't. Wybie only told Coraline that it was in his grandma's trunk. He said nothing more. Meaning since the Beldam has control over the supernatural area, what with all the magic seeping portals, she could have easily put it into the trunk, so yeah. Also, something you guys question frequently is why do the rats know Bobinsky? Here is the thing, they do not. His mice are taken by the Beldam to serve her, and they know the truth, so the ones that aren't taken remain with Bobinsky and they know about everything. Another thing, the Beldam goes after one person at a time, but no adults allowed. They aren't easy to manipulate, so they're not allowed. Children are, but only one at a time, as the Beldam can only satisfy the needs of one child at a time. And also, why only one key? And my answer to that is because she needs to give the children a sense of trust and free will to go to her world. And making another key would just be useless to her, as she wouldn't be allowed to go to the real world anyways. The final point I'm going to bring up today is the question on many people's minds revolving around what I called the soul sand in part 4. Minecraft coined the term, and I thought it was directly applicable to what the Beldam was doing. In the movie, the soul sand is magical sawdust made from souls that applies the life of the souls to all the creatures the Beldam fills with the soul sand. She then controls them. But what about the other Wybie and the other father? They seem to have free will. And the point I made to the commenters was that the amount of sand also mattered. And that makes sense. If a creature made by the Beldam has a little amount of soul sand in it, then it can be granted life, and its lack of much of a soul makes it easy to manipulate. The large bugs in the Beldam's study, the tiny animals, the taffy woman, Bobinsky filled with tiny rats, etc. The Beldam doesn't need to waste a ton of soul sand on extra characters, but for people like the other father or other Wybie, she needs to fill them with soul sand as they are actually loving ones, and doing this makes them more emotionally self-aware than the rest. And keep in mind that these souls are legitimately the ones the Beldam took from these kids, so the fully filled souls know the truth, and try to help Coraline rather than just mindlessly obeying their creator. This also applies to why some characters can't leave the other world. The small characters can go all over as they have a tiny amount of residual magic, but the larger ones need a supporting world. And as far as the Beldam goes, if her whole body, not just a hand, leaves the other world, her old age will cause her to instantly break down due to a magicless environment. And with her gone, all of her creations would die, and the extra portals would collapse, leaving only the well and a blank spatial void awaiting command, availably accessible by the bottom of the well. So most of those were just ideas and not actually theories. However, the fog one was kind of a theory and the sand one was kind of a theory. But anyway, so I'm not done with Coraline at all. It's just that this is getting obscenely lengthy. I will probably make another video on it before 2017. I just want you guys to comment any questions you have, because when you do, it makes me look at the film in new ways and completely reveal massive truths about it. So thanks for that. I mean, there's still things I want to discuss, like why there's cotton in the doll to begin with, and what's with the Beldam's obsession with games and tapping her fingers with button twinkly eyes. I don't know, but I will cover that whenever I get the chance to. And until next time, I'm the Theorizer. So, I'll start by answering those last few questions I had in part 5. Question 1 was, why was there cotton in the doll in the intro scene? Aren't they supposed to be filled with soul sand? Yes, and it was filled with soul sand. You see, as I've said many times, the Beldam's magic deteriorates over time. The other Wybie was composed of sawdust. As the magic weakens in the world, Wybie slowly falls back into his base material. The other father slowly decomposes into a pumpkin, and it was what he was formed from. The jumping mice fade back into rats, the sand faded back into cotton. It's magic deterioration, fading things into what they actually are. I think that the buttons being applied to objects are what holds the magic inside of it, and what keeps it under the Beldam's control. She sews buttons onto rats, fills them with sand, and then they are under her control. I like to think of it like this. She mixes the soul sand with real-world objects, turning the objects into what she wants. She then sews on the buttons, locking in the magic. As I've said constantly, Mother Mother cannot create. She can only alter. It's similar to how matter cannot be created or destroyed. This may be a separate universe, but the same laws apply. She can suck objects into her world through the many small portals, and she can use her mice to bring her material, but she cannot directly create things without a base. But quickly before the next question, I want to address a confusion you guys have. When I say soul sand, what I mean is not actually their souls, but rather their life force. I just call it soul sand because it sounds much cooler and it's a nod to Minecraft. It's actually a kind of sawdust-like material. Next point. Why does the Beldam have an obsession with games? Well, she loves to mess with the kids and the cat. Why act so antsy? Well, it all stems from her loneliness. The only people she gets to see are the cat and the kids. That's all she has. The rest of the people aren't real. She wants the entertainment, and she now plays games with her rare company in an act of subconscious entertainment. And the question that I've had forever now is, who's the boy in the picture? We've established that it isn't the cat as a human boy, and we've established that it looks unlike what the blonde ghost boy looks like, so who is it? Is it just a painting that Mel and Charlie brought with them when moving in? Or was it there previously? Well, seeing as how they have a box labeled living room, and that they've been unpacking into an empty room, it's likely that they brought it with them. My first thoughts when watching was that it was theirs, and that it symbolized the family's boringness. But so many commenters have gone on to say that it could have been the Beldam's child, and that she's looking for a child after she lost her other one. And while that's an extremely intriguing thought, I really don't want to go that many layers into this lore. What makes the most logical sense is that it was the Jones family's painting. I also get frequently asked, when Mel went to grab the door key, she scanned around and found the button one, immediately assuming it was the right one. How does she know which one to take? You guys have been saying that maybe she has some sort of bizarre relation to the Beldam, and that she just knows these things. You've said how the garden looks like both Coraline and the Beldam's faces, and maybe they're all genetically related, but I don't know. It's just so many layers of lore, and the depth created here is way too much. I personally believe she just grabbed the most out-of-place key for the most out-of-place door. But speaking of which, what are all the other keys doing there? What are they for? Well, Beldam's faces, and maybe they're all genetically related, but I don't know. It's just so many layers of lore, and the depth created here is way too much. I personally believe she just grabbed the most out-of-place key for the most out-of-place door. But speaking of which, what are all the other keys doing there? What are they for? Well, there are many places around the house that require keys to open them. Very interesting, but I'd say the biggest and least answered point by far is why the Beldam likes spiders so much. I've blissfully trotted over this point time and time again, but there's clearly something strange going on here. The creators talk about her spider web and how she's luring Coraline into her trap. The ghost kids talk about how her web is unwinding. She's a seamstress like a spider, and she uses thread as her web. All of her servants are giant bugs, her wallpaper is giant insects, and she eats cocoa beetles from Zanzibar. It goes on and on. I've always said that it's because such unintelligent organisms are easy to control, but she shows more of an obsession than anything. It's extremely stumping. I've also said that it was because she took the magical life force from the bugs that rats brought through, but that's not right. Please give me your thoughts. Do you think it's one of these two things, or something completely different? Odds are, this won't be my final Coraline video, since there is just so much to cover. So much. So give me your buggy ideas. What I find really cool is whenever the Beldam says or hears the word game, her buttons twinkle and she begins finger rolling.
And as soon as you're through eating, I thought we'd play a game. Why don't we play a game? I know you like them. Everybody likes games. And what is it you'd be finding, Coraline?
I feel that it all loops back to her boredom, and how she is antsy to have fun with someone that isn't her. Next question, and this is a cool one. Where did the Beldam's eyes go if she used them to create the world? Well, we have a few options, but I'd say the best fit place would be the moon. The moon represents the other world. It may be a big button, but it's what controls the void. It's what holds the magic, and I even think it's the portal that opens to the bottom of the well. It's her soul. The world is controlled by it. But speaking of the well, why'd she enter it in the first place? Did she think her child fell down it? No, I have something much creepier in mind. In each theory prior to this one, I hinted to how the universe wants somebody to occupy it. It is the true villain. It calls to people. It wants people to occupy it. It's like Venom from Spider-Man, if you get my reference. The Void is the enemy. It calls to her and she enters it, happy to do so. It is a demander of creation. Now's the time to wrap up the last few questions. How did the Beldam kidnap the parents? When I read this, I got confused. But then I caught something that had been staring me in my button eyes since the beginning. Coraline left the door open. Her mom came home with her dad, left the groceries on the table, and then noticed the door she had left open. They entered it, which was a tragic mistake. Not only did the Beldam have a doll to watch them, but Mel and Charlie's curiosity and will to find their daughter led them into the biggest trap ever. Busting the snow globe was a result of having the spell broken, and this teleported them to the nearest portal outside, letting them walk inside to find Coraline without any memories of the event. So I guess that about wraps up all of the final questions I could read, but it was a lot of fun making these. But I've long since exhausted this movie. I've ripped it apart, and then ripped apart the rip I created. Then I theorized on the ripped rip, but because many people spark new ideas, I do have the feeling that I'm not done. I just watched Kubo and the Two Strings and noticed so many similarities to Coraline. Oh boy, the Moon King, eyeless magical woman, multiple Beldams. Oy. This film, Paranorman, and the Box Trolls need some theorizing attention as well. But until Halloween, I'm the theorizer. What if I told you that the film Coraline has an extremely hidden backstory, one which took a year and a half to piece together, and one which ties up every loose end that the film has to offer? This is the ultimate Coraline theory. Hello, I'm the theorizer. Ends. What we're going to do in this video is delve into the things that the filmmakers removed from the actual movie itself, the deleted scenes. We are also going to rewatch the movie with a whole new lens again, and then produce something out of it. Finally, I'll make a whole other video explaining the entire timeline, which was produced by Theories 1 through 6. Let's get started. So there wasn't a whole lot removed from the movie, but they did remove 2 core scenes, which I feel define the movie to a certain extent. When Coraline is bored and is mumbling on to her mom about how she is bored, a spider that was stuck inside of a flower comes out, and Coraline throws it backwards. It lands in her mom's coffee mug. It sits there for quite a while, and then right after her mother drinks from the mug, the spider runs away. So weird. And so interesting, considering how the other mother is a spider-like figure, and she needed to pose as Coraline's mother in order to lure Coraline to her world. It's almost like this spider is taking her DNA or something to bring back to the Beldam. The other important deleted scene is when we see Coraline draw plenty of swirls across a notepad, and it transitions into those huge swirling clouds. Kind of bizarre, right? Yet again, it is the Beldam. She is controlling the world and is creating things which Coraline enjoys. It all gets pretty weird, but it's always fun to check out what they removed from the movie, and then guess why they removed it. So those were the deleted scenes, but before I watch the movie with a new lens, I'm gonna do something I never thought I'd do. In part 6, I said a ton of things, as usual, but many of the things I said were anticlimactic at best. For example, this framed picture of the blue boy. I could have gone in depth as to how it was tied to the Beldam, but instead I claimed that it was more likely that the Jones family had brought it with them and was a part of their unpacking. But then I realized, and got a ton of comments telling me, that when Coraline was going around the house counting all of the windows and doors, she noted down a picture of one boring blue boy, implying that she hadn't seen it before. So today, I am going to explain the awesome repercussions that would arise if it were the Grand Dame's picture. There was also the chance that it could have been left there by the other 3 or maybe even 4 previous families living there, but I'm going to assume it was drawn in the mid-1800s like the painting implies. So it was the Beldam's pick. What does this mean for the story? Well, prepare yourselves. I'm about to blatantly say one thing which counters against every single Coraline video I've made henceforth. The blue boy was the Grand Dame's son. This is a point which I've been holding off on revealing ever since my first Coraline video. It was a theory which I had from the very beginning and which I never really wanted to make a video on. But seeing as how I've established so much already, and seeing as how dozens upon dozens of my viewers have also told me I should look into it, I think I'll finally cover it. The boring blue boy is basically used to contrast Coraline's boredom and her excitement, but he has a huge effect on the lore in general, and therefore I must treat him as more than just a random painting. He seems to be rather important to the Beldam. The study room is the only room that remains in the other world by the time Coraline faces off with the Beldam, and the Pink Palace has countless paintings strewn all over the walls. But this one, it has some kind of significance. His picture in the real world is kind of depressing. He has lost his ice cream to the cruel fate of gravity, but in the fake world, he's happy. Once again, this is to contrast the differences between both worlds. It's a tactic not only used by the filmmakers, but by the Beldam herself to convince the kids. However, the fact that she keeps up the painting even when Coraline realizes that the world's a winding web of death shows that the Beldam holds this picture quite dearly to her. The Beldam, despite her evil, has the clear touch of a mother. She knows how to parent, she knows how child psychology works, and ignoring her evil, you can tell she does love Coraline to some extent. Or she's trying to fill the void left by a dead child, and failing. So, I propose the idea that the other world is more than just a trap that the Beldam got herself locked into. I propose that either the child had died, and this was her way of remembering him, or her child was with her, in on all of this, posing as someone who's always been there, helping out the kids fall into his mother's trap. Oh, look, we do have a character like that. See this mirror? As I said in the previous theory, no parent in their right mind is going to endanger their child like this, to ask them to come and save them. Even mildly neglectful parents like Coraline's know far better than this. It's selfish and weird considering the way their characters act in the rest of the movie. This vision in the mirror, it isn't real. At all. It is the Beldam, again, producing a fake image to lead Coraline back to the other world, and guess what? Coraline wouldn't have even seen this if the cat didn't wake her up and lead her to see it. And then what do we see? We see the cat grab the parent's doll. How does he even know where to find it? And tell me again why this doll is so important. If the Beldam can just take Coraline's parents, then why would she need a doll to spy on them? It makes no sense. Unless it's all done to lure Coraline back in. Notice also how Coraline is about to dispose of the key and the cat gets in her way and meows at her to stop, as he doesn't know what she'll do with it. I mean, the cat does go for Wybie to help in the end, but what is the end game? Death to Wybie. The goal, perhaps? And we see him use the portal at the end, implying that his mother did indeed receive the key that fell down the well. When he figured out that she was going to toss it down the well, he relaxed and brought Wybie in as well. Death. Notice how he's always with Wybie, walking around with him. Now, this can either be protecting him from the other mother, or him preparing him for the other mother. Remember what Wybie says. It wasn't his idea to give Coraline the doll. It was the cat's. And the doll spies on kids. Things just got real dark. With the Grand Dame calling her son Vermin, everything is sold. Coraline chucks him at the Beldam, he claws out her eyes, selling it, giving Coraline the last eye to level the playing field and convince her of his heroism. But do I think all of this is correct? No. No, I do not. I don't think the cat is totally evil or anything, but I do believe he may possibly be the boy in the picture, the blue boy who the Beldam lost long ago, who she built an empire for her dead child, where all of his dreams could come true, where he never lost his ice cream, where they could infinitely have fun. And what about the fact that he's a cat? Either it's out of reincarnation or due to something terrible that happened in the other world, or perhaps, and this makes the most sense, her son simply died, and she spends decades attempting to compensate while simultaneously trying to keep herself alive. So that's all fine and good. I don't know if the cat is good or evil, or if he's even the boy, but I can more definitively say that the boy in the painting is the Beldam's son. But there is another part to this new theory. Other Wybie and the other father, they're the only other people who defy the Beldam. Originally, I said it was because they had more soul sand in them, giving them more control of themselves. But then I realized, it's more like they're facades, faking it. The other Wybie saves Coraline from the mirror room and brings her through the portal. But I want you to notice something. The portal isn't the same. It leads her back to the real world, or so we think. No, in this world, casual old ladies have a device that lets you take advantage of another world. Why on earth would they have this? Exactly. It ain't on Earth. It's another level of the fake world, put there where her parents haven't returned home yet. And when Coraline officially does return home, what do we see? It's the exact same time and weather as when she entered initially, right after her mom left. Coincidence? Nope. And the snow on their clothing? Also a fiction derived from the Beldam's control of the real world. When Coraline actually returns home, notice how the Beldam makes a really hard attempt at trying to stop her from leaving, whereas when Wybie helped her escape the first time, she casually walked down the stairs. All of it leads into a trap. Finally, I have even more evidence for Part 5's theory that the Beldam controls the real world. Look at the swirling clouds above Coraline in the well scene. Magic. Or even the hand. How else could she control it unless her magic seeped out into the real world? And so, I leave you with more ideas to ponder over in the comments section. I want to hear your ideas. And soon, I will release one final timeline, which details the events of everything I've theorized on, all the way from Part 1 to Part 6, but not including this part as it was a separate theory on the Blue Boy and the Cat. So see you very soon, and until next time, I'm the Theorizer. What if I told you that this creepy witch thing from Coraline was actually a human? What if I told you that the well we see in the film is actually another portal to the other world, and not a secondary portal, but rather the main one? What if I told you that the black cat we see in the movie is actually the grandfather of Wybie? And what if I told you that Coraline herself is never safe in the real world, and that even the real world is all a part of the other mother's twisted, dark, magical agenda? If I told you all of this, you'd probably be wildly curious. Hello, I'm the Theorizer, and Coraline is a movie which I have made more theories on than anything else I've looked at. And it's also a difficult movie to come up with theories on, if the theorizing genre wasn't already hard enough. As I said in the last video, my massive hypothesis is more of a fanfiction so twisted it has to be true, but I don't care, so long as it works. And today I'll be doing the one thing that's long overdue. I'm going to make one gigantic timeline, which explains the entire 6-part theory I came up with. This won't include the recent Part 7, as it was not really a part of the main series, so please, I implore you to watch the other videos before this one. And let's begin, shall we? It all begins with the other mother. I theorized way back in Part 4 that, based off of the date the Pink Palace was built and the age of the Beldam, it was likely that she was the first owner of the Pink Palace. This all happens in the 1850s. I theorized that this woman was amongst the first to settle Ashland, and that the giant house was built in her honor. As we see in the backyard, her face consumes the garden, as opposed to the other world where the garden is more clearly Coraline's face. I then went on to state how she has pictures in the other world of a city, as well as the Pink Palace during daytime, all leading to the idea that she did indeed own the house first. It's likely that she was a seamstress, very likely, but what happens next? The seamstress finds an old well near her house, one which is quite clearly not a well. It's some sort of deep, large object which fell from space and crashed through the ground very deep. As we see, the other world is a different universe, something directly affiliated with space. It crashes deep into the ground and lands and stops. The Grand Dame falls down the hole one day, sort of like an Alice in Wonderland thing, and she was lured to it by the power radiating off of it. She falls through, pops out through the portal at the bottom, and is launched into a pocket universe void. Emptiness. Using her own soul by ripping out her eyes, she begins to create the laws of this alluring universe, and uses her own soul to create magic, allowing her to do anything she wishes in this universe. This, of course, leads to the eventual problem of losing the magic after a while of being trapped in there. Needing a refill, she uses what's left of it to build a very child-friendly world, so that she could lure the new residents of the house up top into her traps. She acts very motherly and fools the kids into wanting to stay, allowing their souls to be very potent and full of happiness and life and love, to keep her more alive. With this plan in mind, she puts her eyes in place of the moon. She can see all, and her soul controls the world. Her magic begins to seep out into the real world, and she creates a doll which she can see through. She uses it to spy on the child in her abandoned house, and molds the world around their likes and needs. She uses her magic to change the real world and create multiple portals, allowing for the servants she's created with her soul to run around the real world and do things for her that she couldn't do herself. You see, if she leaves her pocket universe, her magic will all fade away, and the whole entire universe will die, along with her and her old age. More evidence to support that the well is a portal is that the mushroom pattern around it denotes a fairy ring, something in mystical lore known to be an indication of an otherworldly entrance. One of the portals she creates is a tiny door in the wall which leads directly inside of a fake house she's created. She sends the key through as well, as the boy living in the house must come willingly for his soul to be potent enough for her magic. He eventually comes through, and the Grand Dame almost traps him, but he realizes what is going on and escapes, terrified. This leads the Grand Dame to lose all of the magic her soul had to offer, and she begins to deteriorate over the years. She begins to replace her rotting body parts with needles, the only thing she has left after she lost her magic. She only has bones and hair left after her skin and organs rot away. She also sucks in the souls of bugs in the well, and sucks life out of anything that gets near her other portals. She becomes a monstrous behemoth of sewing equipment and amalgamative bug species, collectively making her into a spider-like figure. The boy who once traveled to her world in the late 1800s has now become a father, and more families with kids have moved into the house, while he lives a short distance away. He thinks that these new children will be fine. He owns the house, and he figures that he killed the witch after he left her alone. But he was wrong, and after he inherited the house from his parents, kids start going missing. The beldam had improved after losing the first kid. She developed a style, an unbeatable method. First it was a girl with long blonde hair, then it was a little boy with blonde hair, and then the father moves back into the house so that nobody else will, telling his daughters not to go anywhere near the door. And they of course go against him, and he loses one of his daughters, moving back out of the house. He dies much later and leaves the house to his remaining daughter. Meanwhile, the seamstress had been forcing her servants to steal real-world objects. She takes them and she alters them into new creatures, using the children's life forces she's taken, crushing them into sand, which she uses as filling for her creatures. She then sews buttons onto them, locking in the magic and allowing her to see what they see. Creations that are portrayed as very loving characters require much more soul sand in order to act naturally and more human. We see this with Wybie and the other father. They have so much soul sand in them that they actually go against their programming and betray the other mother to save Coraline. I named it soul sand because it has a nice ring to it and, Minecraft. But technically, it's a dusty material which is composed of life essence. The souls themselves are actually trapped in the pocket universe with the beldam. And when the life force runs out of these creations, they slowly reform into what they truly are. The other father, a pumpkin. Other Wybie, sawdust. The jumping mice, rats. And the sand inside of the dolls, cotton. Anyways, the twin daughter wasn't taken by the beldam, grows up, and has kids who she doesn't let anywhere near the house. She even boards up the well, knowing what it may or may not be capable of. She spreads rumors that if you fall down, you'd see a sky full of stars in the middle of the day. Her kids have kids, and she adopts her grandson. She protects her grandson and doesn't let him go anywhere near the house. The beldam is needing another refuel of life essence. She's failing to live off of much else other than what's left of the 3 children she'd already taken. She begins to prey on this grandson, known as Wyborn. Kind of a weird name, I know, and now, and only now, I see the significance of his name. Asking him why he was born is kind of a cruel thing, and to be fated with such a name, that's brutal. But to name him that out of fear that you won't be able to protect him, like, why were you born? Now I have another person to worry about protecting from the witch who likes to stitch. Makes total sense. Now a grandma, she fears for her grandson's safety and allows another child to move into the Pink Palace. Sort of conniving and evil of her, risking someone else's child for her own grandchild. She even leaves the key right there in the house for someone else to find. For someone who never lets kids play in the Pink Palace, this is a bit strange. Meanwhile, there was a reincarnation going on. The universe attempting to save the child closest to the witch, Wybie. The only boy who ever escaped the other mother all those years ago is reincarnated to save his own great-grandson after he failed to save his own daughter, the cat, who stays with and protects Wybie, whose ethnicity and accent is identical to Wybie's grandmother. He simultaneously spies on Coraline, the new girl who'd moved in. Eventually, his knowledge of the other world is what leads to Coraline's survival after the Beldam's defeat. Or so he thinks. He realizes that the well is a portal, of course, only after Coraline throws the key down it. Neither of them had this knowledge, and then, at the movie's end, we see the cat use a portal, implying that he found the other world again, still there, with the Beldam still out to get Coraline. So that's the gist of it. The timeline I came up with in a brief summary. There is a lot more information, you just have to watch the first 6 parts. And so, with that, I'm done with this grand theory. I'm certain there's still more Laika movies I can theorize on, and I may even tie them to Coraline, but you've heard it right here, right now, from me. The Theorizer's Grand Theory Spectacular, the origin of the human Beldam theory and the Soul Sand theorization. Until next time, whenever that may be, I'm the Theorizer. It's been an incredibly long time since I last made a video on the film Coraline, but this is only because I got tired of it. Since then, a couple other channels have cropped up who have also made a bunch of Coraline theories, but I'm, not strictly speaking, done with this movie. For those who are unaware, back in 2015 to 2017, my channel grew fairly fast because I made an 8-part video series on the animated film known as Coraline due to the ridiculous levels of mystery it contains, but in all honesty, I only got around to making like 3 actual theories. The other 5 videos were just me answering your questions. Many of you even thought Coraline was my channel's main series. One of the theories was about the timeline of the ghost kids and how Coraline never truly escapes from the other world in the end. One was about how the other mother used to be a human, and the last one was about how the cat was working with the Beldam. Making theories on this film has become increasingly difficult due to the other Coraline theorists who've now popped up, as ideas are growing increasingly thin, and rightfully so. It's not a very big movie. So, taking another objective look at this movie at your guys' violently constant requests, I'm returning to an idea I've had in mind since my first and second run-through of this film, how there can actually be more than one cat. Hello, I'm the Theorizer, and it'd probably be a good idea to watch my other Coraline videos before this one, or in the very least, parts 7 and 8. Don't really think of this video as part 9, it's sort of just another video. However, because of the way I have formatted my channel, the title will say part 9. So first off, I'm not the only one who's picked up on this idea about there being 2 cats. It's one of those ideas that I'm sure everybody ponders but drops because it's less important to the other theories. It's something you actually may suspect the first time you watch the film. After all, the massive difference is that the cat can talk in the other world. So is one cat one and the other another? If this is indeed the case, it would mean that all of my previous theories are correct to a degree. In fact, it would tie the 7th one to all the others, if you know what I mean, because it means that one cat is the Beldam's son, who I claimed to be the Blue Boy, and the other is Wyvie's great-grandfather. We will need tons of evidence to support a theory of two different cats, and don't fear, I have a bit. But first, the timeline I've prior instated crumbles down at the factor of something frivolous and near insignificant. The initial patent date of ice cream cones. So many of you, and this shocked me, have hit me with hard evidence regarding the boring Blue Boy and where he must sit in the timeline. Ice cream cones were created in 1896 by an Italian living in New York. In 1903, his patent was granted. So if the Blue Boy was the Grand Dame's son, born in the mid to late 1800s, then it would be incredibly unlikely for him to be so modernized like this with an ice cream cone. The boy actually looks like he's from the 1900s. He is not, however, the blonde ghost boy in the other world. So there we have it. A slightly shifted timeline, but two cats. And based sheerly on how my theories have flown up until this point, there's a good chance that one is the Beldam's first victim, and one is the Beldam's son. Though we know now that her son is not likely the Blue Boy. There are so many possibilities to my theories, and I shall never settle on just one, as it would make me a poor theorizer. Let's look at the two cats and try to figure out their greater differences. There's the obvious big one, which is that the other cat, who I will call Vermin for now, has a voice, and the real one, who I'll call Mr. Lovat, does not have a voice. Also, Mr. Lovat shows great concern for Coraline and monitors her constantly, whereas Vermin sort of just leaves her to die in the Beldam's web. But Vermin can traverse our world as well, further complicating things. Vermin, the other cat, is of course the one who was seen at the very end of the film, disappearing through a portal. Then the movie cuts to black with a dramatic thud. I've analyzed what this dramatic thud could mean many times, but I think it may just be revealing that this is the other cat, revealing that he's the one who Coraline let back through the portal. Now, Mr. Lovat and Vermin both exist in the real world, which explains the cat's approval as Coraline threw the key down the well. A well we know at this point to be the other world's main portal. This has been a tough point of my other videos because only a few minutes before she does this, we see the cat trying to stop Coraline from getting rid of the key, but it finally makes sense. That is Mr. Lovat, the real cat, and he's still back in the house where Coraline left him. Vermin is the one who witnessed the key go down. He's the one who smiled at it. He's the one who was pulled back to the other world by his mother, the Beldam, at the very end of the film, revealing their plan and their continued existence. Vermin is the only one we see teleporting. Mr. Lovat never does this. What's even weirder, however, is that something complicates all of this even further. When we look at the Blue Boy painting in the other world, his eyes bear a striking resemblance to that of the cat. The exact same shade of blue with a rather large black dot in the center. Even the mouth looks all weird, almost like he has sharpened teeth and an elongated tongue. Yet, Vermin, the other cat, has the voice that I claimed Mr. Lovat would have. It's like they're reversed. Why? Well, it means that Vermin is putting on this fake voice to mimic the spirit of Mr. Lovat. All of this weird timing also means something else, however, that the Blue Boy cannot possibly be Vermin, the Beldam's son. This whole chain of missing children must have begun in the early to mid 1900s. The Blue Boy must have been her first victim, I'm sure of it, but please don't confuse what I mean by that. Her first victim was the Blue Boy, but her first attempt at succeeding was Mr. Lovat when he was a child. But the first one she actually succeeded at luring and killing was the Blue Boy. It's why she and Vermin framed him on their wall. It's their crowning achievement. The boy that saved them from a loss of magic, that saved them from their deaths. He's a symbol of the other world. The first thing you see when you get there is that the sad Blue Boy has been made happy, and he's also got even more scoops of ice cream than he had before. And as the world progresses, he goes from happy mode into spider mode. His soul is the original savior of Vermin, his mother, and their world.
So where is his ghost then? Well, quite simply, it's gone. The Beldam was still learning her method of kidnapping and manipulation, and of course, they were desperate for life after Mr. Lovat escaped. They didn't keep Blue. They needed all that soul power to sustain themselves. The soul was completely destroyed, along with the eyes. Are you following me? Basically what I'm saying is that the other cat, known to us only as Vermin, is the Beldam's son. The real cat is Wybie's great-grandfather, the first person the Beldam went after but failed at. And finally, the boring blue boy in the framed picture is the Beldam's first true victim, the first one she succeeded at ripping the soul power from. One might ask why Vermin tore out his mother's eyes when Coraline threw him at her, and well, isn't it obvious? He's letting Coraline escape so that they can work the system all over again. The Beldam can just sew her eyes back on. It's clearly not a difficult task. It's just like how they discuss the Beldam's hatred for cats. It's all a trick. She's trying to keep out Mr. Lovat, not her son. Her son is not really a cat. And when Vermin gets into the real world at the end, he assures that Mr. Lovat stays in the Pink Palace, while he watches Coraline return the key to the Grand Dame herself via the well. And once ready, he returns home through a quick portal created by his mother. Movie ends. Story doesn't. Coraline's so dead. The Beldam and Vermin spy on Coraline too. That's quite clearly how Vermin knew that she called Mr. Lovat a wusspuss. Vermin feeding Coraline the information about the other world is an attempt to prove his goodness to her, but the fact that he knows all of this to begin with is something to question. Even his little statement about asking how she tastes is a little dark, and honestly is something we should be questioning. This all leaves a question. Which cat led Coraline to that mirror in that scene? Well, obviously it was Vermin luring her back. Mr. Lovat would never do that, as he's the one trying to protect her and her alone. Vermin's also the one who probably put the parents' doll under the bed. After all, he is the one who showed Coraline where it was. And for those of you wondering, the reason he doesn't have button eyes is because he doesn't need them. First of all, he has to convince Coraline that he's Mr. Lovat. But second of all, remember what I said in previous videos. The Beldam used her own eyes to initially power the world. Vermin was who she was protecting at all costs. Her son. His eyes need not to be given up. The big final question about this is then, why did Vermin give Coraline the final ghost eye? Why would he need to further convince her at this point? They practically had Coraline in their grasp, but something must have changed, and I think I may know what. Coraline has a very tough spirit, and the eyes need to be sewn into her willingly, as the Beldam states. And the only way to do that is to break her spirit and trick her. The Beldam opened up the little door during the climax, knowing full well what Coraline was going to do. Obviously. Who wouldn't see that coming? Isn't the Beldam a manipulative genius? Yes, she is. She didn't even close it when she was done taunting Coraline. She just left it open because they didn't need to trap her. They needed to break her spirit. And the rest of their plan is something we don't know about because the movie unfortunately ends. But I have some ideas, though those are for a later video, which I probably will eventually make. If you want to know why I think these two cats are the son and Mr. Lovat, watch my older theories, but I do know that they are at least two different characters. There are two cats. One is sarcastic, and one has deep concern for Coraline. I suppose there's also a chance that Vermin could have been someone in the other world even longer than the Beldam. Perhaps an original inhabitant, an alien of sorts. No, let's stick to this for now. Anyways, I have more ideas than just the stuff about the cat, though. I guess I'll share those right now, too. One of my ideas is about the other world and how the magic slowly rots away. When Coraline first gets there, if you look out the kitchen window, the moon is very thin. It's recently recovered from being a new moon and is in the first phase. In other words, the other world's news cycle has just been activated as Coraline's gotten there. The second time Coraline gets there, The moon is about half full when you look out the window. However, when she goes outside, it's a massive and popping full ball in the sky. This is a fake moon that's just sitting there in the garden, obviously. This is all further proof that only the things in the other house are real. The moon later becomes full and then is eclipsed with a button. The moon is like a timer of the other world's magic. This is something very cool I picked up on, and it basically shows us why the beldam was as pushy and abrupt as she was. She was on a magical time limit that she set for herself. Another idea I have is regarding the bugs seen on the flowery wallpaper. I do believe they are scarabs. Doing a quick search regarding the symbolism of scarabs, we find that they symbolize an infinite system of rebirth and regeneration, as they do some really gross things to constantly sustain themselves. It's a relatively similar thing to what the beldam does, turning old stuff into new stuff and recycling dead children. She feeds life into things and feeds on it herself, constantly regenerating her body. Boom! On to the next thing I noticed. I do believe that something perhaps scientific relates to the other world, and maybe even extra-dimensional. Like the other world being a place trapped in time, or rather a location accessible through the fourth dimension, like a pocket of time. What I'm trying to say is, maybe the other world is actually the past or future, and the portal is a dimensional gateway, but I don't know where I'd fully take this idea. I mean, it's like the whole Pink Palace is segregated from existence, what with its swirly clouds at times, but I'll hold off on this for now. Finally, there's a lot of Native American symbolism that I never noticed before in this film. There's a native chief's gilded head just sitting there on the other father's music studio, and there are deer antlers on the wall. Ashland, Oregon has a lot of history with natives, but if I ever really get into that, it will be during a video of its own. So yeah, while I do love this film, I've gotten a bit tired of it over the past several months because now lots of people are theorizing on it and it's beginning to feel less unique than when I started it. However, I still like doing it to an extent. I always kind of will because it's wickedly mysterious. Expect probably something else in the coming months as I've just opened a bunch of new cans of worms with this video, so hooray! Until then, I am the Theorizer.
Part 10? Oh my god, it's still got...
Coraline is a very interesting movie because of its unique ability for me to theorize on theories I've created. If you're watching this, I hope you've seen my other parts, or at least parts 7, 8, and 9, because they will allow you to understand this. First, a refresher. I have this theory that the beldam used to be human, and her son was trapped in the other world by falling down the well, which is actually the main portal. Going after him, she became tethered to the other world, but the son was allowed to roam between worlds so long as he took the form of something like a cat. Needing soul magic to power their world, they attempted at ripping the soul from a boy named Mr. Lovat, but he escaped, growing up to Father Wyvie's grandmother and being resurrected in the form of a cat to protect his great-grandson. At the end of the film, Mr. Lovat stays in the Pink Palace while Vermin, the son, the other cat, approves of Coraline chucking the key down the well. A portal she has no idea leads right back to the beldam. But why did they let Coraline escape the other world? Obviously it was because they didn't need to capture her, they needed to break her spirit, and at the end of the film, Vermin disappears back into the other world, so what are they going to do to Coraline next? Here's where I have a few ideas. Theorizer, and if you have any questions like why was Mr. Lovat resurrected as a cat, or what are they going to do to Coraline now, I have some theories, some good ones, and again, these are theories, some without much evidence, but I still find them absolutely crucial to solving the ultimate mysteries this film has to offer. We are beginning to get on the rocky territory of theorizing on my theories, which has very shifty ground, but nonetheless awesome implications. First, the question impossible to logically answer: how on earth was Mr. Lovat resurrected, and why as a cat? It was something I said way back in part 4 because it made sense, but the reasons behind how exactly this is possible are quite hard to decipher. Why resurrection? Why a cat? Well, there's a possibility that he was reincarnated as a feline specifically so that he could fool the other mother. Since Vermin takes the form of a cat quite frequently, it would confuse the beldam and allow for him slipping in and out unnoticed. It makes even more sense then why Vermin stole Mr. Lovat's voice. They are masking as each other, ultimately confusing both the beldam and Coraline. But that's just why he's a cat. The resurrection itself, though, is where things get really interesting. It's not a godly entity or biblical thing going on here, it's quite simply the other world's soul power and magic. Mr. Lovat is kept alive by the magic seeping out of the Pocket universe. Whether it be from the well, the door, or the sign portal, it's what's keeping him alive. Think about it like this. He was the first person to move into the house after the beldam, and after he moved out of it as a child, traumatized, he kept an eye on it, eventually seizing legal control over it. He of course let the Blue Boys family move in, which was a mistake, as were the families of the next two kids, and his daughter of course was the last straw, but he always stayed. Everybody else was moving away out of fear, probably even his wife, except for of course his remaining daughter, who knew much about the other world because of her twin sister. The only person up until their death who would have stayed there would have to have been the grandma's dad, Mr. Lovat, someone a generation above the grandma. This further proves the existence of Mr. Lovat, as someone had to give the house to grandma. But my point is, he stayed here up until his death. He's the only person in history to die in the immediate region nearby the Pink Palace without being in the other world. This tethers him to the area, but not fully. In other words, his body is not kept alive, but he instead comes to possess the nearest symbolically supernatural animal, the black cat. Mr. Lovat's body was buried somewhere nearby, perhaps near the well or the sign or the other empty apartment. More on that in a second. His spirit, however, did as I've theorized and found its way. The grandma and her father knew all about the other world, as I prior stated, and it was them who boarded up the well and told Wybie the rumors about a sky full of stars. If Mr. Lovat's corpse was placed in the empty apartment next to Coraline's, then it explains why it's never rented out. It's a very freaky idea, only supported by the fact that it isn't rented out, but since I have literally nothing more to go on, it's quite unlikely that this is the case. The other option is that maybe he was actually the one who dug the well, trying to find the other world, thinking it was underground, and when he did find some form of magical pocket, his spirit vaporized. This too is unevidential and not something I will right now dwell on. Whatever the case may be, we know his ghost, mixed with the other world's soul power, kept him stuck as this cat. We know this is very likely to be the case because we already know how the other spirits react to the other world's soul magic. They aren't quite dead. They have the ability to grab onto things, such as the blanket in their dungeon, and they can willingly lay on the physical bed. They even use their metaphysical hands to close the door for Coraline. They also appeared in Coraline's dream. Dreams are an amalgamation of neurological chemical processes. This, of course, all happened because of the magic seeping, but regardless, they can do things that spirits normally cannot. So is it really such a stretch to say that Mr. Lovat is similar? No, it is not a stretch in the slightest, because everything that dies in the presence of the other world's magic becomes a physical spirit. Physical ghosts, physical cat, bingo. Seeping. It's why the beldam's hand can remotely move. It's right between three sources of portal magic: the door, the sign, and obviously, of course, the well. It's all very cool, but we aren't even to the main point of this video yet. What's Vermin and the beldam's plan for Coraline now that they let her go? Well, they're going to slowly break her down, of course. She's about to go to school for a fresh year, and they're going to make the mediocrity of society so boring and tormenting that Coraline is going to willingly return to the other world. It's how they do things. Car crash causes Coraline's parents to be boring and inactive for the first few days. Wonder who triggered that. Old ladies downstairs are practically insane and nuts. Wonder who caused that. The second Coraline returns to the real world, she gets her fun with family and all that she wants. Right until they plan to snatch it all away and drive her to her own willing death. It's incredibly devious, manipulative, underhanded, and precisely the kind of thing the Beldam has already been doing. As I said in my third theory all that time ago, there's still a chance that the world Coraline's in at the end of the movie is still more of the other world, all faked. Regardless though, Coraline will be driven back. The seed has been planted. The temptation will grow too great. It's in her personality to act like this, and the Beldam, that psychotic Grand Dame seamstress, knows this. Something to note is that the distinction between Vermin and Mr. Lovat becomes increasingly blurred up until the end of the film. For example, when Coraline goes through the portal to save her parents, the cat enters it with her, presumably Vermin. Suddenly, he stops, shakes his head out of confusion, and now has the ability to speak. One would think this is because there's only one cat, and Mr. Lovat just regained his ability to speak through the portal, but no. In fact, it's Vermin, who has regained his ability to speak by entering a pocket of immense magic. The line of division gets blurrier, though, such as how Mr. Lovat showed anger towards Coraline despite it being Vermin she threw at the Beldam. There are clearly other things going on, because only the end of the film prominently throws the distinction between them at us. It's all in that final clip, the dramatic thud. I'm not done with Mr. Lovat, though. I think he may have been the person who forged that triangle with the hole in it. Kind of weird that Spink and Forcible had it, and the fact that it actually works on the other world. It means it has otherworld magic inside of it, and that it's directly wired to reveal the truth of the other world. It was forged with the other world in mind, likely by the only person who knew of its true nature, the state. This also explains the Beldam's visible sense of joy as she melts away the only object that can foil her fantasy. It's the petty feud she has with Black Cat Lovat. Want a bit of a mind blow? If you look at the other world from this shot, as they are falling into the web, you can see what appears to be a shadow of sorts next to the free hanging wall. The room isn't just floating through extra-dimensional space, it has a ceiling. A white ceiling. This shouldn't come as a surprise, since I've before theorized that the well portal popped out at the moon, which is powered by the Beldam's eyes, and the moon is of course the top of the ceiling. But now, we have explicitly visible proof that there's something of an indistinguishable white ceiling to the other world. Also, her wallpaper glows with what appears to be spider-like green magic, but when she uproots the flooring, the glow disappears, and it reveals itself to be simply nothing more than wired spider lights, which are literally plugged in. Is this an indication that the real world has the power to seep through into the other world too? Maybe. What I do believe, though, is that this room has some level of realism to it. Directly above it, or perhaps it itself, is the sewing room we see at the beginning. It outlooks to space. By the way, the ground is not naturally an elongated web, it's a typical floor. She only uprooted it for the multi-legged ease in capturing Coraline. In fact, I bet there's only one room in the other world. Ever. When Coraline gets there, she moves from room to room, but never sees multiple rooms at once. It's because the Beldam is conserving her energy. She's not going to keep all rooms active at once. She only needs to activate the one Coraline's gonna be in. Even outside, one room. It finally explains why they dwelled on that one shot of the other father shutting off the light in the kitchen as they all left. The room vaporizes the second after they exit it. The sewing room is real. Perhaps it's even a room in the apartment next to Coraline's, though I have no evidence for that yet. What I do think, however, is that the one room is caused by the real world leaking in. It's no longer just a void. There's a constant, an unchanging coordinate, the study room. Another little thing I spotted was how the looking hole punctured in the well was gone at the end of the film. Coraline looked through it, and then it disappeared by the end. This makes me question who put it there in the first place. Clearly, the well is a method of spying, like a looking glass. So someone looked down there to see how deep the well was, or perhaps to see the other world, but at the end, it was covered up, so that nobody could experience its horrors ever again. Meaning it was either the grandma or Mr. Lovat who's done this. We know the grandma is primarily bound to her house out of her indelible fear of the Pink Palace, so I bet it was Mr. Lovat. Kitty be shoving hardened dirt into that hole, keeping out any ability for them to spy on the children. This further proves that there may be two cats, as Vermin spent his time in the other world with Coraline, while Mr. Lovat did the required task. Also, I do have a theory that it is a time portal through the fourth dimension, and that the other world is not a pocket universe or alternate dimension, but rather a reality existing outside of space-time, a coordinate of infinity existent before the Big Bang. It explains why the Beldam can create and destroy her own universe. The other world is outside of the laws of physics. Finally, before I finish this pretty solution-filled video, I'd like to stop and look at something seemingly pointless: the apple trees near the well. They're all dead, and one's even been chopped down, likely to make the wood covering for the well. But later in the film, they become trees with pink leaves. They're full and healthy and spring-like. It's as if the Beldam triggering her magic when Coraline arrives caused it all to seep through into the real world and heal everything around the Pink Palace. Just something I noticed to probably prove my theory of magic seeping, and by extension, literally everything else. See you soon for the other explanations I promised back in part 9. Until then, get hyped. I'm the Theorizer. Warning. Before watching this, I heavily recommend you watch my other videos on Coraline, or at least the more recent ones like parts 9 and 10. So, look at this freaky monster. The other mother quite clearly is, or was, a seamstress, but why is she a seamstress? This is a question I have never dwelled upon, because all we really needed to talk about was what she did after moving into the Pink Palace, but she knows the tertiary colors offhand, and she has a fetish for buttons, and she replaced her rotting appendages with needles. She's a hardcore seamstress, but what more can we do with this information? Well, that's the mind blur I'll be solving in today's video, along with the massive question about the two cats, and how they contradict each other. Hello, I'm the Theorizer, and I'm still a bit sick from when I got sick before, so you can probably hear it in my voice. Anyways, as I said in parts 9 and 10, there are two cats, not one. One of the cats is Wybie's grandma's dad, who we know as Mr. Lovat. He is the real-world cat who cannot talk. The other cat is someone, possibly the son of the Beldam, who only makes himself look like a cat so he can traverse the portals with ease, and by the end of the film, to convince Coraline. We call him Vermin. It all explains so much, like how the cat doesn't want Coraline to throw the key down the well, but then he smiles after she does it. This contradiction alone can sustain the theory, but there's so many more bits of evidence that I also discussed, making it a theory that may seem really out there, but that doesn't mean it's incorrect. It's quite simply the only explanation for the hidden plot holes, but there are some flaws in this theory which I intentionally pointed out in part 10, such as how Mr. Lovat approaches Coraline's mother angry, but it was Vermin who she threw at the other mother, and then how it was Mr. Lovat who got Wybie to save Coraline from the hand, but then the cat appears and smiles at the key being thrown down. Also, when Coraline enters the portal for the final time, the cat stops, shakes his head, and suddenly has the ability to speak as if he's snapped out of being a normal cat. These contradictions are very minor and pale in comparison to the contradictions of there only being one cat, but these theory flaws still remain. So, since February, I have been writing out a list of possibilities that alter my theory. I mean, it's not like one cat is physically hopping up and replacing the other. That's just weird and too convoluted, and Mr. Lovat would have tried to tell Coraline. No, it has to be something that involves Mr. Lovat not knowing he's being changed. And they do change in an instant. which is why there is only one remaining explanation that, while incredibly convoluted, does in fact explain literally every plot hole away. The only remaining possibility that allows this film to function without plot holes, I kid you not, is that there is one cat, but two souls. I know, it sounds crazy, but it is the only explanation. The other possibility is that this film is simply riddled with tiny plot holes, but that route is no fun, and we also know it can't be the case because of the amount of work that's gone into this film. They accurately got the phone number area codes right, the license plate codes, it's ridiculous. If it sounds convoluted, believe me, it is not. The filmmakers of Coraline do exactly this kind of thing constantly. One cat, two spirits inside of it, Mr. Lovat and Vermin. At this point, we are all well aware that Mr. Lovat was resurrected by the other world's seeping magic, and we also know that Vermin is not really a cat. This pushes for the idea that Vermin, of course, has possessed Mr. Lovat in order to get closer to Coraline. Don't believe me? I don't blame you. This is incredibly deep into the lore, deeper than I've ever delved before, and we're not even to the seamstress's backstory yet, but I do think I have some more evidence for this shared body theory. In fact, my evidence is actually one of the points that used to be a contradiction: the shaking head. This shaking head is not the cat gaining the ability to speak from the portal, but rather him switching into vermin form so that he can lure Coraline into the concept of playing a game with the Beldam. This actually makes more sense than it being from him gaining the ability to speak. I mean, what would shake someone up more? Speaking ability or literal personality shift? He ends up switching back to Lovat due to shock when Coraline throws him at the Beldam, at which point he stops talking and starts making only cat noises as he rips out the Beldam's eyes. Holy crap, that's a neat detail I just noticed now. He doesn't say a word as he rips out the Beldam's eyes. He only seems capable of meowing as he does it, and then meows as he runs through the portal. Such a neat detail after he was literally just talking a moment ago. Only explanation for this. I'm sorry if it's convoluted, but it's the only possible explanation. I'm not the only one who's considered this. I had a bunch of people on part 10 propose the exact same idea. I'm not alone on this. It just seems too crazy to be true, but this whole film does that. So viewers, look into the mythology of cats. This film also loves symbolism, and I'm sure there's something on cats and possession. You guys are really good at this kind of thing. After all, it was you who proved my portal theory when you told me about the fairy ring. And once again, there's also the possibility that Vermin is not even the Beldam's son, and is in fact the original spirit of the other world who lured the Beldam down the well and corrupted her because he wanted to play an entertaining game, but I'll get back to that in a sec. So now onto the Beldam, the seamstress. We know she is not a legitimate spider, but she's clearly a fan of them because of how they are incredibly symbolic of a seamstress, elegantly weaving patterns and materials. However, the Beldam cannot create silk. She has identical teeth to that of a human, a similar skeletal pattern except for her lower half, which is entirely replaced by needles and thinning bone. Her upper body is quite malformed from the decades of deterioration, but she remains quite obviously human. And other than the 8 holes throughout her eyes, she shows no other indications of favoring the number 8, like spiders often symbolically do. She has 4 legs but 2 arms. She has 5 fingers on each hand. Even her legs don't follow the symbolically expected pattern of 8 edges. Some have 9, some have 10, some of her webs even have 12 sides. The webs seen in her sewing room and throughout the portal are real cobwebs and are created by real spiders, but that's not her. And her sewing room is real. It's not a fake creation of hers. It's a real room, wherever it truly is. This is because everything inside of it is stuff from her past life. Her sewing materials, threads, her sewing machine, all of it. And by the way, we know for a fact that she is born in the 1800s based solely off of the sewing machine, its style, and the fact that it is real. The doll is real too. It's not a fake creation. The enchanted sawdust life-powered soul sand, however, as I've said, is magically artificial, hence it eventually turning into cotton. This room appears to be an attic, a very old one, with an almost triangular ceiling. An attic room that seems to have been built a very long time ago for the Beldam. The ground is simply wooden planks, something indicative of very old times. The wallpaper is something old as well. Wallpaper was popularized around around 1800, once again proving how she was born in the mid-1800s. The mats on the floor appear to almost be old skins of animals, further implying that this room is all that's left of her past life from the old world of furs and pioneering. And I don't know where this room is. It's almost like it's in the real world, or it touches the other world, or it touches the real world. I don't know. It's either an in-between, or it's like the heaven of the other world, the spot where the Beldam creates everything, threads the world together. It's all done from this one spot. It's like a place above the other world, a completely separate location, one that I feel has very close ties to the real world, if not actually being in it. But it's old. Many of her buttons are mysteriously broken down, and she's old. Her main dress has clear signs of rats having bitten the edges over time. Cool to note is that the sewing room has green light like the study, even according to the literal script, so it must be tied to the study perhaps? I don't know, but these rooms I have constantly compared. Another question is the dungeon an actual place? The answer is I don't know. This video has a constantly shifting focus, but that's something we can discuss later because I don't have much evidence for it being real or fake, so I'll just hold off. But quite clearly the Beldam was a seamstress. I have this feeling that the Beldam had a clothing store or something, but the store we see in the movie was a renovated version of it. She does very observantly know the exact kind of gloves Coraline wants, and this clothing store and its establishment date seems to be a focus the movie has for some reason, but the dates are all screwy, meaning it would need to be a renovation when they moved new stores in. After all, the building would have been vacated after the Beldam's disappearance. According to the film's script, the tunnel to the other world has little toys and clothes in it because of the other kids who tried to escape. And this is a neat little tidbit of info, as it explains why we see such things as shoes of the ghost kids, some of their supposed toys, a dead freaking rat with red eyes, and right next to the otherworld door, we see, yes, the blue boy's outfit flipped inside out. That, or it's just quite faded, or it's just the lighting, but that pattern is undeniably familiar. And this is stop motion animation. The filmmakers would have had to physically create the shirt that they drew on the boy. Well, that outright proves it. The blue boy was a victim totally annihilated, as we've established, gone from the dungeon, perhaps never even having gone there. Weird little other things can be seen too. A glowing orb turns into what looks like a rotting child's body morphed into the side of the wall, but that could really be anything if you look at it hard enough. Speaking of the portal though, something I believe I've brought up before is how the books describe the portal as a moving, breathing, warm, fluffy thing, which later becomes moist and hot like a mouth, and ancient, far older than the Beldam. The books also claim it is conscious, almost like it's something's esophagus, let's say, which is interesting, to say the very least. I strongly believe it's because it has ties to the well, and some of the other qualities of the well tunnel are attributed to the portal. Basically, all accesses to the other world and the other world itself, even if morphed and portalized and altered by the Beldam, is old, and as I've been saying, is also alive. This is what further pushes me to assume that something is possessing Mr. Lovat the cat. I've been saying Vermin is the other mother's son, but really, it could be even just the Beldam, or, as I've really been hinting, the spirit of the other world. That enormous alien monster, the true villain, the one responsible for the Beldam being lured into the world and being corrupted. It feeds off of its own inhabitants, hence why the Beldam deteriorated at all. Now that's a bit mind-blowing, and may even be my main route. It makes a little more sense than the Beldam's son, since the only evidence I had for that was that the Beldam is very motherly and understands children on a very deep level. I don't even know, maybe the other world is the thing that turned her into a spider figure. It would explain why there's cobwebs all over the tunnel. If that's a part of something living and it's got cobwebs inside of it, maybe it is what turned her into a spider figure, because its theme is to do with spiders. Finally, the grandma is evil, but not in the way you think. Wybie feels hesitant about talking to Coraline about the missing children or the history of the Pink Palace because his grandma has specifically told him to tell Coraline nothing. This is basically just more evidence to support my older theory that the grandma let Coraline move in simply to save her grandson from being kidnapped. Well, That's all I've got this time, but I'll surely be back again, eventually. This video established a hell of a lot and explained lots of plot holes throughout my past videos. I hope you liked it. I'm the Theorizer. Subscribe. Hello, I'm the Theorizer, and I know I just uploaded another Coraline video a couple weeks ago, but this is a very important thing that I discovered in tandem with a viewer on Twitter. First, a quick analysis of evidence. If you aren't aware, Coraline, the animated film by the company Laika, is a movie that I've made so many videos on. It started with me looking at something I found bizarre, the well in the movie. It symbolically matches the portal between the two worlds, so I actually tried to connect them with logic and what the repercussions would be. This resulted in me going through the whole movie, dissecting the other mother's past, discussing how she may have been a human, and how there's possibly two cats trapped in one body, but both of them are not real cats. One of them is the spirit of Wybie's grandma's father, and the other one is either the son of the other mother or the spirit of the other world. An entity that deeply corrupted the Beldam, making her evil. So watch them all, they're my most intricate videos, but right now, the evidence at hand. On Twitter, a viewer came to me with odd images. After I went in part 11 and analyzed all of the important scenes, frame by frame for evidence, finding suspicious stills, so did they, and they found something shocking. Twitter user at OllieH19 did a frame-by-frame analysis of the scene right before the one I analyzed of the tunnel collapsing. They analyzed the part where Coraline kicked the Beldam's face back down into her web. These frame-by-frame screenshots prove one thing for sure, that, like I've been saying, the Beldam's face is not a skull. It's always looked like either ceramic or, as the viewer suggested, cracked china, which is basically that fancy ceramic pottery. This is very interesting because it even further proves my theory that she's a disintegrating human. She's replaced her primary dexterous extremities with her metal prongs and needles that she had in the other world's sewing room with her. She replaced her eyes with some of her sewing buttons, and she replaced her rotting face with, yes, some of her plates and dishes. They show signs of having broken down over the several decades. Obviously, I mean, this idiotic witch tried drilling buttons through them, but when Coraline kicks the Beldam's face, it outright shatters in half before she wills it back together. So what I did then was I took the images and brightened them up to see if I could find what was behind her mask. And what I found is either the most horrifying discovery I have to date discovered on this channel, or it's a blatant red herring and just so happened to be the way I brightened the image. Either way, I'm ready to share this now. When you screenshot the film the second before Coraline kicks the Beldam in the face, you get a brilliant close-up of the Beldam. I couldn't find as HD pics as this person could capture, and when I brightened it up very specifically, I saw a small circular dot in the corner of the Beldam's hair. It could be part of her spine, so I brightened some more, and got this. A very distinct imprint amongst blackness, very hard to find, and apparent with a second small circle just adjacent, like the eyes and facial pattern of a small animal we're familiar with. How horribly bizarre. Now, we know Mr. Lovat switched back to himself after being thrown at the Beldam, which is why the cat ripped out the Beldam's eyes, and then he ran back home, but Vermin, the possessing spirit, he vanished. Where did he go? Clearly he didn't go back to possessing the cat until the very end of the movie, so what happened to him here? Is he hiding with Mother Dearest? I was viciously intrigued by this, if it is in fact there, so I kept looking through the other frames. When Coraline kicks the Beldam, for a split frame, you can see yet another freaky thing crawl from the cracks of her face. Maybe if it was just one frame that had something attributable to the shape of a face in it, then I'd drop it, but now we have a second frame right after that shows a mysteriously brightened section with a small white angry-eyed dot crawling from her face mask. Horrifying looking. Now, all of this could be the evil spirit, or it could be nothing, but regardless, it's a terror to look at. But now, I have piles of explanations that tie together everything about the other world, the Beldam, and the cats. Referring back to part 11, I talked about how this other cat Vermin could be the Beldam's son. However, the only evidence I had for that was regarding the blue boy, who I later confirmed could not be her son. So what makes more sense at this point in time? Who is Vermin? Well, quite simply, he is the other world itself. The book is excellently in tune with this. It talks about the portal as a living entity, and by extension, the other world itself as a living entity. It talks about how it's far older than the Beldam, and this was what made me consider the Beldam being human and having entered it in the first place. So, if it's alive and it's older than the Beldam, what is the other world? Well, clearly we'd get to see who it is in the movie. It's Vermin, the other cat, the one who frequently goes to possess Mr. Lovat. It's what we see hiding with the Beldam, the beast that lured the Beldam into the other world for its own parasitic needs, the being that the Beldam harnessed into a portal, the cat she calls Vermin, the pesky, versatile, supernatural creature that was the reason the Beldam deteriorated to begin with. The other world sucks life out of those who enter it. Vermin. In a magical world where the Beldam can live forever by crushing the life out of people, why would she need to begin with, if it's magical? Because her life is being drained by the space around her. The Beldam cannot fully understand the cat. She cannot keep him out, because he is everywhere. As seen, especially with the portals. He is the physical embodiment of the other world spirit. The Beldam's replacement of her own body parts into a spider form makes her a better predator to feed the kitty. This is in part Vermin's doing, since he favors spiders, as we see in the fact that the portal, his actual throat, has cobwebs all throughout it. The sewing room is her only way out, her only bridge to Earth, and it is forever out of her reach. The Beldam isn't possessing Vermin. If anything, Vermin is possessing the Beldam. Vermin is the being that gets the doll to where it needs to go, not as a cat, but as an omnipotent and omnipresent entity. He doesn't take sides because all he needs is the Beldam. His possession of Mr. Lovat is sensible. After all, Mr. Lovat is the only person who would have died around the Pink Palace, and as we've said, he was brought back by the other world's seeping magic.
Shut up, be
He
right
was
back.
brought
I'll
back
still
by
be able to hear
Vermin
it.
so that Vermin could possess him and get close to the kids, so that Vermin could move around the real world too. The well is an esophageal passageway to the belly of a metaphysical beast, the other world itself. Vermin cannot leave the Pink Palace's environs as he is restricted to his massive extra-dimensional body, which leaves only 3 questions. What is Vermin? How old is he? And where did he come from? As pointed out on Twitter by user @Jellostun, the cat glares at the doll and knows it's evil. This would be because Mr. Lovat remembers his daughter bringing home a similar doll, but that's Mr. Lovat. Vermin, on the other hand, it's hard to find evidence of him existing in different forms many decades ago. Vermin is a being, alienated to us, a higher entity, something we perceive scientifically as an extra-dimensional alien, or something historical religions would perceive as a demon or the devil itself. A terrifying and sapient whole plane of existence, a parasitic land of soullessness that demands what it lacks: life. This plane of existence can warp time and space around the Pink Palace, creating all manner of portals and dilating time for those inside of his spatial plane, keeping the Beldam fed so he can be fed. She is a pointless and insignificant conduit of nutrients. She'll die without the kids because of the cat. And what would happen to Vermin should he fail to be fed? He'll lure in another person to become the next Beldam, and who better a fit than Coraline herself. So for those asking if it has a truly happy ending, no, it most certainly does not. And not because Coraline will be taken by the Beldam, no. The ending is horrific because the Beldam's dead, and because Coraline will become the next Beldam, being forced to drag in and murder little children for eternity as her body rots away without dying. Oh, well, I'm tired at the moment, but I'll make another part to this because I'm only clawing at the surface of this demonic feline. It's an alien because obviously it isn't human, though not a stereotypical alien, of course. Is it from space? I have no idea. Is it explained biblically? Probably, but I have no idea at the moment. I'll have to return again because this is possibly the biggest breakthrough I've ever made in a video. Until my very soon return to this, I'm the Theorizer. And so today, in what I hope will be the last time I hit this movie, I'm going to discuss the final theory I accidentally made when overcomplicating things for myself. Enjoy this Lovecraftian freak show.
You dare disobey your brother!
Hello, I'm the Theorizer, and happy pre-Halloween. We're on part 13. Yikes. Many of you have been telling me I've made too many Coraline videos, but you have to realize that the first 3 parts were a single theory, then the next 5 were all on one more theory. Same goes for parts 9, 10, and 11, so all in all, I've only made 3 or so major theories on this film. It just took a while to solve them, so I spread out the content. And for those wondering, the first 3 theories were on the well, the next 3 were theories on the Beldam, and the latter 3 were on the cat. Finally, with parts 12 and 13, we're solving the other world, and how we actually meet its character. All you need to know is that after making several videos trying to prove how the cat is possessed by 2 different souls, I finally realized that the cat, or at least one side of him, long story, is more powerful than the Beldam. In part 12, I finally realized that all of my theorizing was essentially dancing around one core concept, that the other world itself is alive. The books bring this up lots, and the Beldam hints towards it, and the world drains all who enter it. It is eating away at the Beldam, as we see with her deteriorated true state. The cat, or at least the side of him that doesn't care about Coraline, is this world. He's its personification. You guys were right when you commented on just how Lovecraftian this truly is. Even the Beldam, a 200-year-old seamstress who's experienced the majority of what we hear about in the movie, doesn't understand the world that she's in. This side of the cat, Vermin we shall call him, is a true neutral. He doesn't care about the Beldam. She is nothing more than the means to feeding him. She hates cats. She goes on and on about it. Understandable, since this otherworld spirit has possessed a cat. She hates it. She calls it vermin because she can't keep it out, because it's far more powerful than her. It's a parasite. The Beldam is living in a world that is completely parasitic, sucking away her life and forcing her to lure and kill innocent children against her own wishes. She'll die without the mess, she screams at the end, because something's killing her, slowly eating away at her own soul, the world around her. Vermin also seems to understand the other world and how it's a gravitational pocket dimension outside of space-time. Almost immediately after they traverse the other world, he explains it. And again, as mentioned last time, the Coraline books mention how the portal and world is an entity far older than the Beldam, and the portal is essentially implied to be its literal esophagus. The cat is the one who puts the doll where it needs to go, using its sheer omnipotence. The other world is a plane of existence, but it can think. It's conscious, it's smart, it's sapient. It's vermin, it's the cat. So that's the core point of my last video, but at the end, I brought up the answer to a question nobody wanted to ask. Is Coraline safe? No, she's not. And here's why. The beldam was very clearly an unwitting pawn. Who knows she's an unwitting pawn? She was lured into the other world and became the horror show we see today. She loves the kids and dramatically forces herself to kill them so that nobody will have to take on the even more terrifying role being the kidnapper themselves. She is drastically and painstakingly sacrificing herself for eternity in order to save planet Earth from the other world. She desperately doesn't want to subject anyone else to the extremely unfortunate fate she lives through every single day. And she visibly does love the kids. The seamstress has only killed 3 children over the course of her holding the title of beldam. She does it so that she doesn't die. She does it so that she can keep herself alive and the other world happily fed. Because if she doesn't, then another person will be forced to hold the title of beldam, the hand that feeds the cat, the intermediary that kidnaps souls for themselves to absorb so the other world can spiritually feast upon the intermediary. So the ending of Coraline is as dramatic as it is because the beldam is dead. During Coraline's escape from the seamstress is freaking out. If she dies, she knows that the next person who will hold the title of beldam will be Coraline. The cat has taken quite a liking to her. Coraline has just freed the few souls that the other world had left to feed upon, and along with that, Coraline has also allowed the other world's current abductor to rot away. The seamstress flips out, knowing Coraline's next, and the horror will persist, with a new poor person becoming the one who kidnaps and devours children. The end of the movie pans out as we see the seamstress's face in the garden before zooming out to the cat, who stretches, stares at the camera, smiles, and disappears as it prepares to entrance its next beldam. This also makes perfect sense in regards to the well scene. The seamstress freaks out when Coraline drops the key down the well because the key goes directly to Vermin, not her. Notice how
Almost done
Vermin
with this video.
then stares at
How you doing now?
Coraline, cocks his
Also,
head
how
to
do-
the
how do I-
side, and smiles eerily as the clouds
Hell
above
yeah, I
them
appreciate that,
literally
but,
and physically
real
part
quick, how do
as
you
Vermin
pronounce
instantly
your
kills
username?
the
Is
beldam,
it-
along with all of the
Wait,
portals
Kid
and keys
Ada
and traps
Love?
she's created,
Or
minus
is it
the
like
well, as it's his
Kid
body.
Ada Love?
Coraline is next.
Like, what is
the
it?
next beldam. The second
Kida-
the key goes down the well, the
Kida
other mother we all know and love
Delos?
stops
I don't know,
banging
man.
on Coraline's wall because she is
So many vowels, it's hard to
instantaneously devoured.
think how to pronounce it, 'cause
then
there's so
a
many different
question is
ways
remaining. Who was the
pronounce each
beldam
vowel.
before the 1800s seamstress? Well, judging from the location,
know,
it was
man.
most
Let
likely
me know.
some sort of First Nations
Spell
woman
it out,
who'd
you know what I'm
become
saying?
known as a horrific magical monster of the night. Perhaps one of the real-life folklore stories I mentioned before that the beldam is based upon. The other world is a Lovecraftian entity that has produced a fairly impressive infinite loop of cycling death for its own consumption. Before the Native Americans of Oregon, I don't know who took the title because I don't know where it came from. The books are on this wavelength of thought as well. The best and closest understanding I can have is that it came from space, as its whole theme is hyperdimensionality, and the well is a vastly deep hole that seems to have been penetrated by something from, above. People have even gone to compare Coraline to the story of It, one of the most notable being YouTuber The Fangirl. However, I always questioned it in the sense regarding the beldam and Pennywise and such, since there's no real connection truly, but I mind-bogglingly must acknowledge the connection I see in regards to the Lovecraftian aspect shared between the beast beneath the town in both Coraline and It. There's no true conspiratorial connection between those two stories, but it goes to show just how much this kind of theme is regarded as brilliant. Recently-ish, the author of the original Coraline, Neil Gaiman, has, on his official Tumblr, intentionally remained vague with answering most of the questions about Coraline's lore. But he did, however, suggest that there's a good possibility that there are others like the seamstress out there, which, to me, would indicate that in the past, the other world has had previous entities supplying it with what it needs. Perhaps the cat has even created portals elsewhere around the planet. It's a sad, scary thought. Then again, Neil Gaiman has also mentioned watching a Coraline theory on YouTube at around the time when the only main lore one there was mine, going viral at that exact time, and he called it completely mad but fun. So I appreciate being called a nutty conspiracy theorist. It is my striving passion in apparent life. Anyways, that's that. It's the furthest I think I could go here or really in any other direction with this movie. But I keep surprising myself with these weekly tests of logical reasoning, so I have no idea what the future holds for these videos. But if you want more, rewatch my previous Coraline theories. According to my comments section, half the people are pointing out that the well looks like a portal. You guys do know that the entire basis of these theories, part literal frickin' 1, had that concept as its central premise? People do that constantly when they watch my theories, constantly. I'm at a fault partially for presenting them in my bizarre and confusing fashion, but like they'll watch my video, try to understand what exactly I've said, and then they'll come to this brilliant revelation and they'll comment or make a video on it, without realizing that the revelation they've come to was actually just what I said in my video, and they managed to figure out what I was saying. But do you know what? I love doing this. Happy Halloween. Until next time, I'm the Theorizer. Woo!
Alright, that was awesome. That was awesome. That was awesome. Let's see if we can't find another video to watch. Let's see here.
Hello, I'm the Theorizer. This video is not a joke, okay? I want to make that incredibly clear up front because people seem to think that at first glance, obviously. In short, Mort from Madagascar has an extremely detailed backstory thanks to the spin-off show All Hail King Julian. I'm not sure what the writers were thinking when they made it, but it's unlike anything I've ever seen. I ended up finding a way to tie it back into the entire history of DreamWorks, and as of this moment I have made 21 videos spread across around 6 hours. I'm not even close to done either, but the first 6 parts contain the basics of what Mort actually is, and that's what this compiled video has in it. If you'd prefer the playlist, which does go all the way to part 21, I will link it above now. I'd say enjoy, but... Lately, I've been finding a lot of mystery in the most unexpected of places. Scrat is a terraforming alien, Gary is God, the trumpet guy from Shrek 2 is a cult leader, you know the drill. So imagine my surprise when I discover something that's actually up front with its peculiarity. This has been handed to me on a silver platter, and I couldn't be more grateful to myself. The Madagascar franchise is composed of 4 films, a few TV shows, and a litany of shorts. Throughout them all, we bear witness to characters of all sorts, including the most deeply disturbing, genetically
food,
anomalous piece of
None of it is
nefarious,
food.
uncanny terror.
It's tape and paper.
known
That's all
to
this is.
cinema. He tries to act cute and cuddly, but he does it maliciously. He knows people see him for what he
Unless
is,
you're a
and
fire,
yet he
no, this is
behaves
gonna be
childlike
good for you.
anyways, just to freak them out. His name is Death, for he is Mort the
You
lemur.
gotcha.
I was browsing the Madagascar wiki, as any sane person should do on a regular basis. I couldn't help but notice that there are a number of references in the TV shows that imply him to be wrong in every categorical sense. Thankfully, because of this, I finally have something solid to work with. Hello, I'm the Theorizer, and Mordecai is certainly not, unless he were to reap my consciousness from my body, which he cannot do. I'm immunized to him by nature of the fourth wall. Before we establish all he's done, I need to get the first big theory I have out of the way, that being the timeline of the canon. This is going to get very confusing very quickly because of the nature of the Penguins of Madagascar TV series, the likes of which a timeline placement is dubiously considered amongst even the writers themselves. They claim that people shouldn't care about its placement unless they are top-tier animation geeks with way too much time on their hands. Well, I'm neither. I'm an incredibly dedicated, incredibly serious, fictional theoretician, and I'm paid to do this. Brushing aside minor flashbacks like the intros to Madagascar 2 and the Penguins spin-off movie, or the short films which take place all over, the timeline essentially looks like this. All Hail King Julian is a prequel, followed by Madagascar the First. The Penguins of Madagascar Nickelodeon show is an outlier. Typically, the rest of the timeline would go Madagascar the Second, Madagascar the Third, and then the Penguins movie. But the Penguins of Madagascar TV show takes place in the zoo, with King Julian and friends there, meaning at least after film 1. The question then becomes, does it take place long after everything, including the fourth movie, or does it take place between the Madagascar films somehow, or in a parallel universe variant of where films 2 or 3 should be? It's tricky because all could work. If option number 1 is the truth, then it means the Penguins quit their spy jobs, and the lemurs quit the circus, and in the far, far future they all exist back in the zoo. If it's somehow between films 2 and 3 or 1 and 2, then it would mean the penguins and lemurs shunned the zoo gang and temporarily returned without them. The final choice is that they left permanently and stranded them either on Madagascar or mainland Africa, depending on when is more likely. The creators seem mixed on which of these is the truth, but for now, we focus on the characters. These 3 options, however, will come in handy later. It's most likely after everything, or a parallel reality, though. Now that we've theorized on the possible placements of the Penguins spin-off, we move on to the questions surrounding Mort. It is overwhelming, I assure you. First of all, Mort, he's not a child. He may look like a child. He may act like a child. He may sound like a child. But he is at minimum 35 to 50 years old. This is no joke. All Hail King Julian is weird. In fact, so weird that the crazy is just beginning. Mort is a Microcebus lahilahitsura on the outside, but the inside proves him to be far, far more sinister. He is a pot-belly pig. But that's not all. He's also part bear, part starfish, and, no joke, part spider. He also has trace elements in his genome of sand, cacti, copper, and sawdust, and it doesn't end there. He has a disturbing marriage history. He has not 1, not 2, but 11 ex-wives, and all of them are dead. He is also invulnerable and has superior strength due to his delusional and obsessed nature surrounding King Julian's feet. He's a yes man that eats glue, and he's such a quizzical little rat. Finally, it's revealed that whatever he is immortal and has the terrifying ability to suck the souls out of similar species, absorbing them into his mind and creating a split personality. Again, a lot to work with. With that said, clearly this will take some time. I recently stretched 5 seconds of trumpet playing during Shrek 2 into a 10-minute depth analysis. This time we have something solid. There is more Mort, there will be more content. This is going to be more of a documentary than a theory, be warned. There's more discussion and analysis here than hypothesis. I am aware that I will have to watch every single episode of Penguins of Madagascar and then every single episode of All Hail King Julian. I foresee that this endeavor could span at least a couple of years, which means I'd need to update you along the way. Thus, solving Mort will likely take a grand total of 15 videos, adding up to 4 hours. If I can condense it properly, of course. Based on my current current upload schedule, every third video I post until spring 2022 will be a Mort analysis. The question is, should I do this? I need an empty 230 square foot room to organize my thoughts because a single notepad clearly won't cut it, and I'll need to invest in 8 corkboards and around 250 meters of twine. The immediate true mystery is, what can I do with this now? From what I understand, there have been a couple of videos discussing Mort and a couple of Reddit posts. I refuse to watch or read them for fear of a skewed conclusion, and I don't know how serious or non-serious those discussions are to begin with. With that said, I can organize a battle plan for this miraculous hit piece. This is part 1, which means part 2 and 3 will also share the theme of highlighting evidence, with mini-theories along the way. I will spend the rest of this video looking at Mort's oddities within the Madagascar movies, and then spend video number 2 looking at him in Penguins, finally topping up the first trilogy with video 3, his strangeness in the prequel series. The second trilogy, videos 4, 5, and 6, would then need to begin cross-connecting the clues and formulating more major theories from the smaller ones. I'll probably spend one video on his Julian obsession, one video on his wives, and one video on his soul-sucking immortal and impossible genome. Videos 7, 8, and 9 I have a more strict plan for. They are going to be composed of past theories I am integrating in. 10, 11, and 12 I am going to connect them. I'll spend one video connecting Mort's mysteries to Over the Hedge, one connecting them to my Dubois analysis, and one connecting them to a final mystery film or straight up creating a grand unifying DreamWorks theory from what I've found. Which leaves us with 13, 14, and 15. I'm still debating whether or not I'll actually need the extra hour or extra 3 videos, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. There's also the matter of how this will perform in the YouTube algorithm. Now that you're all prepared for what's to come, we begin with the evidence you'll all be familiar with, Mort in the Madagascar films. In the first movie, we meet him. Mort is a small lemur obsessed with King Julian, and is sort of the opposite of King Julian's actual second-in-command, Maurice. Mort is used as a test to see how the New York animals will react to lemurs, and is generally hated by his peers. He plays a perfectly fine but intentionally annoying role in film 1. In the sequel, he clings to the plane and behaves oddly. He first parodies the Twilight Zone and then goes flying thousands of feet into the Mozambique Channel. He stubbornly survives and then is chased by a shark all the way to Central Africa, where he ascends a volcano and nearly falls in. The third film follows him joining the gang in the circus, where he, again, plays a lesser role, but he does end up shooting Dubois with a tranquilizer gun. He's dumb at times, rational at others, and sort of all over the map. This is what makes him questionable. Primarily, what the films are good for is proving one thing: Mort is not mortal. Our dear friend, the French Death, is indestructible. He looks malicious at first on the wing of the plane because it's probably one of his alternate personalities, more on that later. He rips it apart and causes the engines to fail, crashing the plane soon after. When he presumably flips back to the dumb old Mort persona, he falls off, sails thousands of feet into the Indian Ocean, and doesn't die. He is pursued by a juvenile great white shark and evades it, though it desperately chases him on land as well. Mort doesn't die, which is the first crucial chunk to the theory that from this point can only evolve. With that said, it can only get more insane from here, so should I? He's such an enigma that while writing this I was convulsing like a deranged artichoke. Speaking of the Soviet Union, it won't be long before I integrate Nana into this dissertation. Again, it'll probably be in the latter half of this journey, but everyone make sure you're caught up with my other DreamWorks theories, just in case. For now, though, subscribe so I know to make more of this, and comment Mort's odd moments from the shows and give me a little head start. Uploads may be scarcer a tiny bit here. My confused immune system has been attacking me for 2.5 years now, but it's gotten really agitated in the past month, and it's made me too anemic and unfocused to think to my fullest. But when I get my hemoglobin out of its 7 gram per deciliter hole, I assure you I will start critically thinking a bit better. And we'll be able to fully expose Mort as the war criminal he is. This was an establishment video, laying it all out on the table, solving the timeline, and looking at his film appearances. It only goes up from here. Until my next video in the coming weeks, I am the Theorizer. Oh yes, I'm really doing this. Everyone viewing this, welcome to part 2. What you are watching right now is the second part to what could possibly end up being a 15-part series, and I will link part 1 in the little card above now. It's only 10 minutes long, and it's a decent establishment video that attempts to organize what is to come. It's a prologue, and it truly highlights some of the things that Mort has done. In the Madagascar franchise, that is. Some people thought I was making outlandish claims about him in that video and not backing it up. I want to again inform you, those were not my claims. Those were literally things Mort is in the spin-off show. He does have like 12 wives. He is a soul sucker. He is genetically anomalous. I also do have some more news, though. The mystery series I will be incorporating into this, alongside my Dubois and Over the Hedge theories, might be my 8-part series on the lore of Shrek. That means the timeline theory, 4 Godmother theories, 2 Donkey theories, and the recent Reggie video will all be a part of this huge DreamWorks dissertation. We'll see how big this video, part 2, ends up being as well, and then we'll regroup. Before we begin, I also have updated news on the Madagascar timeline. From what I understand, Penguins of Madagascar, the TV show, does come after everything in the timeline because at the end of their movie, they meet up with the circus gang again in a post-credits scene I had missed. We see Julian and friends in a Madagascar crate during the Penguins TV intro sequence, but it's likely a scheme of some sort after breaking up with Sonia. So with that said, incorporating the shorts and once again excluding the intro scenes of Madagascar 2 and Penguins, our official timeline stands as All Hail King Julian, The Christmas Caper, Madagascar the First, Merry Madagascar, Madagascar the Second, Madly Madagascar, Madagascar the Third, the Penguins movie, and yes, finally the Penguins TV show. We've finally put a definitive and necessary close on the timeline. There seems to be an upcoming Hulu prequel show detailing the Zoo Gang as children, and that would be before everything, but it's irrelevant to Mort, and it's not even here yet. So now, people, do you know what time it is? I promised part 2 would be me detailing Mort's oddness in the Penguins TV show, but I just had to watch All Hail King Julian. I had to, and I watched all 6 seasons of it. It consumed the month of May. It's why I got no uploads out. So we'll do that first and highlight every bit of oddness in this video. Warning of a lifetime, I might need more than just one. Hello, I'm the Theorizer, and you can tell it's weird when this show is stranger than all of my other theories combined. It's made by different people, but it's canon still, so this will get interesting. It's basically like these writers are literally tempting conspiracy theorists. They load in as many offhand weird comments as possible and literally bait you into solving them. Silver platter granted to me, I swear to you. It's painfully self-aware. What they've done is crazy. Mort is like if my Patrick Star theories all came true. I'm not joking. He truly is a multi-dimensional identity absorber. This is quickly going to devolve into a rapid bullet point format of insanity. Any qualms I had about him just being delusional this whole time were obliterated with this show from the first moments when he tempts the Fusa with a high-key, dance? What this episode does try to explain is the feet. Julian rushes in and kicks the predators away with his dance, and Mort develops an obsession with his savior, King Julian, and the weapon of his salvation, his, feet. It might not be the true root of this obsession, though. We'll see later if it's a red herring or not. Here, Mort has suspicious intentions, and seems smart enough to evade death, and has love for Julian. We already know all of this. The show is full of that fast-paced, lazy joke slapstick, and yet it's also wildly inappropriate and amusing at totally random moments. This will also be a review of the show in some ways. In episode 2, he continues with the inappropriate references, and in episode 3, he authors a best-selling coloring book called 50 Shades of King Julian. When asked to keep a secret, he claims that he has voices that tell him to hide things until it's too late for people to stop him. In this episode, he also survives being eaten by a carnivorous flower and projectile vomiting way more than his body allows for. He is also blown up, crushed, carried away by a bird, and slammed into the ground from hundreds of feet. Again, the humor, it's so adult. There is no way kids wouldn't pick up on this. It's so constant. In the following episode, people literally get drunk from partying, and in episode 5, the Fusa engage in a proclaimed mating ritual to create a new species. It's absolutely crazy. There's this evil Fanaloka named Carl, who has an intimate relationship with his purring pet cockroach.
The show is self-aware, and Mort is always this show's test subject. The characters seem to already know he's indestructible, and they send him into dangerous situations constantly. Mort thinks Julian has exploded near the end of episode 3, and proclaims that no matter how much Julian runs, he will put him back together, and they'll live with each other forever and ever. A whole new level
good
of
voice, actually.
disturbed. Packed with lore as ever, the end of the episode seems to reveal that there are certain gods in the sky who respect the denizens of Madagascar. This is our first true taste of the supernatural in this show, and it might come in handy down the road. Still, we're only a few episodes in. This is going to drain me in the best way possible. But back to episode 4, Mort is behaving and speaking a little more intensely while doing a security check on someone. He wears a glove on his head, and it transforms him. From what I've read on the wiki, I'm fairly certain I know what this is, but I'll delve more into that later, because if I theorize now, it'll just be answered later and the time will be wasted. Basically though, Mort spontaneously changes personality, accent, appearance, and still notices that the feet look different today. In the 5th episode, he claims the feet haunt his dreams with pleasure. Mort seems to be lucid no matter how dumb he behaves. He has slightly violent tendencies too, I've noticed, to go along with his indestructibility. He says crazy things while self-aware, proclaiming Julian and Maurice's argument as a mommy and daddy fight. But pause on Mort for a second and let's go back to those sky gods the lemurs worship. When episode 7 begins, they play a boombox and clouds roll in, seemingly confirming the existence of those deities, but I have to theorize a little bit here, bear with me. Because one episode prior, King Julian's bodyguard, Clover, goes on a vacation and she meets a very strange spiritual guru inner peace guy named Sage, who, when he heads off, whistles and a massive bird carries him away into the sky. Could this little bit of oddness be tied to the sky gods? We'll need to see if this sort of thing ever shows up again, because Sage's supernatural aura could tie to these sky gods and Mort can tie to them, thereby possibly answering some things. Because Mort and these deities are the two main supernatural elements of this show, from what I've seen so far. You know, aside from this lizard oracle, this show is chaotic neutral. Julian tries to fix his boombox so as to reconnect with Kevin, the god of precipitation, with the help of a small teneric named Timo, who claims Julian's family is inbred. Inappropriate kids show, but there's your single explanation for Julian's behavior. Inbreeding. Timo fixes the boombox with mechanical skills and becomes their scientist. He works out of a crashed USSR space pod. While he fixes the boombox to reconnect with the sky gods, Mort tries to summon Rain with a song of his own and flings sticks into the sky. He suddenly screams, "Sun!" and then the sticks return stab him perfectly with maximum force. It's possible that he's an enemy of the sky gods and may not even know it. When they bring back the boombox to summon Kevin, Mort screams that the boombox is undead like a zombie and panics. You have experience with that too, Mort? In a previous episode, we saw Mort's X-ray, but here, a blow dryer seems to go through his mouth and out his butt real quick, so which is it? Normal anatomy or anomalous? When he invites the local oracle into his home, he has a very odd demeanor and offers her a lotion made of his own tears. In this episode, episode 7, everyone sort of talks to themselves and acts if they have voices and identities, but Mort, as usual, takes the cake when he gets in the bathtub with the oracle and claims they'll be sisters forever. They borderline portray him as Annie from Misery, as creepy as maximally self-aware as possible. They play the creepiest music as Mort disappears and then reappears with a blonde wig on and treats her like they are sisters. Something's going on here. Something tells me this is a soul the wiki had referred to, one he absorbed. I'm getting ahead of myself. Next episode, Mort bullies Maurice and then joins a monarchy rebellion group who manipulates him into creating good art to convince others of rebelling. Based off of the things he's drawing, I'm quite sure he knows he's being manipulated. He flips back and forth, eats dog meat and vomits it up. He knocks a ton of cacti over on them. He knows he's irritating them. In episode 9, he's scared, then bold, then claims he saves cake for his cheat days, and then things finally hit their stride and unravel in the season 1 finale. We're going through this quick and I'm taking notes real quick. First, Maurice claims that he's just a co-star, implying he knows he's on a TV show. Then, Mort hits back with the innuendo saying he'd love to eat the yummy King Julian.
But the finale's true purpose is what shocks me most of all and answers many of the oddities so far. You see, there's this cove of wonders near their kingdom where tons of stuff washes ashore and they find coffee. Julian gives it to the kingdom to improve productivity, and Mort tries chewing the coffee because he's stupid and he screeches about how he has a drinking problem. The kingdom starts losing it, and then, literally right after this show jokes about conspiracies of super intelligent Middle-earth government corruption, the most actually unexpected left field answer to all of this madness emerges from the shadows. Mort walks in with a monocle on and a British accent, claiming coffee has had a drastic effect on him, making him extremely intelligent for as long as it's in his system. I believe Mort, being this small and having that much coffee, has had this crazy hypermetabolic effect that cranked him way past being hyper and basically acted as a drug unlocking his brain. I can't tell if this is just a more intelligent Mort or a new personality altogether, but smart Mort does claim he loves King Julian just as regular Mort does. It's soon revealed that the evil Carl guy set up the coffee to take over the kingdom with caffeine addiction. Smart Mort helps save the day, claiming normal Mort is barely competent. He convinces all of Carl's guards that they should be unsatisfied with their current healthcare plan and that he can help them form a union to negotiate a working wage and retirement plan. I am not joking. This is like the culmination of every whack theory I've ever posted on this channel, and I'm made for this. Carl's workers turn on him and Mort slowly degrades back and forth before becoming obsessed over the feat once again. The day is saved and season 1 finishes, but the show is not nearly over, and my theories are truly just now beginning. In season 2, Mort keeps being crazy and playing along with jokes, including when he spontaneously summons an organ out of thin air and says he won't explain how he did it. The second episode is one massive social commentary after another, and the third showcases Mort's creepiness when his voice deepens. It's so romantically disturbed. He brings out the blonde wig again and then tries to make a self-aware joke by saying, "Denial isn't just a river I heard about, apparently." He claims he's been in strange love before. Or is this a separate wig persona? We meet Clover's sister, Crimson, and she almost gets married to Julian, who objects and claims he's having an affair by loving his kingdom more than her, causing her to dip out and team up with Julian's uncle, who is trying to reclaim the throne. More later on that. But the reason for Mort's wig here? He's the flower girl of the wedding. He behaves differently, I swear. It's not the Mort we're used to. By episode 4, things start to get weird again when King Julian is given a pineapple and tricked into believing it contains the knowledge of all kings prior, after he rips apart the beach ball of baby lemurs and tells them to go home and atrophy like normal children. What? Mort gets jealous of the pineapple's closeness to Julian and dreams of mutilating it. His worries aren't baseless, as Julian claims to spoon the pineapple at night. Mort kidnaps the pineapple and ties it to a chair while putting on a villainous accent and stroking his tail like a villain would stroke its cat. This is almost certainly another persona. So now we've got Smart Mort, the Misery Mort, this Mort, I'll catalog it later. They all seem to share the same motivations, like Mort has influenced them, but at their core they are not our Mort. Mort hallucinates that the pineapple is sentient and mocking him. When approached about his kidnapping of the pineapple, his inner monologue panics and then suddenly his face changes, and another Mort responds to the inner monologue followed by another, and another, and then one of them says, "I thought we were alone in here." They are now quite distinctly escalating the voices in his head from joke status to mystery status. To escape the confrontation, Mort spontaneously vomits excessively before regretting the sadness he's brought to Julian by kidnapping the pineapple. He tries returning it and evades some Fusa by tempting them with his little dance again. The sky gods perform a deus ex machina and strike down the Fusa with lightning, but Julian seemingly dies in the ensuing madness and appears in limbo where the pineapple some friggin' how proves itself to actually be sentient, unless this is just his subconscious. Just before he reawakens, Mort claims, "He looks so peaceful. I can have his body, right?" He says it in the creepiest possible alternate accent. Who is this now? Is it really Mort? Regardless of the pineapple's sapience, the episode ends when Mort crushes it with a sledgehammer. Next episode, he makes an intentionally creepy drawing of Julian, and to top it off, helps introduce money into the kingdom.
He immediately becomes a loan shark who cons people within seconds. I'm not sure if his cleverness is him or another persona. He manipulates the entire population of the kingdom and creates devil deal contracts in which people sell him their souls or their babies. Again, this isn't my interpretation. This is all word for word in the show. He then promises Julian money if he sells his body to him by having Mort go on a date with his foot. What the Everyone starts dying off because he hoards the money as a tycoon, culminating when Mort says, "Game over," and reveals he thought he was playing Monopoly the whole time. Next episode, Sage comes back and we see the huge hawk again, who he claims is his spirit animal. Other than that, there is still no evidence Sage has relations with the Sky Gods. In the 7th episode of Season 2, Mort claims he's always off in his own world before his eyes split apart. This is in an episode amongst rigorous political innuendo regarding Julian's ancestor, Julian the Terrible, who is later struck with lightning, presumably by the gods, before disintegrating. Crazy show. Episode 8, though, is top-tier Disturbed, when Mort is so desperate for Julian's love that he convinces him he's secretly been his son all along. Mort then pretends to be a baby, and embraces it to the point that I think it might be yet another personality. It's uncanny and bizarre. When Julian asks Clover to be the mommy, she picks up Mort and his accent changes again when he calls her hard and bony. You guys were right. This show takes years off your life. I feel my soul just leeching away. This episode ends up doing crazy stuff, including a pageant Karen named Tammy, who hypnotized her infant son, but the moral of this episode is this: Mort is actually older than King Julian is. We knew this before, but I want more explanation of this, and I just know I'll be getting some eventually. This show overall feels like one of those episodic comedies, but the writers have an absolutely phenomenal respect for continuity, better than some dramas I've seen. This makes it easier and deliberate. Commendable. But then in episode 9, Mort inhales Julian's aged toenail clippings to track him like a bloodhound. You know, it's funny. Many times now I've made a joke when writing notes here, and then seconds later it happens in the episode. Just goes to show how off the wall this really is. It is as crazy as my craziest theories. Mort attacks the guy who kidnapped Julian in this episode and literally tears apart his face until he looks thrice his initial age. It can't even. In episode 10, Julian reaches down Mort's esophagus and pulls out a live butterfly and a skeletonized human arm. In the following episode, Mort is his usual chaotic self, but we also see a monkey from the USSR who crashed on Madagascar from outer space, and he's still alive. He then returns home where the USSR flags are still in full effect, meaning Madagascar might take place in the 80s. I need more before solidifying it though. In episode 12, Mort tries out to be Julian's rebound advisor after Maurice leaves. Mort pretends to be French, then sophisticated, and then really suggestive. He licks his finger and sizzles it on his buttock. Are these more personas? Well, the snazzy one wears the same wig as the misery altar, so maybe? It's hard to tell as he admits he's faking it. In Julian's time of need, the pineapple's ghost reappears to him. Still unclear whether it's an advisor from the heavens, Julian's conscience, or something to do with the Sky Gods. I don't know. In episode 13, Mort once again pulls the mommy-daddy card on the main characters. Weird perspective. Episode 14 is relentlessly rife with religious commentary when the existence of the Sky Gods is finally questioned. Suddenly, one of the gods appears, but it's just a robotic ploy by Carl to kill Julian, so they build a counter-robot and Mort attacks back. Will we ever learn the truth of the supernatural? This show's having an identity crisis and it thinks it is The Leftovers. But, near the end, a massive cloud does fly down and immediately back up after raining and electrocuting, proving, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that these gods do exist. In episode 15, Mort becomes the face of Julian's new nightclub, Club Moist. He dances up on stage like a chick from the Roaring 20s, singing about how Julian's feet make him weak, and everyone applauds Mort for being so moist. They rename him to Pork because he's tender, sweet, and smoky. He celebrates by raving about how he's a non-kosher meat. He attracts lemurs from all over the kingdom when he sings about bunions. This is another personality. I dare you to pull it up on Netflix and watch for yourself. Mort wishes to be used,
words from his own mouth. In the season 2 finale, Julian thinks he's dying, so Mort keeps giving him sponge baths and rectal thermometers. Onward to season 3, but be warned, everybody, this is when things start to actually get weird. What you've seen so far is literally nothing. Inappropriate messages abound about selling bodies, holes, and bloomers. The 2-part premiere follows everyone saving Julian again, who's been kidnapped by pirates this time. Mort, as per the usual, tracks with conviction so intense he eats Julian's footprints. He organizes a battle plan as if he's some sort of warlord, maybe another persona. When they find the ship, all of the other pirates recognize Mort as Dread Pirate Mort, the nemesis of this ship's captain. Last they met, they were fighting for the love of Empress Galeria off the jagged coast of Fouche. He has a painting of the battle on his wall at home, and he screams, "For Galeria," before owning the other captain. Mort calls the other pirates mere children and doesn't object to the notion that he'd kill at least 5 people a day during his pirating years. Then, he shows off his true supernatural capabilities when Clover dangles Julian like a carrot on a stick above Mort, causing him to sprint on the water and drag their boat behind him. When Julian's parents return, Julian is thrilled, but the others are not, and Mort suggests they eliminate the parents and make it look like an accident. Apparently, he knows a guy. Everyone finally just asks Mort, what the hell is wrong with him? And he says a lot of stuff before splitting his eyeballs again. When they decide to focus on older hobbies, Mort claims his favorite hobby is making wigs out of stolen hair. Fucking McFuck. Maurice's only hobby is taking care of Julian, who's the closest family he has. Mort interrupts and proclaims that he's outlived all of his relatives. It's like he's flaunting his eeriness at this point. He suddenly forgets Clover even exists for a moment, and then we see into Julian's nightmare. And the second it popped up, I knew what they were doing. I just about died from throwing my body into the wall, aghast with shattered expectations. Nope. No. Nope. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. What?
What? Why are you talking backwards?
You know, this actually makes about as much contextual sense as the work it's based on. So this is directly parodying Twin Peaks, and just when I thought they wouldn't go there, they did exactly that. By the way, I did reverse Mort's speech, and he basically just says here, "Let's do this. From where we come from, there's always mangoes in the air." Reference to something that itself makes sense to the subconscious of maybe a sleep paralysis demon. From what we've seen, I must admit, Mort is the best one for this portrayal. A pineapple even flies by, once again pulling a leftovers by hiding whether or not this fruit spirit is just in his dreams or if it's really a spiritual mystery box. Mort later obsesses over Julian having dreamt of him and calls him a lover. Julian hallucinates Mort getting eaten by a shark, and Mort somehow is aware of this. Can he read minds? Mort helps make Maurice cry just to mock his emotions. Mort brings up that guy who makes people disappear, again, on deaf ears. At this point, we've reached episode 5 of the 3rd season, and Mort's back at it with that glove that makes him aggressive. He sniffs it and laughs evilly, presumably knowing that it will summon his altar like last time. We are met with more and more fourth wall breaks than ever, and Mort severely dislocates his rib and cranks it back into place maniacally. By the way, it's revealed that there's an uprising of sentient bells that plan to reclaim Madagascar from beneath the ground. Apparently, Mort does have experience with zombies, as we jokingly asked before, because in episode 6 he has a tea party with one. In episode 7, Mort romanticizes Julian again and then gets abducted by aliens after praying to the sky gods. Psychic lizard lady uses her telepathy and sees it was just some researchers tracking lemurs. They barcoded Mort. This proves that the lizard truly is magic though, and she can read minds quite clearly, so there is some supernatural in this show. Mort sifts through every personality type we've seen yet while going through this episode. Maybe they were out researching him for his anomalous psychology. They do chip him the following night, and everyone rescues him later, learning that humans exist in the process. So yes, this episode is crucial, but I question why they wear hazmat suits in Madagascar. Mort then eats a bucket of tracking chips, of course. Everyone else hides in the bunker, and when the main characters get back and they cannot find anyone, they think all of the kingdom raptured to the sky god's heavens. The psychic lizard laments about being left behind. This show thinks it's The Leftovers again. In episode 8, Mort pretends to be a butterfly so he can start a war by firing mangoes at innocents from the air. Turns out the real butterflies are all psychopaths and were just waiting for a reason to attack, so now they have it. War happens, socio-political commentary, they kill the queen, happy ending, and then finally, we get the next true reveal episode. Sort of. Julian wants fast food for the kingdom. Mort helps out. He claims he was born 5 years premature. His grandmother left him a huge tank of healthy food. He puts on a deep voice that sounds nothing like himself. Actual anti-falsetto headass. It gets crazier. Way crazier. They run out of food, and Julian asks Mort to remember how they can get some more. Mort panics and screams he forgets everything his granny told him because it was 50 years ago. Julian screams, "How old are you?" And then Mort's inner voice, himself, says, "Come on, Mordecai, you can remember," before he suddenly sees his granny. She is the one with the blonde wig, from what I can best tell. He's pulling some sort of Bates Motel altar. He communes with her memory somehow. Julian slaps him and asks who he's talking to. Mort intuits the recipe for fast food and loads a bunch of discarded junk into the food tank and creates food again, but then it becomes a huge metallic black hole of sorts that sucks everyone in until Clover saves them. So we know Mort's granny has some answers to the madness. I need to see more of her, or Smart Mort, to get some true theories going here. Mort wants to eat a scorpion, but his mouth won't open wide enough. He slurps it up anyways. The scorpions crawl out and he consumes them again. It's now episode 10, more political commentary. This one is really trying hard to make itself obvious. Not particularly one way or another, but the show undoes its own lessons and just mocks literally every aspect of various situations through a lens of lemurs. The jokes also have reached the point of being as edgy as Total Drama Island, but slightly more veiled. In episode 11, Mort claims he had a homeschool prom with his granny. Cue to him making out with her in his mind. He wakes up and screams, "What year is this?" with a wig on. He references his grandmother again in episode 12, when he quotes her as saying, "Set the butterfly free, and if it gets caught in the spider web, there's gonna be a whole bunch of spider babies come springtime." He then flips upside down with a horrific grin on his face and crawls around the room cackling like an evil spider. He's beaten to near death by a huge wildebeest and is fine. He explains this, claiming he's part starfish, and that he can regenerate so well once he grew back his own head. They literally just explained part of his seeming invulnerability. They did it for me. This is, once again, like if my Patrick Star theories came to life. If he's a starfish, then he almost certainly is also part spider based on what we just saw earlier there. He doesn't lie. He's serious. Everything is appallingly true. He gets the snazzy voice on again when he says, "I'll do what you want. You don't have to poke me with a stick. Unless you want to." He gets sucked into a reel of tape, compressing him into the cassette, but he's a starfish, so that's fine. He's fine, obviously. Clover gets hurt, and she appears in the White Void, where Pineapple greets her and brings her one of her deceased relatives. Clover knows Kung Fu, like the panda variety, and her grandmother taught her before dying. This then clearly is Limbo. It's not all in Julian's mind, as Clover never met Pineapple. The pineapple is just the random form the king's spirits decided to take after people joked about it really being the case. It truly is supernatural. This has ramifications. Pineapple claims he made an interdimensional bet, and he fears he will lose it. We later confirm for good that this is the afterlife, and a bunch of fruits rule over it as they watch a cage fight between Clover's grandma and the man who killed her. This just leveled up. I'm sort of blowing all my theories now, but I really damn think these fruits are the sky gods. Or at least what Julian has interpreted as sky gods. They call heaven Frank Rila, and this is later revealed to be Frank Rila, and the Frank Rila is the sky god's heaven, etc. Interpretation. Finally, in the season 3 finale, Julian wants to map all of the universe, and Mort claims he's from a planet named Futicus Majora in the far reaches of space. He could be pretending, not lying, but pretending. This is, after all, just a pretend map, and Julian says get your own solar system. But what if he's not kidding? This explains everything and nothing at the same time. Alien Mort. In this finale, everyone builds a wall to keep out the other species. They launch all of the Madagascar kingdoms out with a catapult, and then the various other kings all rally under a mysterious overseer that plans a revolution, revealed to be none other than Mort. Julian, in his direst time of need, sees the ghost of Pineapple, who's in rough shape because he lost his bets and he owes everyone money. Julian dismisses his advice as greeting card sentiment and walks away. Mort doesn't like leading a revolution, but I'm pretty sure another personality stepped into the job because he rallies all the kings to invade and proclaims how everyone has to go for the males first, sell the children, and, quote, "The women." Oh, the women. We always treat with respect. You never know what's him or his alter egos, and this is putting me in a tight situation. I need to cut it here because this is quite possibly the longest individual theory video I have ever posted. It might break my 25-minute limit, and I need probably 2 more. Yes, this is still all only part 2, and now it's been split into 3 sections so I can edit it all in time. I'm going to edit the next one now really quick and get it out ASAP, so absolutely subscribe and stay tuned because season 4 is easily when things become Mort's show. All of our questions are seemingly answered, and finally, my theories can begin to flourish. Until next time, I'm the Theorizer. Everyone, make sure to watch the prologue to this huge theory first, and then the big first section of evidence. You are basically on part 3 right now. Technically it's part 2, section 2, but for the sake of the algorithm, I'm going to call it part 3. I will link parts 1 and 2 above now as a playlist that I've made. For those who are prepared, it's time for season 4 of All Hail King Julian. We are halfway through the show. Mort starts off the premiere by getting his own TV show called Still Life with Feet, where he mimics Bob Ross and draws Julian's feet. He also, of course, wears the blonde wig again and actually shows us another wig he's woven out of the stolen hair he mentioned from before. Clearly, this is something all of the personalities enjoy doing. More people mock Maurice until he runs away bawling, "I have feelings!" Mort fears that Julian can somehow hear his thoughts and he panics, worried they will betray him. We're getting close to some answers. I can just feel it. A couple of characters rob the kingdom, and during it, they have an odd conversation about friendly, non-weird wrestling. When they're arrested, they get put in a prison cell where Mort also resides, and he says the crazy line,
Orange is the new you. Wanna wrestle? As long as it's weird.
Creepy as hell. Another persona. You see, this show is crazier than even the worst SpongeBob, and yet it has incredible consistency. I've said it before. This makes it truly Disturbed. It's a show that pretends to be a kid's show, and that's what makes it so eerie. But it actually is a kid's show, so it's very unsettling. Mort finally describes his inner imagination world in episode 2 when he says nobody ever gets hurt there, most of the time. I want to see this world, Mort. Later, everyone puts on a massive act and he plays the bad guy. He relishes in this and darkly chuckles with glee. Another persona? He gets a little too into it and lowers them all into a volcano while laughing like a maniac. Later, it is implied that he is faking it though. In episode 3, he once again shows his artistic ability when he paints a phenomenal image of Julian, and Julian, of course, calls him a vulgar little mutant. Mort asks,
When's lunch? I haven't eaten in like a month.
Ah, a self-sustaining system, perpetuating the Lovecraftian take yet further. He claims he's real good at smearing stuff, and that he has parties with organic mannequins of his friends. What Mort has is an obsession with Julian. It sure ain't love, and I don't know if I'd necessarily call it fetishization either. It's an obsession. He has another internal discussion with a personality. This time, it seems to be his inner artist. Our Mort loves the feet, the artsy one does not. Important distinction. Everyone stares at him in creeped confusion.
I can't tell if the personality is coercing Mort or taking over Mort. It rotates. Lots more social commentary and sophisticated critique of the avant-garde. He eats fruits whole, but that's all pretty normal, of course, for this show. In the corner, we once again see his home planet painting. Funny, I was just about to say his obsession was alien and fueled by a desire to return to his home constellation. His goal in this episode was to paint Julian the way he truly sees him. His house is full of foot art, and he wants to mount the real deal eventually. Julian finally grants Mort foot access, and Mort screams, "I love you, the feet!" He throws his face and tongue all over them. See? He butchers grammar and says the feet as if it's an individual entity he's obsessed with, not some sort of usual atypical attraction. He hates other feet in comparison to Julian's, but he'll take what he can get. In episode 4, he has a minutes-long fart. He refuels by breathing in, once again proving him to be a hollow entity in essence. He wishes to be first on the sacrifice list and actively demands danger. He kicks out another sacrifice to take his place and says, "I'm first on the list. Read it and weep, Gramps." He's talking to Hector, an elderly lemur in the kingdom. I was all like, "Aren't you older than him, Mort?" And Hector literally follows it up with, "You're older than me, Mort." See? Usually I have to highlight continuity like this, but here they are, seconds later confirming it for me. Accommodating show. So anyways, they catapult Mort far off the island, and then he suddenly appears right next to them, changed. So when his alters come into the light, they can teleport him? This rabbit hole is degrading me. Mort says he floats real good because he swapped all his parts for wood years ago. The other character I do want to highlight is the only one I enjoy more than Mort, another supernatural one that can aid in our mission here. That character is Todd. He is freaking hilarious. He's this little pageant boy who's always commanded around by that insane Karen soccer mom I mentioned before, Tammy. She's nuts and screams his name, and he always stares blankly into space with the utmost creepiness until called upon by his mother, at which point he does something random but extremely talented. In this episode, he highlights his paranormality when he walks vertically down the side of a chest. Everyone's rightfully scared of him. His mom claims he can be activated, whatever the hell that means. His default face is brainwashed, though, so I can certainly guess. He has this horrible, evil attack face that looks demonic, and then, in this episode, Tammy finally explains it. She laughs villainously, and no f***ing joke, claims that they can only stop him by driving a stake through his heart while a priest recites a ritual. Todd is possessed by a demon. She screams at him to let go of Maurice's jugular, and he goes back to Catatonia. He looks like Mort and is important. This baby lemur is a key to a lock I haven't come across yet. But back to our good pal Mort, who disturbingly locks mannequins inside of his house and drops a boulder on it to put them out of their supposed bizarre misery. He puts on the wig again and plays some drums. Seconds later, though, he's back to our Mort, and I can't tell if he's right here hallucinating identities around him or what. He spoons sand and then pulls a cannon out of thin air. Dread pirate, I say. People around him don't even question how he apports things anymore. Mort calls Julian handsome, but I know better. It's a twisted obsession. Even when he laughs normally, the subtitles default to calling it evil. Let it be known. Episode 5. Mort twerks on a pole to seduce a rooster. During alleged sensitivity training, Julian calls Mort a fun-sized trash goblin, and Mort loves it. Also calls him a worm-riddled peach pit and a second-hand donkey puppet, which Mort enjoys as well. Carl wants to keep Julian on his toes, to which Mort says, "Don't even look at his toes." Julian kicks him, as per the usual. Here we also get a shot of one of Carl's side hustles, which is freelance religious work. He screams, "The power of the sky gods compel you," at Todd, causing him to float in midair and then thrash around. Demon child. I'm getting exhausted already. I mean, there's so much. And then a lot of weird shit happens at once. Mort suggests that the Fusa have resorted to cannibalism. Mort implies he likes eating live chicken. Maurice lays an egg. Mort falls into a deep fryer and instantly turns into popcorn, then back again. Episode 6. More Mort madness. I think he somehow gets onto the mainland and then returns via parachute.
A fork stabs him straight through the head, and he asks if something's burning, so clearly Mort has a brain, right? One that can be affected similarly to a human's. He later rolls around in an onion patch to protect from werewolves. There's some unique commentary in this episode on cults, and Mort gets hypnotized into being the evil cat of an evil, sophisticated crocodile who tries to usurp the kingdom. The show gets very, very, very weird. Mort then meows like the supposed cat he is. Probably genetic. I doubt it, but we shall see. Mort turns his head 180 degrees. Is he part owl? I doubt it, but again, we shall see. And it persists here as Season 4 is pure insanity. Episode 7. Mort claims nobody ever asks about him unless he's under investigation. Based on his track record, it's certainly clear he's malicious indeed. Multiple arrests are quite likely in his past. Mort is asked if his family has had inbreeding, and he says he's his own grandfather. We soon learn that his dad was a bear, and from what I understand, we eventually meet Grammy Mort's husband, so clearly someone is lying somewhere. Does this inbreeding mean Mort has time traveled? We're in very close proximity to the bombshell episode, yes, but I don't know. Next up, Mort swims in a tub of toenails and squeals, "Give it to me," as he fills his mouth with them. Tammy starts speaking in various extinct tongues when she presumes someone around her is possessed by a demon. She has clear experience with Todd. Mort then counters the notion that he breathes through his mouth when he dives in a pool and claims his gills are clogged with drain hair. This means he is also part fish. Mort panics and needs to consult his inner voices. One of them calls him Mortimer and tells him not to blow it. This new name counters when he called himself Mordecai and brings up the possibility that he just adds stuff onto his name quite randomly. But his original name is just Mort, which, as I've said many times before, is Latin for death. Several more Morts show up in his mind and show that they've got a whole system in this psychotic inner world. They're starting to truly build on Mort's lore, finally. He gets married to Pam, a woman who tries stealing the throne. They accuse Mort of being a completely unknown species, to which he replies he's fully aware that he's a medical marvel whose father was a bear. So much is going on now, it's madness, and they're revealing things about his genealogy. Remember Sage? Yeah, his huge bird comes crashing into a rock and he heals it with magical tears. His last name is Moondancer. He has got to have Sky God relations somehow. Maurice claims to be surrounded by crazy people, and that is very sadly true. Turns out Pam illegally married Mort and is a con artist. Turns out she also married that zombie who then reconnects with Mort and goes on a cruise. Mort, all done up in his usual blonde wig. It can't get any crazier, but I positively know it will. Episode 8. Mort is leaking something. Later says he burst an artery as well. Also raises his eyebrows, winks, and says he'll take some fine-tunage if we know what he's saying. Pop culture commentary abounds in this episode. Mort thrusts the air, zero exaggeration. Then he roasts someone and later says, "Oh, I can handle this. Happy to do it, in fact." He nefariously chuckles. Another persona, I'm losing it. There's so much. I mean, I just can't. What? So you're telling me? No. We focus on Mort and the supernatural that surrounds him. Now is not the time for Puss in Boots. Shrek may tie in later, but for now, this makes no sense. Moving on. Episode 9, he's electrocuted, showing he does have a skeleton once again. It is implied that Mort helped brainwash some of the citizens, but finally, we've made it to the episode where everything that they've ever built up unravels. The beginning of not just this show's madness, but what it does from now on, which is sci-fi madness. Absolute pure insanity, and why I'm making the theory. Season 4, Episode 10. You seriously all have to watch this one for yourselves. They don't even stall the inevitable that is this episode. Julian has that science dude, Timo, build a cloning machine so that he can love more of himself. He does, and various Julians of different personalities come strutting through. Lastly, a female Julian pops out and Julian falls in love, making Mort jealous. Mort loves her feet too, though, and thus he finally loses it and takes it upon himself to activate the machine again. with his butt. He wants his very own Julian to, quote, cuddle, bathe, and feed while he's strapped to a high chair. The machine takes his signature instead of Julian's and reaches into another universe populated entirely by evil Mort clones. Turns out Timo somehow accidentally built an interdimensional portal and merely has let through alternate versions of Julian. In the Mort universe, there's thousands of them, who all bow and pray to their leader, Mordecus Khan, who sits on a giant throne of skulls in the middle of a barren wasteland filled with foot effigies. To those who thought I was joking, I have just stumbled upon the largest untapped gold mine in the known history of fan theorizing. They all march right through the portal, and Mort screams that his nightmares have come to annihilate him. I assume he could detect their existence through the fabric of reality, or his memories, I don't know. Every single Mort in Mordecus Khan's army seems to have the abilities of a regular Mort, and they begin destroying Madagascar while chanting, Mort, 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 Mort? Mort, 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 Mort? Their war horns are gigantic woodwinds that are not blown into with the mouth, but with the anus. They have endlessly long farts that announce their presence. Mordecus himself shows what a Mort is truly capable of when he claims to smell the fear of other lemurs as he conquers this universe. He claims to be supreme leader of the Mortverse, which to me either means the multiverse in relation to the Mort residing in each one, or it's just the name he gives his own barren universe. Perhaps his horde consists of every other Mort in every other universe he has conquered? Anyways, the gang tracks down Mort and forces him to down coffee so Smart Mort will return. Once he does, things come full circle. Smart Mort claims he has a friend who can explain the multiverse, and we cut to none other than Pineapple in his limbo, communicating with those on the ground. How does Smart Mort know Pineapple? How? How on earth? Is this thing even Julian's ancestors? Who knows? Smart Mort has seen it all. Pineapple then calls in Dr. Watermelon Balking to explain the multiverse, utterly obliterating the fourth wall in the process by speaking directly to the, quote, kids at home. Pineapple says he owes a lot of money to fruits and veggies of other universes. At this point, I feel like Pineapple is sort of the god or a god of our universe, interpreted the only way the characters know how. Smart Mort refers to regular Mort as himself once again. Normal Mort calls Smart Mort icky. So is he a persona or just Mort? Answer me, show, damn it. Smart Mort knows so much. He's got all the knowledge of Mort's immortal life, an anomalous elder god trapped as a mouse lemur in the corner of a forgotten island off the coast of Mozambique. Holy hell. He says every Mort in every universe loves the feet, and he gets distracted back into normal Mort, forcing them to copy him again. Mordecus says that no universe has ever dared face him. They chant their anthem, Mort, 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 we come to fight, we come to kill, today you die, you surely will. They vow to leave no survivors and dine on the tears of the dead. The clouds open up and reveal Limbo as the divine fruits watch down on the ensuing massacre. They pump up a massive balloon of a lemur foot, and it entrances the Mort horde. They run straight up a cliff face for it. Mordecus ain't so easily swayed. I can see why he's their ruler. On second glance, I do think the barren wasteland is in fact a completely ocean-free version of our world, right outside Madagascar. After all, it's through reality, not through space, and they drop down out of the portal that is elevated on our side. Mordecus nearly cuts off Julian's feet to take as a necklace, but they close the portal in time. Smart Mort returns to the depths of Mort's mind as well, claiming it causes a spatio-temporal imbalance for him to be out. He's multiversal, I know it. Well, that was draining, and we haven't even gotten to the 16-part episode yet. And now we do. Episodes 11, 12, and 13 of the 4th season follow a similar plot that culminates in a massive cliffhanger that is resolved in a whopping 13 more individual episodes of the serialized drama known as Exiled. It's basically season 4.5 of All Hail King Julian, if such a thing existed, and Netflix has, for some reason, separated it as its individual show because it's more dramatic and chapter-based. In episode 11, though, Mort says he has an imaginary friend named Nathan, which, let's face it, another persona. Mort says he likes his Julian soggy and alive. He gets struck by lightning through a roof. Mort once again mocks Maurice's crying by saying, haha, he's not dead inside. This presumes Mort thinks the norm is to be dead inside, i.e., Mort is dead inside. Mort's electrocution now causes him to attract appliances, and a Roomba chases him, to which he yelps, call an exorcist. So the enormous plot starts right around here, where Sage's brother, Koto, king of the mountain lemurs, comes in and lies about his kingdom being destroyed. It's all a plot to take over the lemur kingdom with his warrior species. Sage is rightfully suspicious. Episode 12. While the mountain lemurs plot and raid, Mort removes all of his organs. Some of them are metallic. Mort then, oh, to my great pleasure, gets a DNA test, and the kingdom's creepy doctor, Dr. S the Snake, is even terrified and disturbed by the results. The show then plays creepy music as he reads off the results in a very similar fashion to how I did in part 1. Mort nods as Dr. S says Mort's only 40% lemur, but 60% bear, starfish, sand, potbelly pig, cactus, and a spool of copper wire. Mort corrects him and adds on wood chips, to which Dr. S acknowledges as well. This is all only to Mort's knowledge. There could be more, or ones missed on the test. Perhaps these are just from the organs he's replaced. Mort beeps when he's nervous. Oh, Julian has a dream of a parallel timeline where he never met Maurice, and in it, Mort claims he made a dream catcher woven from Julian's uncle's fur. Again, Julian's uncle is one of the show's villains, constantly trying to reclaim the throne, but we'll get more on him later. Maurice turns out to be an Ai, a different species of lemur, and apparently this species is known for sacrificing beautiful Ai to what they call bell gods at the center of the earth. Sounds a lot like sky gods, but we see these. They're the same ones I briefly mentioned were plotting from before. They are literal bells underground. They have prophecies in a whole society, and they foretell a time of lemur war which is about to come. Season 4 finale. Koto conquers every Madagascar kingdom and enslaves everyone. Mort tries escaping by acting as if he's a drop-dead hot chick, and their guard is a handsome sailor. He's had some clear experience. He asks Todd not to judge him. Todd stares blankly into space, of course. With Koto, it ain't personal. Conquest is just business. Julian does a dance-off, but fails from lack of endurance. Everyone calls Mort delusional as he uses his teeth to drill out of the prison and save Julian. Mort distracts the execution snake via twerking hypnosis. Mort, epically enough, is the last line of defense. The snake plays with its new food while Julian escapes on a submarine, starting up exiled. Chapter 1. Koto wants to, quote, make Madagascar great again. Mort is devastated and works like the other captives as an unpaid intern that carries enormous boulders on his back. I swear, Sage is like a parody of wisdom itself and says his usual quote, something like, we are all just kicking the cosmic footy sack with a guy named Skeeter who lives in a van. This is the sort of stagnation everyone else is going through while Mort is taking action. He crawls up on his back like the cat he doesn't know he is, and consults his inner room of personalities once again. They brainstorm on how to kill Koto, while acting in various ways and doing various bizarre things. One of them says,
Oh, baby, daddy likey.
does this somehow imply Mort has absorbed his father? Thought he was a bear. Or does he just see him as a Mort now? How'd he absorb a bear? Maybe Mort has the unique power to absorb non-Morts, which puts him apart from the likes of the Mort horde, and has resulted in a genetic soup? I really want a Mort v Morticus deathmatch. One of the mental Morts says to kill the other lemurs as well, and now we truly do get to see the sorts of evil Mort has rattling around in his soul. He laughs like the villain he is, and everyone is horrified. He's stupid, but he feigns stupidity to an extent as well. He plans to murder Koto straight up. Mort has a lot of hella wicked schemes, but he wily coyotes himself every single time, putting him in a full-body cast. They soon later take it off because he regenerates quickly, of course. Koto is amused and makes Mort his jester. Chapter 2. Sage divorces his hawk, who he also raised from birth. Mort's rib punctures his stomach. Kodo relishes the job and forces Mort to consecutively smash plates on his own head. He dismisses Mort as ignorant, but we once again zoom into his mind and see his evil personalities claiming they understand everything. The little good and bad voices on Mort's shoulders don't exist, for he has a whole society of differing perspectives that take their own spotlights. They do this constantly in Exiled, and they all try possessing him to no avail. Chapter 3. Todd is eaten by a snake mid-dance routine. Speaking of snakes, Mort slithers like one during an escape attempt. Serpentine ancestor wiggles like a slug too. We learn that the psychic lizards can teleport. During another escape, Mort seduces the same guard with his "Hey sailor" talk and asks for her hand in marriage. His inner voices object to it. With Julian gone, his personas are really active somehow. One of them suggests a prenup. He manages to win the guard's affection by moving her 1 inch after slamming into her from deflecting off a tree she punched him into. A burglar persona seemingly takes over Mort. We also see a completely different character who actually looks like he has true dissociative identity disorder. Chapter 4. Kodo asks Mort why he constantly giggles evilly as he plots more escape routes. In other news, a fish that barfs mud vomits up a human hand that grants Clover a weapon to save the kingdom. More supernaturality. Mort creates a play to distract Kodo during their escape and calls everyone babe. 4 of his personalities mock and chastise him about his failure of playwriting. He gets a little immersed since he's only used to writing novels, but his play is successful and they all tunnel out. Chapter 5. Sharks can talk underwater. Apparently dolphins in this universe are, quote, villains that sell other sea creatures to Russian oligarchs. This isn't too far-fetched. I remember an evil dolphin from the Penguins show too, but that's for later. Tammy tells little Todd to, quote, inhale mama's wind, baby, as they escape through the tunnel. He is right behind her butt. What? They then use Todd's face to shove her up through the ground. What? Kodo finds them. The fez-wearing crocodile ambassador calls Mort a Yeti. Genealogical confirmation, Mort gets a couple of Mordecai voices in the corner of his head to aid him, and these two are fluffy Yeti-esque savages, one of which threatens to bite through Kodo's Achilles heel. They escape in a cloud of fart, while Tammy sicks Todd on the guards. Then something top-tier shocking occurs, a topic that I've also done rigorous theories on in the past. Mort escapes Kodo by diving into a random glowing wardrobe in the jungle, which leads him down a tunnel and out into our world, where he is a real mouse lemur in real footage of Madagascarian nature. His crazy grandma is there and she says, "You've come down the wishing well. Stay with us. This is the real you." I can't tell if this is in his mind or if the wardrobe literally led to this sort of real-world heaven haven, but either way, it's perplexingly cross-dimensional, unless it's not. You see, I have reason to believe, based on the granny's wording, that this is the real Mort, and the entirety of Madagascar is an elaborate fiction that he's trapped himself in for the sole purpose of self-defense in the real world. It makes sense. Everything radiates into his world. This seems to be implied by this scene, but all this would mean is that Mort is a sort of eldritch god of his own universe. Essentially then, whether this is truly in his mind or not doesn't change a single bit of the stakes and purpose of what's going on in the show. Either Mort is an elder god who built our universe, or he's a Goodman's mouse lemur that is the elder god of his own fictional universe, who hides there in his stories for safekeeping. This is presented as a random offhand joke, and I understand why. It's irrelevant, because we already knew Mort was some sort of omnipotent, ageless deity. It's most likely that this is just more of his crazy, indescribable, hyperdimensional inner mind, hence his granny also being there. It's a joke meant to confuse theorizing, basically, and I won't be confused by it. He flies back out of the wardrobe and promises to fight to the end. Julian is still trying to get back home, and he meets this enormous emotional tentacle in the depths of a cavern who claims to be an alien from another planet, confirming alien's existence outright. Mort falls for his own traps, but doesn't die, of course. I was all fine and good until another character, Gigi, reveals she has a photo on her wall of another real-life animal. Where do we go from here? It's like SpongeBob, where it's sort of just perspective that makes these characters animated? Who knows? I've also theorized the exact opposite. Say this sentence 10 times fast to your therapist. The evil dolphins bully the nerdy tentacle alien and threaten to sell him to Russia. You can't make this shit up. Which is why I'm appalled that some DreamWorks and Netflix writers actually managed to do just that. Mort then explains to Gigi that scientists claim he has unclassified pheromones that make no sense and could possibly be alien. Mort outright confirms here that he's a genetic anomaly from outer space who has no memory. This is sadly a huge step. Sadly because of how ridiculous it is, and sadly because it means I can't get the chance to theorize on it as much. It also means Mort is aware of what scientists are and has had time to be studied. The question is he referring to when they came and kidnapped him in that other episode, or has he been a wanted anomaly for generations? You know, I was told by you guys a few weeks ago to visit something called the SCP Wiki, because apparently my terminology and theories sound similar whenever I go off on an eldritch entity. I must say, it's a pretty interesting website. Hashtag non-spawn. Everything to do with Mort is intentionally contradictory in an interdimensional sense. Maybe this whole show is just the subdimensional brainchild of its writers. You know, that's probably the single most complicated way I could possibly explain All Hail King Julian being a fictional show. Julian replaces the king shark that the dolphins kidnapped with a warhead, which they sell to the Russians. Comedic commentary. This show is truly starting to remind me of Twin Peaks. That Mort dream was mere foreshadowing of Exiled. Chapter 6 of 13. Mort furiously screams at Timo to open the freaking door. Apparently Sage was in an alien support group. I swear this show is building to something enormous. Commentary on charlatans, blah 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 blah. Mort is hit with his own cannonball, scorched by a blowtorch, blown up with a volume of TNT I would calculate had I not been in a rush to get this out due to the upload scarcity at the moment. Scarcity is because of this show. I have done nothing else. No worry, I'll be uploading a lot to make up for lost time, because the one thing this show has been good for is ideas. In this episode, Julian finds that Russian space monkey again, and so much here leads me to believe Mason and Phil were also rejected test subjects. Perhaps all the monkeys were, and these ones build a massive blimp similar to the plane in the film series. The other thing that crosses over from this show are the sky gods, which either do work by coincidence when Julian sacrifices the shark in film 2, or don't work at all because they're not on Madagascar, and the gods seem to be localized physical pagan deities. Chapter 7. Mort gets inside Timo's pod and discovers he's been held hostage by his own security system, who gained sentience and has been pretending to be a strict mother. Clover is somehow given a paranormal nightmare from Sage's mentor, warning her to exit the cult she joins and then deprograms. Yes, that has been a crucial plot point, and their seminars look like the Red Room from Twin Peaks. Back to Mort, where this time, Mort's head cranks a whole 360 degrees. Owl Eye says that seems to be the limit as he cranks it right back. Chapter 8. They reprogram the robot and it aids Mort and Timo on a new quest. Apparently Hans, that zombie Mort keeps losing and finding again and has a true love for, has his own zombie wife and 2 zombie children. It infuriates the wife when Mort recruits Hans and he says, "Come on, kick me, I deserve it. I can take it. I'm mostly sawdust and bird guano in the middle." Okay, just gonna add that to the list. Didn't show up on the genealogy test. Yep, Mort can certainly take that kick, immortal headass. Julian and Maurice are still trying to get back to stop Kodo, and now they've encountered Fusa, who they turn on each other. The Fusa use electric saws, laser beams, automotive accidents, atomic and nuclear bombs, plane crashes, and Godzilla to fight one another, none of which we see outside of Julian's reaction to it. Sage's mentor swaps the minds of Clover and Sage so Clover can use his body to save the kingdom. Turns out it was probably another paranormal lucid dream. Outside of the mind space, he's a floppy fish. The zombies suggest Mort gets his own army. Mort laughs evilly, transitioning us into Chapter 9, in which Mort downs some coffee, permitting Smart Mort to rip through and seize the assets of Mordecus Khan. During transformations like this one, Mort's body physically doubles for split seconds. I wonder if Smart Mort is the original. He says, "You don't know how much it hurts me to..."
be here. I'm just too smart. The mom robot questionably sings him a song about how if you're smart in life, suppress it, because the world loves stupid. This parallels exactly what I think Smart Mort did. Sort of like my theories on Patrick Star, he defends himself with a stupid alter ego he gained. Perhaps. Again, could be either or, as Mort himself isn't fully stupid either. The song is basically a hardcore satire on the concept of it's okay to be you. Contextually, this show actually makes some sense, sadly. It's not all fast-paced slapstick at all. Julian nearly is killed by Fusa but claims it is plot armor that keeps him alive, and he does a Matrix kick to perfection. Once Smart Mort enters Khan's universe, he disappears out of fear and leaves them all stranded amidst the army and a furious Mordicus. Carl appears to save the day somehow, and Maurice is kidnapped, but everyone, you must know this. Chapter 10. Everything ever is explained. Holy hell is it ever. The show damn near ceased to be mysterious after this. I mean, I didn't even know what I'm supposed to do. But look at the time. I simply cannot edit all of this, and I've yet again tested my video lengths way too hard. I have limits, but again, I will edit the third and final section of part 2 ASAP. But again, honestly, as you'll see, at this point, it's just part 3 and 4 for algorithmic sake. Subscribe. Do not miss anything. Make sure to follow me on Twitter at TheTheorizer and until the very soon next time, I'm the Theorizer. Mort is a weakling, wimpy, limp, and freaking shit. How dare he do what he has done? I'll relay his crimes in a format as synonymous, for I am anonymous and mimic Mort the ominous. Now, he's out of his mind, but the other Morts are not. His genetic code is shot, like the grandmother he fought, buried her in a well. And
why is he just like all of a sudden
hell,
fucking
if he ain't a
rapping?
malicious and delicious little eldritch entity Lovecraft sent to me on the silver platter lined with horrific insanity, he deserves as few videos as possible. Unfortunately, I've succumbed to DreamWorks and their awful show. What the hell is wrong with me? Am I free? Even lost in the lore? Maybe. I mean, I'm on video 4. He gets what he deserves, nothing less and nothing more, which is one measly attempt at countering this It Ain't Glorious, but as expected with the worst lemur, sacrificial lists identify him as their first lemur. Hell or high water, I will rip apart this night creature as his war crimes span the planet in this double feature roast. More fishy in his genes, are we surprised as it seems he's an alien from deep space with a feet taste, sitting eating Cheetos and Doritos and his dipping chips slouching in-house on couch, throwing shade like an eclipse. Everyone, you are now on part 4 of my theory on Mort from Madagascar. Make sure to click the link above now, which will allow you to see the videos as a playlist I've made, as intended. Technically, again, this is part 2, section 3, but for the algorithm, part 4. For those who are prepared for the rest of All Hail King Julian, it is time. We are nearing the end of Exiled. And here we are at probably the best episode in the whole series. One of the best animated kids' TV episodes in recent and inexperienced memory. Carl claims to be responsible for Koto's conquest, but that's questionable. Julian blows up on another mine and appears back in Limbo. The pineapple claims that this is, in fact, Frank-Rila, otherwise what the lemurs know as the Heaven of the Sky Gods. They tease if this is still all in Julian's unconscious mind, but we saw Clover's grandma, unrelated to Julian. We know better. The fruits hold a divine trial and bring in all of the dead characters to testify against Julian. Someone's also there as a recurring joke who's actually still just alive. The fruits and veggies are focused on Madagascar as if it's the center of the universe. They are its gods. Julian returns to life eventually, and no time has passed, like some sort of heaven time dilation. Meanwhile, Maurice has been kidnapped by the underground Bell gods. Turns out the Bells are actually just snails in disguise who are terrified of the surface due to French cuisine. Apparently they have a worldwide network of underground tunnels, and their leader is named Jingle Jangle. Maurice is the chosen one, but the Bells he repeatedly forsakes, until they manipulate him, and then he doesn't. But the most important plot of this episode is, of course, Mort.
who has returned to the Mortverse. Morticus claims to have been waiting 1,000 years for his battle with Mort, implying either time dilation or Mort's true age. He claims he's been searching since their last encounter, and that both he and Mort are immortal, multiversal conquerors. Mort has forgotten all of this somehow, and he asks if he missed the first act. Fourth wall break! Apparently, Morticus wants to absorb Mort, just like Mort absorbed countless versions of himself from the countless universes, but forgot due to the consequences of interdimensional travel. These are the personas in his mind. Brilliant. It makes him loaded though, apparently. Morticus mutilates the mom bot and claims there can only be one leader of the Mortverse. Morticus owns Mort in the most obscene ways possible. They enter the ring, and a wigged female Mort holds up the round signs. The Mort horde whistles in sensual approval. Morticus sniffs Mort creepily and claims to smell his soul. Morticus wants Mort's endless absorbed spirits for himself, and Mort retaliates by showing a picture of the Foot constellation to entrance him. It's super ineffective. The feet are the only restraint on these otherwise anomalous immortal entities, and Morticus overcame it. He eats the diagram. Morticus threatens Julian's feet, enraging Mort while the army chants. Mort eats some dirt and vomits, slamming Morticus into the portal machine, electrifying him to death and funneling his spirit into Mort. I do believe Mort has now absorbed everyone Morticus had inside of him. All of the multiverse Morts he absorbed. The portal breaks. Chapter 11 is equally absurd, to be honest. You'll see. Julian starts it off by highlighting how he misses the usual simple standalone stories. Mort bangs his head and it sounds like metal. Mort is aware of this madness. He calls the whole plotline, quote, totally freaking insane. Do you know what else? Every single character in this show is implied to be Jewish and bisexual. It's a very specific sort of universe. Sage astral projects in a way that allows him to physically interact. Now without coffee, Timo uses the mom bot to hypnotize Mort with a laser, sending him into his subconscious where he can manually find smart Mort to fix the portal home. The first thing Mort observes when he enters his mind is that it's dark in here. You and me both, Mort. In various rooms of this haunted mansion of a mind, we see trampoline Mort, trike Mort, twin Morts in diapers from The Shining, a Mort that crawls on the ceiling and cranks its head 180 degrees before threatening to eat him, so on. I think this is an owl-spider-Mort hybrid. I don't know. There's also a Spanish Mort, and the Mort from when he was in that butterfly costume. I don't know what is what, that'll be for my actual theory videos on this topic. They all stalk him down the halls. He is chased by his own actions while terrifying circus music blares in the background. My question is, how far and wide has Mort been? This is quite a sophisticated human structure. A Foot mansion. Maybe it's a good thing he's forgetful. Then his granny shows up. Just as Mort finds Smart Mort tied up, Smart Mort says, "The spider has ensnared the fly," as his grandmother enters the picture. Her plan is to escape the creepy mind prison, take control of Mort's body, and replace him. I wonder where Morticus is hiding in here. Clearly the granny's been here some time because she's mastered the arts of mental competence when she levitates and slams the door on Mort. Smart Mort seems capable of anything, but it's Mort who tries using his, quote, big think to will open the door, and does. Then Granny comes in with a spiked ball and chain containing a mine on the end. Mort changes it, and his grandmother accuses him of voodoo, which leads to the most epic Matrix parody anti-gravity Inception battle I've ever seen. Mort says the only one who gets to do weird stuff in his brain is him. They punch each other, changing gravity, as the granny rallies up dozens of other Morts to destroy him. Mort vomits a beam of pure light and seemingly annihilates all of the other spirits before repurposing the mansion as a field in the Alps. They battle like two titans across a stormy sky before the granny calls him out for consuming her essence, and she tries melting him with X-ray vision. Mort spawns a deep wishing well and traps the cursed night creature at the bottom. With Smart Mort saved, the portal is fixed, and they escape with the Mort horde. Despite now knowing what he is, Timo cries when he thinks Mort has died, calling him just a child. No. Certainly not. Exiled Finale, Part 1. Clover astral projects and goes to space with the Mentor, only to suddenly appear in similar Alps to Mort's mind, where she meets a butterfly that I theorize is the inner soul of Sage's hawk, or not. She finds Sage's soul, and together, they possess his body and save Julian's life by destroying the execution machine. They expend massive levels of soul energy and punch Kodo with the power of ripping space-time. It's not enough. Then Carl reveals he has the most elaborate backup plan in known history when he reveals he built a space station which eclipses the sun and charges a laser to fry all of the mountain lemurs. It crashes into the moon and blows up. Then the Russian monkeys return. They crash into a volcano due to the oligarch dolphins. Then Mort shows up. Thousands of the Horde rain from the sky portal and consume the enemy, while Maurice and his army of bell snails come from beneath and corner the mountain lemurs on all fronts. Turns out this was the war foretold by the leader of the Bells. If you were to enter the show without seeing any episodes here, you'd wish for the end of humanity. No writer, sane or insane, should conjure such ideas. Todd seemingly cannibalizes the mountain lemurs when his mom screams to go after their jugulars. The 1,000 Morts are shot from crossbows and explode on impact. Sage drills down by meditating. The bell snails get Maurice to fart and summon the great Jingle Jangle through a portal from who knows where. He arrives, and he's like 100 feet tall or something. He gets hit with a tiny bit of salt and shrivels up completely. Wow. I'm also shocked at how much Maurice hates Julian in the films. What happens between them, if anything? Kodo nearly kills Julian, but Mort redirects the spear and pierces someone else's butt cheek. It is now the second half of Exiled's finale. Archaic war commentary abounds. Pineapple literally narrates it. He calls it the Battle of Booty Ridge. The soundtrack's been killer these past few episodes, and all the other kingdoms bow to Julian, and Mort claims without the feat his life would be twice as meaningless as it already is. Tammy snaps pics as Todd mauls the enemy some more. The tentacle comes back and kicks butt with his baseball dad, who appears from a portal in the sky spontaneously. They defeat Kodo, but he returns on a hawk and kidnaps Julian. Sage and he have a sky battle in which they hella bitch slap each other and crash from hundreds of feet in the sky. Sage spares him, but Julian accidentally topples his statue and it crushes him to death. They blame Maurice. Mort goes for the feat thinking, quote, "This time will be different." Spoiler alert, it's not. Dude gets punted into next Tuesday. Gigi hooks up with the tentacle's dad. Clover and Sage nearly kiss, teasing an epic romance soon to be in a kid's show, but then they flat out zoom up and show Mort is making out with Zora right above them. Aggressively. Intimately. They married. All of the heaven ghosts show up and wave like at the end of Star Wars Episode 6, except Kodo appears like Anakin, and he didn't redeem himself. And I haven't seen the Star Wars films. Everyone is happy, goes their separate ways. The Horde goes off to live on an island. The Russians cause an incident with their warhead. Julian humps the throne, and Mort calls it, quote, "one lucky chair." Exit stage exiled. On to the final season. Final season premiere. Mort gets kicked over yonder and claims he don't want to die this way. If he remembers any fragment of his full life, maybe then he can be killed, not just absorbed by similars? This episode thrusts one truth in our faces hard. The sky gods aren't hiding anymore. A huge 2D hand reaches from the heavens and gives Julian a keyboard infused with energy. Oh, wait. Never mind, that Julian's just dreaming. But would you honestly blame me for presuming otherwise? This also means Mort's statement about death is dubious. When Julian awakens, Mort relishes over him per the usual, and then lambasts Maurice for getting snail mucus on everything. Mort requests a technical toenail garden. I don't know what the hell that means. Mort has some feminine oviparity in his genome too, it would seem, as Zora demands that they reproduce, and he says he hasn't laid an egg in 40 years, and it hatched an abomination. Heartbird. Tammy claims her son is woke. Sage spoons his hawk. The second we get back to this episodic format, there's loads of social satire again. This time about criticism, safe spaces, forced positivity, and participation awards. A lemur screams at a cantaloupe, "What do you want from me?" I wonder if it's a heaven fruit. Alien music does play. Todd nearly dies. Again. Then I'm pretty sure he eats like half the population again. Mort advertises to children how he will support you if you rub his belly and it'll cost ya. Purely disturbed. Julian feigns an NDE, and Mort cries, then snaps on some gloves, wiggles his fingers, and thirsts, as they say. Episode 2. They break the fourth wall by mocking a flashback, propaganda commentary that devolves into insanity. Mort and Zora get freaky, if they weren't already. It was only a matter of time before they pulled a radioactivity joke on Mort, and here it is. He swims in a toxic watering hole and then glows green. He calls everyone neurotic, and then his teeth fall out. He then hops in a densely toxic pool, and poisonous gas explodes from his orifices as he vomits brown tar before bubbling, transmutating into popcorn and screaming his skin off. He calls everyone overreactive, as a skeleton, proving once again and for all that he has some bone structure. Maurice is an ancient aliens conspiracy theorist. Same. Episode 3. Julian has a nightmare about Todd being snatched by a monster. Apparently, it was somehow real. Tammy scared it off, but Todd was not left unscathed. Everyone automatically assumes Mort was the monster because, well, you know why at this point. He sits in the corner of a creepy cave and says, "Not me," with his granny's wig on. At this point, he's just embracing what he is, considering we know his granny is currently trapped down in the mind well. Todd's dad calls him, quote, "a delusional little girl who sadly must be put down." Butterfish is his dad's name, and he is indescribably dumb in the best possible way. Everyone keeps accusing Mort of being a horrific and murderous night creature, and he even admits to having been cursed many, many times. Julian's parents show up and admit they single-handedly repopulated the kingdom, answering the inbreeding questions from much earlier, and also why everyone claims to be cousins in this show. His parents also then shatter the fourth wall when they criticize Julian for battling Kodo an entire season. Uncle King Julian walks in and calls his sister Babe. Now they're just plain R-rated. LMFAO-ho. We finally get a new, truly unique moment from Mort when he reveals something we didn't know yet. His descendants. He says to let Julian cry it all out as it works on his grandchildren. Instead of leaving it as an offhand comment, Maurice once again asks Mort to elaborate, to which Mort immediately forgets he even mentioned them and panics, asking, "How did they escape? Don't let them find me!" He then shoots a spider web and confirms he is indeed part spider as he hides on the ceiling. Clearly, whatever eggs he's hatched weren't just random things, they were characters who I'd like to meet actually, and paired with his previous statement about dead butterflies, I bet they're spider babies. Julian keeps having dreams within dreams. This episode is packed, my god. I expected less after the jaw-dropper that was exiled, but nah. Turns out the lemur werewolf beast is Julian, surprise surprise. It attacks a couple watching The Shining in which Mort is the twin girls like we saw in his mind, and Todd is Danny. They filmed this. Everyone keeps thinking Todd died, and his dad doesn't even recognize him, calling him a random little girl again. Later calls him his stepdaughter. A statue seemingly blinks. I don't know how much longer I can ramble off the unexplained supernaturality of this show. We're almost done. Mort breaks into a creepy situation just to say, tick, tock, tick, tock. Mort promiscuously dances in a cage at a night party and says, "Hey boys." Even Julian's parents are appalled. Text superimposes itself in a spatially 4D manner. Nobody questions it, as it is post-productive editing. I'm seriously losing it here. Apparently Julian's transformation is just a really bad milk allergy. Okay. Episode 4. Todd's dead eyes are brought up. Maurice gets money for dancing, and even admits that the only reason he's loved by anyone is for his thick booty, which Julian promptly slaps. What? They show Maurice a picture of a hyper-realistic cat, so he'll cry and overload a robot's emotional apperception. This episode has a whack timeline, and Mort claims to have been trapped in a pie for years. Then he dives into a volcano in the name of Julian. This whole episode was a story Julian made up, but again, like all Madagascar metafictions, it could all be true, and no eyes would nor should be batted. But then at the last second, Mort reveals he's a robot. A joke, a thriller cliffhanger. Episode 5. Mort sniffs a new chick, and Julian hires Todd to be the cool kid in his entourage. Tammy cries, Butterfish eats his fingers. Julian claims Todd is 3 days old. Julian is not like Mort. Julian is hyperbolic. Therefore, Todd is most likely not 3 days old. Mort is fired for the sake of Todd's position, and Mort screams bloody ageists as he's evicted from the room. Todd is in danger. Mort goes off the deep end of villainy, and Zora's still all like, huh? You see, Mort takes advantage of Tammy's anguish and steals Todd's identity. Social media and statistical commentary this episode interspersed with overt jokes. Mort's baby identity is sort of back, but this time he's pure malice. And indeed, here we get confirmation that all of Mort's alters are still alive and well, even after he light vomited on them. Todd briefly comes home to grab his toothbrush, and we get probably the most 180-degree scene from the sorts of things Mort does in the films. People who haven't seen this show still think Mort is a helpless little baby. Show them this. Mort mimics Todd to a T, and then evilly growls,
You made your bed, loser, and I'm laying in it.
Mort holds Todd's family hostage with the sheer grit and uncanny horror of Tammy knowing something's wrong with her son, but being too terrified to act upon that pit in her stomach. Mort is exploiting this devastated fear Tammy has, and it is high-octane nightmare fuel. He seduces Tammy and brushes her with his tail. And the scary part of this is that Mort is intentionally honing the creepiness he's absorbed from his immortal lifespan. Todd says, "Come at me, bro!" and Mort threatens to rip off his face. Oh, you know, this episode has this kingdom thief lady, and I immediately thought it was that con woman from a few seasons ago. Turns out, it was true. See, you learn how to predict the unpredictable after a while of enduring this. It conditions you. Episode 6, Julian slaps Butterfish and he giggles like a geisha for some what the out of character reason. Julian releases tea to the world like he did coffee so long ago, and Mort uproots everyone in the line, downs the whole drink, and then chomps the ceramic cup down as well. We know what coffee does to him, so what does tea do? Well, he screams in pain and then jets up with 60s glasses and an absolute hippie demeanor. He wears a flower necklace and leads a cult, all what with his
Am I okay? Can I be reduced to 2 letters?
And his
Society programs us like a robot escaping the mannequin factory.
This would be mythical and shocking, but we know exactly what is happening here. It's just one of the absorbed souls being metabolically triggered, like Smart Mort. They plan to tranquilize Mort if he gets even an ounce weirder. Honestly, at this point, the writers could do anything with Mort, and I'd accept it. So let's just go with the assumption that literally anything can happen to him. An infinitely variable Schrödinger scenario. Carl appears in Julian's bed and says that he has a proposition for him. The characters in this show are apparently endless, as Carl's brother then enters the picture as a bully who befriends the Russian dolphin jocks. But Carl's brother does teach Julian about human culture, which is something he also needed knowledge of ever since learning of their existence in order to make him the character we know in film, and more importantly, in the other spin-off. Corporate and drug commentary. The tea is banned. Mort resorts to coffee, thus bringing out you-know-who. Clover pretends to be an international businessman with a mustache, and Carl's brother says, Big Daddy likes a solid 7 chick with a nice bushy flavor saver under her nose. What is this show? Mort acts as a distraction during a heist by posing as a mermaid. Are we surprised? No. He's wearing the granny wig. Carl takes credit for another manipulation. Shocker. Episode 7. Julian threatens to harm Mort, which Mort loves the idea of. Timo's robot censors Timo and says there could be children watching. The ever-increasing fourth wall breaks aren't what get me, though. It's that she said there could be children watching, which means it's not the target audience. It all makes sense now. Mort downs a bunch of luminescent goop. Mort might be part plant. Mort sleeps in Zora's fat rolls. Mort approaches Julian and says, quote, he alters his DNA. Everyone thinks Maurice is dead, and Mort's first words are dibs on his hut. Pineapple breaks the fourth wall as a huge mango grows and starts talking. Maurice hates Julian for blame shifting. Mort beats up the jumbo mango. Two crocodiles fall on each other and say, "Let my body be your pillow." Mort knows how cell phones work. The intelligent mango absorbs everyone's minds and heads for the mainland, so Timo calls the supply company of the luminescent goop that created it, and they immediately nuke it in the middle of the ocean. Episode 8, Mort says he's the smartest lemur in the world, which we know is true in many ways. We know sky gods are real in Madagascar, but apparently their lore entails Julian I as being the first lemur, who demanded the gods create more. This lore was structured by King Julian the Terrible, so take it all with a grain of salt. They flip through this book of lore, and Mort finds his page. He's in the history section as Adam, and the female Mort next to him is Eve. Clearly this book is all whacked. It has to be, because Granny Mort was his grandma. Unless she was just another multiverse version of Mort who took on the role as his grandma. Still not clear on how he absorbs species from any universe or just variants of himself, I don't know. But this book is messed. Julian too is terrified and asks how freaking old Mort truly is. Answer: if Mort was an interdimensional conqueror in some forgotten lifetime, similarly to Mordecus Khan, and he remembered his granny from 50 years ago, but couldn't remember absorbing her, and perhaps his life as a pirate, then how old? His timeline is all over the place, but let's just assume that he's thousands or millions of years old. He's a Goodman's mouse lemur on the outside, but inside he's added some genome elements. Mouse lemurs evolved 9 million years ago, so there's our limit considering his basis and alleged role as the Adam of his species. No wonder he has a self-erasing memory. Infinite lifetime. Education system commentary. Todd is a child prodigy with a photographic memory. Mort wants to be a trophy wife for Julian and has his name engraved on him. Todd has PTSD and lives in crippling fear of his mother's screams. Mort poses as Todd in an academic competition, and Smart Mort takes the reins from the inside of his subconscious, or at least he tries to, but is convinced by the other spirits to do otherwise. Todd's demon comes out again when his head cranks 180 degrees and he mauls his kidnapper. Episode 9, they hold an election for a small ranking position in the kingdom, and Mort is supposed to fail on purpose. Well, the show literally plays a scare chord as it zooms into Mort's head and shows that there is a whole council of political Morts inside of his mind mansion. The most extremist one, responsible for previously nuking something, locks the others up and takes control of Mort's body. We finally see this possession process. Political Mort then steals the election by hiding in Zora's She-Mountain pouch and saying cunningly persuasive things like, "You need the Mort. You want the Mort inside you," whispering, "Mort." Political Mort uses persuasion tactics like saying his opponent, Maurice, is in bed with the Fusa and doesn't believe in the sky gods. Commentary. Everyone starts to love this Mort, so he tests their faith by blabbering gibberish on stage, and sure enough, they consider it genius somehow. He does this for 10 days in a row. They're voting for the position of mango manager or something, and while everyone watches Mort do a toilet dance, fruit flies eat all of the fruit and kidnap the kingdom to lay their larvae. The other spirits break free and subdue political Mort before sending Chainsaw Mort into Mort's mental control room to saw himself free of the fruit flies. Maurice farts to kill the flies, and the subtitles read "sustained flatulence." Very few children will watch the subtitles, but I do, and whomever writes these knows what's up. Mort later vomits up thousands of dead flies and then becomes a giant one and flies away. Now he's part fly. Eating mass quantities alters his genome. That's how. Mort is Kirby. Also explains the black hole that is his stomach. I'll go in more detail later, but I'm almost certain that Mort is like Kirby and has a pocket dimension inside of him. Episode 10. Carl and his bug move to Florida, but not before setting up a Willy Wonka tour of his lair to have someone replace him as, quote, the great evil. Meanwhile, Mort's grandpa shows up, and Mort remembers him from when he and his siblings were babies celebrating Hanukkah. See, Mort may be the OG, but he isn't the oldest. I don't even know how that works, but it does. This is Grammy's hubby, too. He's a convict. Once in Carl's tour, they even parody Wonka's subtle creepiness, just like I always do. Grandpa Mort was imprisoned, and Mort responds by describing how his voices get mad when he can't remember committing terrible crimes. Grandpa Mort implies all Morts are meant to be incredible forces of evil. Mort says he constantly has near-fatal levels of water retention. Regardless, Mort drinks an ocean and barfs up 1/1000% of it later on. His stomach is the pocket dimension mansion. Grandpa Mort says evil's in their family's blood, which is why they inhale essences. Clearly Mort forgot all of this as a coping mechanism to evade villainy, which reminds me of ABC's Fringe. Apparently, it was King Julian IV who locked Mort's grandpa away, and our Julian, Seven Greats grandson the 13th, is going to pay for it. Mort is a wild collective soul jar soup, and his grandpa wants to enter the absorption too. He begs for Mort's evil, and when it's denied, he absorbs Mort himself. Mort is apparently too powerful and stupid at this point, and it blows his grandpa up. Mort nearly dies in the process, and Julian yet again screams, "He's just a child!" as he punches Mort a la bootleg CPR. Carl enters, and Julian sighs, "We've already reached the climax." Mort keeps dying and resurrecting, and I'd like to see what the hell is happening from his mansion's perspective. Carl reveals it was all a setup, and then pulls out Moon Laser 2.0 to wipe Madagascar off the map, but Julian was always prepared to take advantage of Carl's laser obsession and finally defeats him. More Maurice emotion mockery. Episode 11, Mort swallows a mine whole and blows up. A whole security system just so happens to land on the beach. Clearly a trap, but this is normal for the show too. Surveillance commentary ensues. Todd is arrested for a fashion faux pas. Prison commentary ensues. The episode is a musical. More Willy Wonka parodies. An episode too late. Someone watched it the night before and it influenced their screenwriting, I swear. Mort is back on them ancient aliens. The whole kingdom is imprisoned. Tammy is the boss around these parts, if you know what I mean. Mort is verbally stated to be virtually indestructible. Apparently Mort never writes anything down because it can be used against him in court. Someone's been writing letters to Zora in prison, and it turns out to be Julian's uncle again, who's also behind the surveillance trap. He's fallen in love with Zora though. Uncle Julian says he's spent so many seasons searching, and finally he found true love. How does Mort, her husband, react to this? He straight don't give a shit. He's all like, dodge that bullet. Oh, the savagery. And so here we are, series finale, part 1. This episode is called The End Is Near, and part 2 is called The End Is Here. Fourth wall. Clover's gonna marry Sage, and Maurice says 5 seasons of romantic tension is more than enough. First, Mort gives marriage advice. He then suggests they lock Clover away until she forgets him. Clover's grandma, the one that proved the supernatural exists in this show, speaks to Clover from the sky god heaven when Sage marries Crimson instead. Clover undoes this and takes him for herself. They once again mock how Exiled was a season long. Mort suddenly reveals another new ability, which is apparently partial consciousness transference. He calls Hector an old man again, this time without speaking, and Hector hears him. Mort can read and write minds, which we've seen before. Must be a consequence of spiritual proprioception. Episode 13, the final episode, part 2, whatever you want to call it, is the end. Oh, thank God. It's been weeks, months from my perspective, only an hour and a half for you guys. Mort keeps dozens of tombstones on standby in his house. He also claims he himself has been in jail for a large amount of time in the past. He has moments where he remembers and then doesn't question why he forgets later. Gigi says she hasn't seen many of the guests at Clover's wedding in multiple seasons. Get your fourth wall head-ass asses out of here. There's a banana meme lord. Heaven fruit guarantee. And you know what Mort's last words are in this show? I hope Clover and Sage last longer than my 12 marriages. Of course, most of my wives died of old age. We end where we began. Every character that ever died is partying with the fruits up in heaven, and then Alex the lion washes up in his box on the beach. Surprisingly, before my theories, my only question now is, does Mort include Zora or Pam in that wife count? He never formally divorced Zora or was ever legally married to Pam, but we know he has kids and grandkids, so does it really matter? We never met his parents either. Absorbed guarantee. There is more, such as tying it into grander theories, but I did already get some of the big ideas I have out here. I'll recap them and discuss them and assimilate them later, of course, but before we do that, we still have to do Belle of the Penguins of Madagascar, which is going to be almost as long. Give me a month or something, like a break. I need to do other theories. My God, I feel so bad for the people who don't actually want to watch these Mort theories. The Bee Movie and Kung Fu Panda can also tie in here with animal intelligence, and that'll be later. Loose thoughts. Mordicus sounds like Mort's home planet Footicus, and if Mort really is metallic inside, it makes sense why he bawled in film 1 when Maurice said the zoo gang was there for their precious metals. I'll discuss this more in the theory too, but in Madagascar 3, maybe Mort is implying a little more when he says, "My tummy is speaking to me." Kirby headass. For now, subscribe.
Part 2 has rapidly, as you can see, become parts 3 and 4 as well, bumping us up to a 17-part series now. If this keeps happening, again, this is why I estimated a total of 25 parts. Who knows what the future holds in regards to the next videos. I'm sure my evidence delve into the Penguins TV show will take a couple videos, but I foresee it being an easier task somehow. It will be next whenever it will be. Make sure to subscribe so you don't miss the next leg of this Mort theory, because once we finish all this evidence, we get to the answers not provided, the truth of where he's from and what he is. A unifying theory of Mort, because everything can fit together into one massive story. And once we solve Mort, then we get to the next chunk of this 25-part behemoth. We move on to the next film, and we create our DreamWorks timeline centered around Mort the Lemur. Follow my Twitter at TheTheorizerYT and turn on notifications here while you watch my other animated theories in the meantime. Those ones are mind-blowing. This has just been an evidence delve. I haven't actually done any critical thinking yet. I don't know why you guys love this so much. And until then, everybody, I'm exhausted, but still the Theorizer. Mort is stupid, I am not. Bootleg SCP as thought. Take him down, get him gone. Backhand him like Morty Khan. Peasants don't get presents, they get roasted like a pheasant. Madagascar's worse, with this curse remaining alive and perverse. Evil, rotten, horrifying. Intel lacking, mortifying. Piece of shit anomaly. I will prove it, you will see. Okay, fine. I'll admit it. It was an April Fool's joke. I do not actually think that Mort is from another planet in the universe. The truth is, I actually think he's from another planet in a different universe, not only unrestrained regarding the 4th and 5th dimensions, but the 6th as well. He is not a timeline, or a mirror world, or a kaleidoscopic multiverse, he is more. He is an anomalous hellspawn, more realistic and horrific than your microscopic imagination can fathom, and his timeless soul jar of a pocket-dimensional stomach is expressly entangled with only the most extant of the quantum foam that is infinitely permeating reality. Mort is everything. This is completely legitimate. He simply is. And this is no joke. I'm the Theorizer, and sorry for that teaser in the cold open, but so many of you still somehow think this is an April Fool's joke, so I had to bait you. I subverted you by referring to assumptions of his origin, as opposed to this collective endeavor you assumed I was referencing. You must feel like quite the peasantile pufferfish. Now get your heads in the game, because we're finally on the last stretch of evidence. The Penguins TV show. Here's the thing. Mort appears in every episode of All Hail King Julian, but not every episode of Penguins. Thus, I googled Andy Richter's IMDb page and highlighted every episode he appears in. That should for the most part be satisfactory, but it will be a focus shift for only the time being. He appears in, I think, most episodes anyways, and I've seen the show before, so I know the general plot. It's basically sometime after the first film, with the penguins and lemurs living in the Central Park Zoo. In most of his appearances, he's just the usual subservient, cognitively dissonant Mort. Example, he says, "I don't like drowning," but once again he then falls into the water and doesn't drown. In this show though, Julian uses him as an object a lot more, such as a footrest or stuff like that. Let's vet. In Operation Plush and Cover, the zoo's visitors are consumed with purchasing the new Mort plushies because they're cute. There's then a recall, and the actual Mort gets swept along and returned to the factory to be burned. This fact In this show, though, Julian uses him as an object a lot more, such as a footrest or stuff like that. Let's vet. In Operation Plush and Cover, the zoo's visitors are consumed with purchasing the new Mort plushies because they're cute. There's then a recall, and the actual Mort gets swept along and returned to the factory to be burned. This factory is generally pretty hellish, like something out of Saw. It uses incredibly deadly weaponry to break recall toys. Maybe some of them were possessed. I only kid, but seriously, they even point out how sick and twisted the disassembly line is. Mort is more incompetent in this show, like he's developed more memory loss and a dependency on Julian. I can't mention all of the collateral weirdness because Mort is more of a side character here, and thus I'm not watching the show as thoroughly. But apparently Julian has a holiday dedicated to himself, and it makes him angry and obsessive when not celebrated. I'm telling you, the reason this is taking so long is because I just sifted through hours upon hours of episodes that have nothing relevant to Mort. But from what I have gathered, it's that the crucial element that this show hammers home is not the insane number of absorbed souls or the shady alien history, it's his general inconsistency. But one main consistency, of course, the feet. In what I think is his first truly centric episode, 2 Feet High and Rising, Mort shows us that it's still the same old him. In this episode, Julian outlaws people touching his feet, and Mort is crestfallen and grief-stricken. He obsesses over them in his dreams, and he gravitates towards them during bouts of sleepwalking. He chains himself to a tree and wakes up finding that the tree has been ripped out of the ground and he's on the feet again. Julian exiles him, and he panics, drawing feet everywhere, short-circuiting. The penguins, bless their competent ass souls, try shocking him, putting him through therapy among other things, and every time they try conditioning Mort away from the feet, he starts malfunctioning. Private analyzes him and determines that Mort has associated feet with love. We know it's an addiction though, not love. We've seen the other show. They overload his senses with a completely disgusting boot, and it conditions him away from the feet completely, to the point where he obsessively destroys them. This tells me that Mort's problem isn't with feet, but rather with an all-or-nothing sort of obsessive attitude. He develops a protophobia. He's also very, very strong in this show, somewhat similarly to All Hail King Julian. Long story short, the conditioning is quickly undone. Next time he gets the chance, he grapples onto Julian's feet and starts panting, vibrating, and shaking violently. He claims to like basically everything, but that positive mindset is not wholly conducive to sanity. He claims to be puffy and complicated. I'm skipping around a bit here, so by the end, if there's anything I've missed, you must comment it. I'll speedrun the analysis during the beginning of the theory segments. And there is, some consistency too, like how Mort recognizes characters and animals from the other show. In the episode Kingdom Come, Julian and Maurice eat bad lychee nuts and they lose their minds. They're cured later, and then the episode ends with Mort doing the exact same thing. Cut to black. I guarantee it doesn't even make a dent in the madness he already contains. In the next few episodes, we see some more oddities, such as Rico's Pocket Universe stomach. Funny enough, they send Mort in there to fix things. Another character with a Pocket Universe stomach. I must say there's an ounce of consistency in one way or another, as Julian says he was always picked last for sports in another episode, which parallels All Hail King Julian, where they explain he was always picked first, but only because he was Prince and people wanted popularity. Semi-continuity, which parallels how I am once again starting to think that this is a parallel universe. Mort gets squished constantly in this show, like completely flattened. Then comes the most memorable episode of the show, Mort Unbound, his second centric episode. Mort gets super strength after accidentally landing in Kowalski's experiment, and he has the power to crush through steel. He's like mountain lemur-sized-ish. He steals food for Julian by beating up gorillas and elephants and kangaroos. When he is denied a mere banana, though, he turns on Julian for the first time in forever and rises up. Kowalski's science has either brought out one of the dormant spirits or it's transformed Mort into his idyllic state, a trans-dimensional titan. He growls like a caveman and takes Julian's feet by force. Private enlarges himself to give Mort the antidote, and Mort is sad, revealing that it is just Mort and he's merely disgruntled, radicalized by years of servitude. He wants back his power. Private also starts to like the strength though too, so who knows? Well, I will, when we get to the theory. Things start to get more specific from here on out, less starring, more dedicated recurring. Mort freezes into a block of ice but is fine, obviously. Julian is medically confirmed to be stupid. Mort is used as a wrench and his head cranks something like 2800 degrees. The zookeeper Alice is suspicious of the penguin's intelligence, which is a presumably unimportant but collectively crucial factor. Mort apparently only needs one cherry in his whole food supply and claims to be ever so lightly used. He obviously can eat more, such as chow mein in a prior episode or some of the madness from All Hail King Julian, but the point about his metabolism still stands. I'm missing out on a lot of the penguin's dynamics by skipping through this show, but again, I've seen lots of it in the past. I know the general plot lines, and Mort is the only one who I need explicit consistency regarding, for now. In his next centric episode, Mort falls through a hole and his skull fractures on the concrete, causing the penguins to determine that Mort cannot feel pain, but is too dumb to follow any instructions. They study him, and thank God for that, because Kowalski discovers that Mort is invulnerable due to a halo of ignorance. He physically self-actualizes his ignorance, and it prevents him from being harmed. His will is the universe's will. To do a dangerous job, the penguins attempt to remove all painful or likewise intelligent thoughts from their heads to try and replicate Mort's condition, but it just makes them completely oblivious to everything, including pain, whereas Mort is not quite that, as we well know. The penguins also fixate on the feet, upon this intellectual decrease, prompting Mort to vow vengeance and scream at the heavens, invoking lightning. He uses the machine on the penguins again, causing them to regain awareness before he attacks their enemy himself, and defeats it. Kowalski then drops a bomb on us when he proclaims, "Truly his powers are too mighty for mere mortals." This is so crucial because it confirms these producers knew what they were doing. Penguins was made long before All Hail King Julian, and here they are still touting immortality, consistency, intention, terror. Mort keeps eating glue, so on, so forth. He's an honest-to-God self-saboteur. He can, as we know, detect stupidity and insanity in others, meaning he ain't it. He survives electrocution and tries ripping out his own jaw. His farts burn and he's attracted to danger. He gets flung into orbit with an elastic rope and he's completely fine in the vacuum of space. He just proclaims it's a little cold. A satellite explodes next to him with the energy of an enormous bomb and it just flings him back to Earth, where he's of course fine. Also, we see the effects of this satellite explosion when a man's TV is cut off. He has a framed image of Nana's Mr. Chew on his wall. Is this man a Dubois? I suppose I'm missing important details like this in my analytical skimming, but I can always return once we move on to the DreamWorks timeline segment of this mega theory. Things like this, and other recurrent details I've mentioned. Mort yet again claims to know what he tastes like, proving more consistency, and yes, still, that he's eaten himself. In the Season 1 finale, Mort lies about Julian's kidnapping so that he can caress the feet of his robotic replacement. He finally gives in, and we learn that Skipper's arch-nemesis Dr. Blowhole has kidnapped Julian. Mort starts to go insane without the real feet, and he gets this raspy, whispering, aggressive voice. He runs miles and saves the penguins right as they're about to be defeated by hijacking the evil computer and hacking the laboratory. Yay. On to Season 2. Mort is mortified due to having a tail. His head makes thumping noises. The hell does that mean? Then we get one of the most memorable shots from this show. One of those shots so confounding that it sort of encapsulates why I'm doing this. Mort is either luck embodied or his will is known to the universe. Later he is crushed several times and we almost get to see his presumed feet dreams. He doesn't know the difference between sheep and roosters, he shoves sliced onion halves into his eyes, and he has a frictional coefficient of 0. Self-aware jokes everywhere, Mort becomes team leader and abuses his position of power to massage Julian's butt with a tooth. Kowalski's headass is a relatable headass. Mort has no regard for continuity. He's the one character who constantly disappears in one shot and reappears in another, but I'm not sure what to make of that. Mort mocks Maurice, semi-continuity. Mort praises his job security. Julian gets nuked by Rico. Mort relishes in the scent of fear and eats his mango neighbors, semi-continuity. Kowalski points out Mort's Latin death. Mort gets eaten by a snake and tries chewing a penny. Apparently the fountain in the middle of the zoo is a wishing well and everyone starts getting things from it. Sky god migration? I'm not sure. Magic comes later in these theories. Alice, the suspicious zookeeper, wishes she knew what the penguins were really up to, and the wish comes true, revealing their lair to her. She calls on the government to apprehend them and study animal-human interrelations. I seriously need to come back to this show and rewatch the whole thing after I finish the Mort aspects, because it will come supremely in handy when I discuss the magic and animal intelligence of the DreamWorks timeline. I'll probably also have to rewatch the Kung Fu Panda shows when I tie that in too. Anyways, Private wishes that none of this ever happened, thus rewinding the day and starting up a timeline where wishes weren't made. It's my theory that somehow the Sky Gods tie into this magic, and it's also my theory that if the Penguins of Madagascar is a parallel universe, then it has something to do with all of this rewriting history. Now, it's also possible that this was all in Private's mind after being concussed early in the episode, but then it wouldn't necessarily account for many of the perspectives of various characters in the episode. Kowalski also mentions this obvious cop-out, and then they have the obligatory, but maybe it was real, at the end, thus ambiguity. Mort later talks about Christmas Steve, a spirit who knows if you've been bad or good. Mort then gets the creepy voice he has in All Hail King Julian, and he says,
That's creepy.
As he looks around suspiciously and slowly hides away. Semi-continuity. Mort introduces Julian to April Fool's Day, which is a huge coincidence considering my circumstances when starting all of this. And Julian goes around pranking everyone. When the pranks turn on him, Julian threatens to tell on everyone to Christmas Steve, to which Mort pops up again at the very end of the episode and whispers, "Creepy." Sky God? I almost completely brushed over the episode entitled The Penguin Stays in the Picture because it was misplaced in this season, but in it, crucial things occur. A photographer comes to the zoo and loves Mort's cuteness over Private's, and Private wants revenge. He asks some other animals to deal with it, and later thinks he's accidentally had Mort assassinated. So he's full of regret, especially when he starts seeing Mort's ghost everywhere. Only Private sees Mort, probably due to his guilt, or because it's not really Mort. But it has his personality nailed down, and the ghost describes itself as intangible and translucent. He violates Julian's feet as a ghost. Mort starts mocking and teasing Private. He threatens to haunt him. Very evil. Mort's ghost triplicates and starts harassing Private non-stop. He picks up a solid popsicle and tries eating it, so he can be tangible. I just spent a while discussing ghost tangibility and dimensional anomalies in my SpongeBob theory on the Flying Dutchman in preparation for this sort of thing, but I'm at a loss for words right now. Nothing can prepare me. This sick entity is always one step ahead. We later learn that Mort was not killed but kidnapped just temporarily, and that the ghost was a figment of Private's imagination. Ha! I doubt it. Mort is later seen drawing highly abstract art, as well as that fact that he picked up the popsicle as a ghost, and, well, we know how Mort operates. He has a multitude of spirits within his mind, and it's currently my running theory that he's an alien from a parallel universe, and perhaps that this is the said parallel universe, hence the timeline malfunction. But all of that recap and presentation will come in the theory segment. I believe the animation style difference is similar to the rationale had in the three-dimensional world behind the wardrobe during Exiled, in that it, denotes a variable multiverse. It's possible Mort keeps absorbing and reliving lives in different manners, like this one at the zoo, and it once again supports my theory that the entire Madagascar, or DreamWorks even, canon is a multiverse of Mort's own imagination. Again, this is something I will try compartmentalizing in the theory videos, but he's might be onto something. He's a haunted entity, a poltergeist of infinitely many malicious souls. His goal seems to be to dominate the world and be beloved by all, so he can rule unmatched. He is the star attraction of the Central Park Zoo in this show, being considered a third, nay, fourth, nay, fifth wheel by his peers, but the cutest and most compelling attraction by the humans. It is deeply disturbing that the consistency is maintained in this show, which is not nearly as upfront about being weird and was made before the Netflix show. Oh, there's so much going on here. He's sacrificial in this show too. He drinks 20 times his own body's volume in water. Pocket universe. He can hold in urine for days. Mort finds a small basic handheld video game and never puts it down, obsessing more than the feat. Julian wants Mort's attention back, so Kowalski steals the chip from the game, as oddly it is extremely advanced. This devastates Mort, so he gets a cell phone instead. This episode wasn't showing up at first, and I don't know why. I can't miss anything here. He does seem to feel some level of pain though, too. In another episode, he praised the Sky Gods for forgiveness for doing something he can't remember doing. He asks if it was because he did something to Maurice's oatmeal. Julian compares Mort to a highly trained battalion with a thirst for mindless violence when proclaiming him as his personal bodyguard. Mort responds by saying, "I artichoked the ukulele hamster." Later, in an event that with flair could be described as a flood of universal truth, it is revealed that Mort only loves Julian for his feat. Devastated, Mort cries at the heavens, screaming, "It's true!" And Julian, unfazed, says, "Well, duh." Spanish Mort surfaces for a split second and reveals intimate knowledge of Mexican tradition. I'm embellishing the hell out of all of this, but you heard it here first, so when you go watching to confirm it, you already have it set in your mind that Mort is an omnicidal misanthrope. It's true, he is, but it's also just a show. Dear God. I'm saying that as if I actually have to remind you of the fundamental nature of this to reel back your perception of my alleged insanity. In the Christmas special, Mort pulls a slobbery kazoo out of his nose, confirming again his pocket universality. The lemurs seem to think that they've been in France this whole time. So could it take place after film 3? It looks here like Mort is stabbed throughout his body with pine needles. I think Mort just might be the most sane out of everyone. If you assume that every ridiculous thing he says is true, then what does this this mean? When he's out shopping for a Christmas tree, he finds a twig and says, "I know it's small and ugly, but if someone loved it, it could grow to be a beautiful swan, which is the true meaning of Chinese New Year." Something tells me he's subtly referring to himself, and how all he needs is attention so he can manifest his inner Cthulhu. He promptly proceeds to chop down the Rockefeller Christmas tree with a fucking butter knife. Chaos incarnate. Mort knows how to drive. He has human experience, fragmented, but he's witnessed international history. Is he the evil seated within all humans? Increasingly, there's also really spur-of-the-moment self-referential humor within this show, similarly to the All Hail King Julian variety, but it's much less commonplace. More cautionary tales, though. Julian already knows Santa in this show, proving that this show is at least after, a timeline divergence between the short film Merry Madagascar and the second film. So is Santa a sky god? Are the gods aware of Lord Mortimer the Unchained over here? We still don't know. Julian abuses Mort's lack of a frictional coefficient by using him as endless ice skates. Mort then returns the favor by mistletoeing Julian's feet and producing potatoes out of thin air. Mort also takes the piece of the angel at the top of the tree in the zoo. They're not even hiding his supernatural hyperdimensional transcendence in this show either. Mort keeps attracting to the feet in his sleep by swimming to them in mid-air. At this point, he doesn't even hesitate to start walking after falling hundreds of feet. He always lands right side up. It's senseless. He abuses Julian's intermittent depression by taking the feet when Julian couldn't be cared to defend himself. Mort says he wants to be under 6 feet. Not dead, literally under 6 different feet. Revolutionary Mort seemingly returns for a brief second. Mort keeps going into people's mouths and knows Taekwondo. Continuity. Mort is stellar offense. We also see continuity when we witness Mort wearing a blonde wig and a coconut bra, an outfit very similar to the sorts he wears in a show that shall not be named. A new lemur named Clemson, sounds sort of like Crimson, is placed in the zoo, and immediately he starts kissing Mort's feet upon assuming Mort is a king. Mort gets deeply unsettled by this. Clemson realizes Julian is king and soon replaces the job of Mort and Maurice. Mort whispers with a sinister growl, "He's evil." Mort seems more aware of omniversal damnation since All Hail King Julian, and he can sense the wrongness ever since his internal reawakening. Turns out he's right. I also have to look into Skipper's past sometime. He's been in a variety of wars that his pals have not. Delusion, reincarnation. I absolutely swear to you I make all of these videos on autopilot. I shut off at least half my brain and just exist when typing this all out. I legitimately abuse my own frequent derealization to increase productivity. You're welcome. We see the sky gods not fully working outside of Madagascar again. The lemurs engage in superstitious behavior. Julian says, "Yes, Mort, kick me harder." Mort flattens like a squeaky toy and tries crawling through the ventilation system to see where the air lives. Private goes on a Shakespearean tirade and calls the lemurs little leather-jerking, crystal button, agate ring, puke stalking, caddis garter Spanish pouches. Private doesn't know what that means, and Mort screams that it's true and then says, "I think." They fire him from a cannon. Mort's tail has a mind of its own, and it's named Rodney. Has he banished one of the souls there? Who knows? The penguins need him to infiltrate a rat colony, so they shave his tail and tell him to be a rat. He suddenly completely acts like one, indicating perhaps he's had the role of other sorts of animals in his lifetime, a multi-faced god. He has a huge red line on the skin of his tail, and he's about to explain it, but Julian cuts him off with jealousy over what he thinks is a birthmark. Later, the rats ask about it, and he gets cut off again. They kidnap Mort when he's discovered, and then he rises the ranks past even the mutated giant rat and becomes their evil king. Apparently the red mark is sacred and legendary among the rats. Julian loses it and demands he be seen as the original ringtail. Something clicked in Mort after the penguins sent him in, and he's been stuck brainwashed as a rat ever since. He accidentally forces the rats to invade the zoo when they otherwise would not have. I believe years ago he absorbed the legendary god of rats into his mind.
The video?
It comes naturally to him and he screams invasion. Maybe it's revolutionary Mort again. I don't know how he would have absorbed a rat, but remember it's possible he did it to a bear once, and when the feet are used against him, Mort intentionally turns them down, saying, "Rats don't like feet." Turns out it's just strawberry jelly on his tail. They then take the fake rat nose off of him and he instantly snaps out of him, similarly to the instantaneous personality shifts in All Hail King Julian.
This is more of like a deep dive video into specifically Mort. But yeah, you can see I'm almost done with it. It's 2.5 hours
This
long.
here feels more
Got
like
like
the
20
time
minutes
he was
left,
pretending to
23.
be a tycoon, though. They ask him to be a penguin, and he does that without hesitation too. He's also joking, though, it would seem. Mort fails to be cute when he actually tries. When Skipper becomes a king for a day, Mort goes after his feet, appreciating their webbing. This implies Mort's fixation with feet lies in their association
Yeah,
with
yeah.
royalty,
I haven't
which is
seen it in a
crucial
while,
as a subservience
TBH.
thing.
I
The
need to
penguins have
rewatch
a
it.
12-floor maximum security facility beneath their zoo habitat. It's like 12 separate Area 51s to the center of the earth, basically. There are Lovecraft abominations down there. Makes sense why they're so intent on hiding it. Are all these zoo animals famous military commanders reincarnated knowingly? Makes sense considering their cognitive divergences from birth. Maybe Mort is their eldritch facilitator who's causing this. The hell for his governmental captors. It could be, after all, it's his story. Mort calls Skipper crazy. Mort then uses a high-tech subatomic weapon to create a cotton candy hurricane. The penguins have seemingly met the Grim Reaper. Mort fears being punched for once. He hates other cute animals. The penguins say Mort is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Thank God I'm not alone. After being transferred to a horrible petting zoo, he plans to bite all of the children. His bite is OP. He clones and teleports in service of acting as an ergonomically acute cushion. Mort absorbs gases. Hoboken, New Jersey is considered this show's equivalent of hell, and they claim that farts might actually improve its air quality. Boom roasted. Mort gets a sensual moment reminiscent of the other show. The penguins expect Maurice to kill Julian any day now. We meet a sort of fake ghost Alex the Lion, and I'm not sure how much of this confirms the timeline or not. Mort miraculously knows all of the penguins' secret codes and passwords, but not in a consistent way. He's in tune with the collective unconscious of the quantum field. A bizarre scientific phenomenon causes everyone, including Mort, to break into song. He finds it creepy and unnatural, so do I, considering nothing should affect him, for many reasons. In another episode, Mort eats everything in a vending machine, Pocket Universe tummy. And again, Kowalski's science can overlap hard with this whole magic world we got going on here. And oh my God. So anyways, we know Mort is strong, but later King Julian's rear will be smacked unless Mort can throw a mango pit across the zoo. We know he can, but he intentionally flubs it. Ergo, he's into that Ariel freaky shit. Next up is some vengeful herd mentality
Spent a lot
commentary,
of
and then
time
Mort
on it.
survives an exploding missile. One of Mort's teeth is as large as his entire mouth. Julian briefly succumbs to loving Mort. Evil aliens threaten Earth and are destroyed by duplicating Jello cubes. This is not new news considering the tentacle aliens from the other show. There's a season 2 episode named Alienated that involves a pretty freaky plot, but I couldn't find it anywhere, from what I understand.
Here, look, I'll show you real quick. Yeah, check it out. Yeah. Check it. Yeah, it is. Got all sorts of stuff over here. All over the walls and whatnot. All my music. Down here, you can kind of see. You can kind of see all my music. Yeah, my camera came with a. It has built-in AI tracking. Built-in AI tracking. Ain't that something? Ain't that something?
Mort demonstrates a little bit of his power there too, but on to the final season. Mort calls his tail Rodney again. Mort bullies Private. Mort dismisses everyone as unimportant if they aren't within the royal circle. Maybe that's why he's so obsessed. Mort angrily raps about attacking things with coat hangers. A baby Fusa enters the zoo and Mort wants to rip out his eyes. Julian crawls through an elephant's butt and out its mouth? Julian has a nervous breakdown and Mort backs away slowly. Julian calls Rico fat. Obviously, I mean he's a pocket universe. Mort calls the baby Fusa a booty eater. Damn.
Booty eater.
Mort breaks faces and creepily relishes in it. He climbs in the sewer and laughs like the bride of Chucky. Mort blows up on dynamite. He has hella petty cash. The news thinks Mort and Maurice are furry children. Mort plays in a dog's mouth. Kowalski has experience as a high-strung mother. Mort finally has a bizarre romantic all-hail King Julian moment with a sock as he walks away romantically and says, "Don't be a stranger." We're getting closer to the inception of that show, so I'm not entirely
Some
surprised.
good stuff.
Mort is a
You
walking
talking about the
talk-
stuff I have just around? Yeah. Yeah, I put a lot of effort into it. Oh, here, I didn't show you much of what I have on this side over here. But yeah, I mean, look, you can see, I'll zoom in here. See, I got some stuff up there. Oh, the music albums, yeah. I got a decent collection down there. Yeah, I also got some stuff up here that you usually can't see. Movie tickets, some stickers from another streamer. You know, got some stuff up here. You know, Hot Wheels, lots of Polaroids. And then, yeah, down there I got my music. Yeah, we got all this side is my CDs. And then over here down in the bottom I got my cassette tapes and then a tape deck right here. And then up above you can see I have my records right there, as well as my record player underneath the lid here, which has CDs on it right now. But this thing is like a multimedia thing. It plays everything here. It has a tape deck, it has a CD player, it has a record player, it's got radio and Bluetooth, and this thing is connected to this awesome sound system right here I have with a subwoofer. So it's like, it's just an amazing music center. I could pop in any format and it'll play through those awesome speakers. It's incredible. No, oh, this thing right here. Yeah, that's the way it is. It's a Crossley vintage style multimedia thing. They're like $80, $100. You know, you can get them at like Walmart or Target. They're sold like everywhere. But yeah, I mean, it does look cool. I wish it was antique, but at the same time, I am very grateful that it has Bluetooth and all that because I can just connect it to my phone and shit. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna wrap up this video. This is a marker gizmo. Shit, hold on. I'm playing it. You can't even hear it. Oh, this is my cat. Gizmo. Yeah, he's a big boy. He's a big boy. Cute as hell. Anyway, let's go back to here we go.
There are weird things
Actually,
too,
I mean,
like
you're just getting here, so I mean, you're not even probably
red
following
herring.
along with this. It's just been me watching it, so I don't mind going back to see what else we can find here. Hell yeah, thank you so much. No, I spent like a good 2 weeks taking a break from streaming in general to like redo my whole setup. And yeah, no, I really appreciate the feedback. Like seriously, I mean, I put a lot of work into it. It was genuinely like day in, day out, I would wake up, start working on this, and then go to sleep. And the next day, I would pick up where I left off for like literally 2 weeks straight, up until my whole room here and the bathroom was like completely cleaned and reorganized. So yeah, I mean, yeah, it was a great like break to like just mentally take a break from all the streaming stuff, and now I'm getting back into it. And today I'm actually just kind of this is like a super rare thing. I never do this where I'm just watching YouTube and doing something, but I'm working on this book for my girlfriend. She's asleep right now. So I'm just gonna, do this and get that finished up while I do it. And then I'm gonna be playing some games. Oh wow, it's already 6:30. Holy shit. Once in a blue moon. Oh yeah, yeah. There was a time where I was streaming every day, and I really want to get back into that. Hold on, I think my girlfriend's actually awake. Hello? Hello? Are you awake? Are you awake? She's not awake. Hello? I thought I heard you say something. I'm sorry. Go back to sleep. No, yeah, I love streaming. It's great. Here, I'll show you what I'm doing right now. So, I'll walk you through it. I'll show you it. So, what I did was I went to the store and I got this book, right? Just a regular 5-star whatever the fuck ruled book. And I also got a bunch of like greeting cards and stuff, like happy birthday cards and Valentine's cards and stuff. And yeah, I'm just gonna kind of briefly show the stuff that I wrote down, but yeah, so it's like for my wife, which she's not my wife yet, but she definitely will be. So it's like I wanted to get you something. Ignore my bad handwriting. It's like it's just this type of shit where it's like covered in stickers and stuff. Yeah, I wrote this book is something of an interactable gift. The first section made by me is a bunch of cards I thought might be funny for this after I've left space for Lucky Girl. Yeah, there's another thing I said, and more of a letter to her. The first one was more of like telling her what the fucking thing is, actually. There's blank pages in between because I'm going to tape them together for so they're stronger. So they're stronger on the ring. But yeah, this one's Fortnite because we actually, believe it or not, we actually met on Fortnite. So I thought I'd throw this card in there when I saw it. And it's got a little spring, as you can see. And here, I actually have a dedicated space where I was going to start drawing. I decided to do Rick and Morty on this one. I only got the head in. But yeah, this one is it plays a sound. Just as happy birthday, but you know, whatever. Anyway, there's nothing to say about that one, really. Yeah, this one I just thought, like, what the fuck was this card? Like, what? And then here at the end, we got another place to draw. Yeah, hamster party. Hamster party. And then I think there's just one or two more. Oh, yeah, two more. So we got this one. And we got wow. Yeah, okay, yeah, there's one more after this. That one has a lot of text on it. And then the last one with another place to draw. Yeah. And then after that there's the rest of the blank book to tape in cards that I'm gonna send her, because we're actually a long distance relationship, and I'm gonna start sending her cards every year on her birthday. Hell yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. But yeah, I'm just gonna finish up these drawings, and then I'm gonna mail it out to her later today, probably, or tomorrow or something. I don't really know yet. Oh, see if we can't find another video to watch. Which one of these videos looks good? Oh, right. Yeah, I read that and I completely forgot to answer about that. So, yeah, the deal with that is I don't. And I don't specifically because I get all my work done for free by my dad. Because he is in that whole graphic design business, and I just ask him, I'm like, hey, can you do this for me? And he's like, yeah, I got you, and he does it. So it's like, why would I ever pay for it when I don't have to, And he does a pretty good job. He did most of my stuff here, and that was over a year ago. Not a penguin. This one. 8
Today,
minutes.
I grace you with my understanding of Happy Feet. I'm trying to get back into the groove of my channel, but the editing, while stable again, still needed an upgrade to begin with. So I might intersperse these live action shots with my creepy outfit like last time, instead of sloppily zooming in on my profile picture whenever things get dramatic. I've kept my eye on Happy Feet since the day I started all this, and I can finally give you the deets. Not even sure if it's a theory at this point. You're about to see just how accurate I'm getting here. But I believe this movie is about the second coming of the one and only Jesus Christ, and also supernatural aliens. What else is new?
What?
Hello.
Oh.
I'm the Theorizer.
What's up?
This
How you
video
doing?
is structured as
Toss?
a descent into
I guess
my
I'll just call you
ever-present
Toss.
madness. I am calmer. We've discussed this in both the recent Rock Bottom and Oompa Loompa theories, but this one might push me back to the brink. Wonderful. As this video is in fact going to go increasingly off the rails, I should note that it will end abruptly and shockingly as ever. So let's get the end stuff out of the way right now. Who sponsors this video? Nobody. Well, that's not entirely true. My patrons. Things are heating up over on Patreon. All the people over there saw this video fully in advance without ads in it, and they're also getting shoutouts in the end of this video, and they've been conversing with me in Discord for
Oompa
weeks
Loompa?
now, as things get more and more popular over there too. I'm also creating an ARG video game for all of you, and they'll be the beta testers. It's all very juicy, all very important, and I can't tell you how much it means to me personally, considering I can only now make this video with the new laptop you helped me buy. Also, I'm recording very late, I might be quiet. The film Happy Feet is the Bible. I guess I should explain myself. So, to get to the bottom of the mysteries, tell me, what is the result of these films? The answer is simple. Humans stop taking over. In the first film, the penguins almost die off because they have no food. This is treated as an apocalyptic situation, and it's all because the humans are harvesting fish en masse. There could also be possible subtext about worldwide climate issues causing the cave-in in the second film, but that movie's doing its...
I'll pause this so I'm not talking over the video for the other person. Yeah, so I play all sorts of games here. I can show you. Actually, can I show you? I don't know. So I play. So mostly these days I'm playing. Here, let's see. What if I do? 11, right? Bring the thingy back. Put this. Yeah. So right now I have installed Risk of Rain 2 and Fortnite. Those are my big ones. Another big one I've been playing a lot is Hytale. It's a newer one. Not many people heard about it, but it's kind of like Minecraft. I play Lethal Company occasionally. I got RV There Yet on there. I got Storebound, Backrooms Escape Together, Yap Yap, VR Chat, Phasmophobia, and The Forest. Yeah.
its own things. So let's try and keep it to the message of film 1. The world was dying. The penguins were dying. The food chain was whacked, and the world was in chaos. We see as much as the world's nations argue with each other. This movie is aiming high for its messages of pain and suffering, and good God, we're about to see why. The plot for this movie is seemingly simple. Happy Feet over here uses the powers of song, dance, and love to communicate with the humans that they need more empathy, thereby saving the world in more ways than one. The humans
those two are great.
What they are.
But yeah, Hytale's really good, actually.
Flightless, monochromatic rats. Ugh. Pardon my indifference. They hear the truth. Hideous squeals a la Mumble. There ain't no beautiful singing going on as far as they're concerned, so Mumble, someone who can convince them visually and beyond a shadow of a doubt, saved their world by showing them the plea ritual of the century, a massive dance that tracks them back to the starving populace of Emperorland. Happy Feet's ability to dance, and solely his ability to dance, spreads to the other penguins and literally saves all of their lives. This is the main point of the movie. Beautifully simplistic love, apparently. So I asked the question that all the humans in this movie were probably asking, how and why the hell can Mumble dance? We witness something remarkable near the beginning of the film. Gloria, Mumble's love interest, walks up to his egg. It refuses to hatch. She pecks at it with a neat little rhythm, and he starts moving. He slips and falls around, and his first contact with the world is in the form of chaotic legs trying to find footing. Her pecking beat, as far as I'm concerned, screwed with his delayed awakening. Mumble's father, Memphis, always fears that him dropping the egg was responsible for his son's singing problem, and while that factor has its place, I really think it was Gloria here. She was compelled to come up and peck it, and it changed Mumble. Know why? This film's codebreaker is simply put, love. It's the core message and the driving force. His soulmate interacting with him before hatching provides him with the rhythmic love tools he needs. But this is absurd, right? Well, like I said before, Memphis dropping the egg has its place, and this is where things get good. I think him dropping the egg resulted in the delayed birth, requiring the egg to be unlocked by his soulmate. Don't believe me? I'm just getting warmed up. Let's examine the egg dropping scene closer. All of the penguins are braving the harshest winter, the increasingly harsh climate of the South Pole. that may or may not be caused by the humans mucking with the ozone or whatever, but they all managed to survive it by singing and visualizing the Great Gwyn. This mythical figure is the one that all the penguins worship. The elders form their government around the religion dedicated to this spiritual being, and it's a central point of the movie. They all sing in unison, but Memphis sees a vision of his wife, who he loves more than any other man loves their wife. He can't handle it, and by breaking from the group in the name of love, his egg slips and rolls down a hill. He saves it, but the damage is evidently done, as Happy Feet takes much longer to hatch than the rest. His soulmate has to unlock him, and arguably, this also led to his dancing deformity. Nobody seems to realize it was the Great Gwyn who did this to Memphis. The Great Gwyn made him distracted in the name of love. Why? Well, it resulted in the salvation of their planet. But don't get ahead of me quite yet, because it goes even deeper. Why did Memphis love Norma Jean in the first place? Well, their heart songs were compatible. They were seen as the best male singer and the best female singer in their whole society, and they met by singing in unison amidst the bright, intimate sunlight. Song is love, as they narrate. Rhythm drives them together faster. This is how and why they were granted the power of song, the Great Gwyn. This is also how they have access to pop music and modern human concepts. Their god is real. We see it. Everything was in place for Mumble's birth because all of the elder penguins prayed for it. They prayed for a fish solution, and it happened. It happened again with Mumble's little son Eric, who can only sing opera and save them in the sequel. So yes, question finally solves too. Why did the Great Gwyn take a special interest in creating and maintaining penguins of all things? Well, I believe it's a perfectly honed situation. A bunch of flightless birds isolated at the bottom of the world who cannot speak, forcing love to prevail as their method of communication, uniting the world over a continent that has no country. Antarctica is alien to us, we are alien to them. The Great Gwyn is quite literally an alien god. Calm down, I'm not reverting to my old ways of ancient aliens yet, but hear me out, because several times this movie zooms out of the planet into space for no reason, and the last time we somehow see a motherfucking penguin feather floating in the void of a vacuum. What the f***? And what do we see as the opening shots of this fucking movie? A great penguin constellation, and Happy Feet's existence is literally in the sun itself. The light, the love. Tell me, I will snap. This movie isn't some love is the answer metaphor. It's literally the answer, which is why we meet Loveless, who is nothing more than an extremely experienced prophet who has built a civilization around the concept of lovemaking to try and save his species.
Bang up the sign, no fishing.
The Great Gwyn is nothing more than the one and only God's modern form, and what I am saying is that Happy Feet is literally the second coming of Jesus Christ, the Savior unappreciated for his visual and spiritual uniqueness and efforts to save humanity with love, because being a human person was too risky in this day and age for both Mumble and this studio. Point blank, nothing more, period. That's what this film is about.
And the extra special thanks to Mihail and Spicy Cobble. Chris McLean is the devil walking the earth, and the military is trying to stop him. This is just one of the realizations that comes from an incredible discovery I've made. See, I have figured out that the animal curse which hit DJ in Total Drama World Tour was not only real and by design, but is connected to some of the biggest mysteries in the show. Izzy's behavior, the producer's secret plans, and most incredibly of all, Ezekiel turning into a feral animal zombie. It's all linked together, and there's something even deeper here that goes back to the show's first episode. Get your popcorn, hold on to your shorts, because you're about to have your mind blown to pieces by these 3 shots. Hello. I'm the Theorizer. This has been years in the making, and I'm pretty sure I've solved the entire show with this one little connection. Here's how. In the first episode of World Tour, the contestants either have to go through the pyramid in Egypt or over it. There are 3 notable things that happen inside. 1. Izzy finds a bunch of mummy fabric and asks her friends to wrap her up. Then she freaks them out.
2. Ezekiel, all alone, presses a button and has some fabric and artifacts land on him, which he for some reason wraps himself with. And 3. DJ accidentally crushes a mummified dog, gets attacked by scarabs, and then becomes convinced for the remainder of the season that he has been cursed with hurting animals because of it. It's the whole big plot line. He destroys his whole team. You'll notice that these 3 characters interacted a little too closely with the pyramid's sacred contents, and I have full reason to believe that the mummy materials not only cursed them, but that Chris intended for this to happen, and it all reveals the truth about his past, and even that is only the beginning. So we'll go DJ, Izzy, Zeke, and then the bombshell that cracks the entire series wide open. Brace yourself. First, what do we know about the pyramid and DJ's exact situation? If we can sort of get a grasp of this curse, then we can get to the root of this. Alright, so he crushes the mummified dog, and then each episode that follows has him accidentally harming animals over and over again. He squishes a baby panda, injures seagulls, turtle, goats, seals, and monkeys in the episodes that follow. By the time they get to France, he's basically a nervous wreck, and almost his whole team has been eliminated, to which he blames himself. He finds another mummified dog in the Louvre Museum, and he plans to return it to its rightful burial site, hoping to get rid of the curse, but he gets chased down by the victimized animals and it's destroyed. By who? Take a wild f***ing guess. Soon, he's the last one on his team, and Heather sees an opportunity to manipulate him. So does Alejandro, actually. Heather helps DJ find a fish with an Egyptian symbol on it, and when DJ kisses it for the challenge, she tells him that the curse should be lifted as he showed the gods respect. Truth is, though, Alejandro drew the symbol on that fish, and he believes that the curse is entirely in DJ's head. DJ adopts the fish and names it Irene, but in the following episode, Alejandro reveals the truth, and immediately, DJ starts losing everything. He crashes into a ton of animals, gets eliminated, swarmed by fire ants, and then forced to face all of the animals all over again in the Aftermath show. So it would seem as though this curse was fake, right? Everyone, this curse is real. This sounds crazy to anyone who isn't aware of exactly what's going on with the producers of this show. But if you've been with me for a while, you'll know that my other discoveries make this 100% legit. You see, the producers, mainly Chris, control the whole show to manipulate the narrative for better ratings. I've discussed this many times. Chris is so extreme that he's a flat-out sociopath, and Chef is there to kind of balance him out at this point. Really though, every little piece of the show is meddled with. This is why Heather lasted so long in season 1, for the complete and total drama. Chris doesn't shy away from admitting that he tampers with everything, and even when both Heather and Alejandro do their manipulations regarding DJ, he's standing right there, praising their evil. Chris is in control, but the reason I'm bringing this up again is because when the plane explodes near the end of the season, all of DJ's animal victims come rushing out of the cargo hold alongside Ezekiel himself. This means Chris literally kept them there and planted what he needed when he needed it. The whole curse is a setup, and Blaney also reveals that the Aftermath show just has them waiting there for him again. But this isn't what I'm getting at. Obviously, we know Chris messes with things. The thing is, though, this time, it's not just physical tampering. Right, so after my theories on the producers, I posted this banger. In fact, it's my most recent theory on the show, and in it I cracked the more supernatural side of things and proved that the ghosts, aliens, spirits, demons, and all the crazy shit in Total Drama are in fact real, because Boney Island and Wawanakwa as a whole are a gateway to hell. There is so much evidence for this, and this is why, the military is so involved with Chris and why Chef keeps the lid on him like he's some kind of demon. Now, when it comes to DJ's curse, no, I don't just think that the producers are placing things where they need to be. I think they've legitimately cursed DJ and knew all of this would pan out in one way or another when they sent the contestants into that pyramid. I strongly believe that this is all a part of the same thing. The physical tampering, the metaphysical tampering, in short, the producers did this, and DJ is cursed. But wait, you say, DJ got over his curse when he thought it was fixed. Well, guess what? No, it is still partly in his head, but not in the way you think. He kissed a McLean family fish with an Egyptian symbol on it. That's a sign of respect, fake or not. Notice how he gained extraordinary physical abilities after doing so too. What really gets me though is that in spite of his nerves coming back later on, and in spite of Alejandro's racetrack sabotage, there is no way this wasn't on purpose, because there's a motherfucking walrus suddenly on top of a racetrack in Jamaica. Don't even get me started on how they later eject him onto a bed of fire ants. This is all on purpose, with direct and supernatural influence, and DJ is suffering for their ratings. Something similar happens in the Redonkulous race with a lava rock artifact. These curses are real. These producers are vicious, and as promised, this solves everything else, because guess what? If this pyramid is our conspiracy nexus, then it immediately would solve the other two most insane mysteries from Total Drama as well. Izzy. 6 years ago, I determined that she's not crazy at all. She's manipulating everyone so she can get the money, but more importantly, so she can torment everyone because she's a stone-cold psychopath. She lies almost constantly, she has an extremely high IQ, and she often skips out on challenges so she can jump ahead without being eliminated along the way. She uses alternate personas as scapegoats. She excuses her madness as Kaleidoscope. She excuses her destruction as Explosivo and uses Brainzilla to funnel her IQ, but it's all fake. My theory got just under 1 million views in total and was spread around the internet like wildfire. You may have even seen that Izzy Isn't Crazy conspiracy video in which someone scanned through the entire show episode by episode to confirm my outrageousness even further. And yet, the one thing I could never determine was exactly why. Why, beyond being evil and sadistic, would she do all this to everyone? She doesn't even really want the money in the end, and she goes a step further too. She has the supernatural abilities. She can see into Mike's soul. When she asks, "Who's Mel?" she invents time travel. She's wanted by all the world's governments. She disappears, reappears, has incredible physical skills. She gets mutated long before the season 4 cast does, and she hypnotizes Owen into falling in love with her with that rattlesnake dance. This all comes to a head when she mocks the mummies by dressing in their attire and then crushes DJ's dog. The answer? She is cursed. What's more is I believe that she was cursed by the animals before the show even began, and this scene is not her being re-cursed, but rather her mocking what has already happened. You see, from day one, Izzy flawlessly mimics giant bears, giant spiders, hypnotic rattlesnakes, foraging beavers, howling wolves, tunneling prairie dogs, and she gets ultimately eliminated in the Animal Hunting Challenge. She also gets briefly eliminated in Wink Wink, the Boney Island Challenge in Season 1, where afterwards she runs off into the forest and says she spent ages out there with the animals. Mysteriously, when Eva tries to reveal the real truth, Izzy silences the hell out of her. This pattern set, this curse, this animal vengeance is built into the show on a much deeper level than you might assume at first glance. I did cover this a bit in that Boney Island video. The supernatural moon, all of the quote-unquote mutation, and the smart crazy animals of Camp Wawanakwa, it all comes down to the fact that this island is on top of a gateway to hell that's at the bottom of the mine shaft. It's wild, and yet almost certainly true. We haven't even gotten to the mine-dwelling, animalistic hell spawn that is Ezekiel, and it's all coming together. Izzy never spent time with the nature reserves as she claimed. She has 2 audition tapes. She has been targeted by the military since her birth. The same military that Chris is friends with, the same military that takes her away in the same episode of World Tour that DJ gets eliminated in, the same military that chased her down because she's one of several innate subjects of the Luciferian regime. You will understand what exactly I'm talking about because of Ezekiel. He's clueless and bizarre from day 1 of the series, but in World Tour, after he gets wrapped in the fabric, what happens? He is rendered immortal. He clings to the show like Gollum, desperate for the $1 million. In line with the animal curse, he hides in the cargo hold and, quote, homeschools with the rats. His last, even vaguely human moment is when Chris forces him to be Jack the Ripper, which he's quite good at. He gets more and more malnourished, but doesn't die because of what happened to him in Egypt. And believe me, he should be dead. I haven't talked about this like 4 years ago or something. His health crisis is insane. His parents put up missing posters, but their son is no longer their son. He's an abomination, a demonic entity that is less than human, on par with only the most feral of animals. This is not a coincidence. You see, what lands on him in particular is an Ankh staff. This is the Egyptian symbol for eternal life! It did this to him.
He lands in a fucking volcano in the finale and survives. He gets trapped in a collapsing mine twice and survives. He gets mutated beyond repair while in proximity to the Hell Gate and becomes lead commander of the giant rats and mutant freaks of where? Boney Island. The animal curse. But I'm claiming his immortality came from the pyramid. What about all the weird moments he has before World Tour? What about when the boat just slides past and he immediately appears? Chris all consoling him, his clueless insults towards Eva, his freaky prairie past. Who is Ezekiel? And Izzy? Based on everything she said about her past, she must have been abducted by aliens. She's invented time travel. She has lie detectors implanted into the back of her neck. What does she know? And what in the ever-loving is a Luciferian regime? The truth of Total Drama Island about Camp Wawanakwa is that it's not just a portal to hell. It's also where all of the contestants came from in the first place. When the mining operation went sideways, they fractured a hole in the sacred caverns of Boney Island and stabbed through the gates of hell, setting free dozens of damned souls who sat on the fringes of the satanic plane. They shot out and were reincarnated into the world. In a bid to return all of these tortured souls to hell, the military creates a television program designed to maximize drama and draws in Satan himself to run it. They meticulously screen and vet all of the applicants to track down the hell souls and air it live to attract the masses. Izzy's great-grandmother Mavis was the first to be flung Mach 1 from the portal to her own descendant. Izzy states this as fact. Following suit is Ezekiel. Who is he? Ladies and gentlemen, I believe Ezekiel is none other than Jack the Ripper, tortured in hell for his crimes against women and flung at Mach 1 from the Wawanakwa portal into a homeschooled farm child of central Canada. He is closer to his torment and truth than anyone except maybe Izzy. This is why he can phase in and out like Izzy. This is why he can jump around with parkour like Izzy. This is why he's almost feral to begin with like Izzy. And in a sickening twist of fate, he is strangled by the very sort of woman he strangled in his past life and forced to replay his own demise by Satan on national television in his hometown of London. Thanks to Izzy and Ezekiel's slips, we can infer the truth about every single one of these contestants. It's not that they're just psychologically messed up, as I previously claimed. It's that they are where they belong. Each of them is the clueless rebirthing of one hell soul or another, one famous dictator, one famous evil something or another, drawn back into their own fate out of desperation to be famous again. They are being gathered up by the military and presented to their warden in a bid to detract Chris away from destroying the world at large. This is why they cannot and do not leave. This is their contract. The sickening paranormality of Boney Island seeps into everything and mutates the island while they're away, resulting in demonic creatures that torture the next set of would-be suckers. Satan births babies with Cerberus in the form of absolutely disgusting humanoid flytraps, and the animal curse grows stronger than ever, meaning the Egyptian pyramid isn't evil, it's just warning us of what has already happened. As for the military's perspective, they're in full panic mode. They send their strongest militant to get as close as utterly possible. Chef Hatchet, his job is to service Lucifer in as many ways as he can see fit, so as to bar the forces of evil from annihilating Earth. Chris is best friends with the Area 51 military, and they gleefully team with aliens to torment Owen, spawn of gluttonous sin. They also abduct and chip Izzy, as she more than willingly testifies, which is interesting because Alejandro, who survives everything satanically like the fire and the robot and the rebirth, hypnotizes Owen, who gets chipped by aliens like the rattlesnake dance, and it's Owen. Anyways, I do believe they also chip her again following the Boney Island challenge. The government is desperate, you see, after unleashing Pandora's box, and they're trying to reverse their fatal mistake by begging Izzy for infinite time travel, and Grandmaster Chef is their singular trap card. Well, except for one other agent. Mildred Stacy Andrews O'Halloran, codenamed Blanley, is at the core of all their sociological operations, fully invested in the lives and backstories of these reincarnated spirits. Her knowledge is a fact. She allies directly with Chef during the events of World Tour, and Satan punishes the man by encasing him with thick outerwear in the dry heat of the African savannah as close to hell as Earth can manage. For her crimes against the satanic conquest, Blanley's bones are crushed to pieces by parachute omission in a sickening twist of mockery as a living mummification. She is then used and abused by an animal that seeks a relationship nearly as disturbing as that of the flytraps, and we see it over and over and over again. It's just disturbing. It's in the corner of shots. Reality TV is a stage, a medium of demonology for the militaries of the world, infested with spies designed to placate the satanic force of Chris McLean. It was her last words. She was seconds away from revealing the truth, and cutting her off like Izzy did Eva, we get the biggest clue of suspicion yet.
They wanted me to host the show. You only got the job because I said no and... Is it really quiet in here all of a sudden?
You better believe it, because not only is it consistent with all the clues characters drop and the mysteries they leave dangling, but it also makes perfect poetic sense. If you have any comments about it, evidence or otherwise, do leave it, but please, more than anything, if you're not subscribed, do make sure to click the button. I really need to hit 1 million, especially after this. You have no idea the unspeakable things I've put myself through piecing this together. Now check out all my other Total Drama theories. I will link them, go on a binge maybe, because everything makes so much sense. This connects to my Mike theory. They're all demons. The Dawn theory, Heather theory, Sierra being in Area 51. Ella might have something of an answer now. I need to tie in Alejandro and the many loose ends.
Let's
and of
watch
course
something else, Chad. Let's watch something else. Especially
I'm watching TikToks on my For You page until I get banned. And woman.
Next year we...
Oh my god. Yeah, no, please, who are you?
I'm Blue Wunk, and I'm a man.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Don't
Have you
lie
seen
to
my
them.
dick? Bro,
What dick?
look down.
You're not. The f is looking at my. Oh, down. My fault.
Okay,
I was
yeah,
by myself.
Yeah, it's okay.
Dude, it's gonna be a hard one. I forgot, like, the whole being by myself thing is, like, kind of weird. Like, I'm just schizo. Like, Aaron,
You just have to
mute
roleplay,
everything.
bro. Take your meds.
Mute everything and just have me doing something silly here. Like,
I think you just have to take everything off.
well, if you say so.
Can I crack? Can I please smash? Please. Why? Please. Please. Okay.
Yo, would this work on you? Like, high key. Like, have you ever, like, given a beggar a chance?
No, these are the people in my DMs, bro. There's no way.
Yeah. Wait, but this.
Even suck pussy with that shit, bro.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's kind of like a credit card, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know how, like, you. I'm not even gonna show it because this is really early in the video, but like bro could just start rubbing his head up and down like this.
I was thinking his head could be like a fucking dildo, bro. That's all he can do.
Wow! What are you gonna just fucking plunger his ass?
Yeah.
No, you can't do that to bro. I mean, honestly, he would allow it.
Wants it. He wants it.
True, he would allow it.
I want y'all to guess where the straw's from.
McDonald's.
If you said McDonald's, your biggest fucking, I want you to go take dinner tonight.
Gang! Everyone knows that's from me. Anyone can look at that fucking straw. You know it's from. Don't you ever lie about no bullshit. Every single person watch. Because everyone watching this fucking video would know that it's McDonald's. Look at the straw. That's the same straw.
You're coping.
Maybe you're just poor. Maybe you're just poor and you can't eat out and you have to eat home and just eat fucking. What do you eat? What do you eat?
Shaming. You hate poor people.
Yes, everyone knows I hate poor people.
Well, because I'm Asian, you're gonna say fucking eat rice or some shit, right?
Yeah. Well, I can't even afford that, brokey.
Oh.
Yeah, fuck you.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is you're not eating McDonald's because you can't afford it. That's why you don't know what the straw is.
McDonald's because I'm not a fat bitch.
Damn.
Chill up, back.
Well, I'm not a fat bitch either. Look at me.
You're fat chud. A fucking large, bald chud.
Yo, McDonald's Sprite. From the bank. Barnett Mega Sour Death Balls. Apparently, this is the sourest candy on earth. 5-hour energy. When I will join you now. Let's have some grape in there.
But he's shaking.
I'm not
already.
This video, that's for sure. Mix it up.
Goodbye, Chad. We'll miss you.
Ladies and gentlemen, electromagnetic Sprite. All right, let's go. You feel like I'm drink a lot of this shit already, I didn't put a dent in that joint. Getting a burst of it. Turning into my body. What the hell am I putting this? I can rip this steering wheel off my fucking car. This car feels light as shit. God, get my skin and fucking that shit. Ain't nothing but lightweight. My phallus is getting brick. What happened to the candy? Shit got evaporated. Oh,
Yeah. Oh.
What the fuck? You planning to do this?
Does he just do this shit for the love of the game, or is like someone like sponsoring this shit?
So he has to have been paid. There's no way, bro.
Holy shit. Dude, the amount of 5-hour energies alone in there could kill a small Victorian child.
How the fuck is he still fucking alive?
I feel like he does so much of this shit. Like, I just feel like I would die. Like, I cap out my caffeine intake a day if I have caffeine every day at like 200 milligrams, right? I think your daily limit is 400. 200, I think, is, you know, solid little sweet spot. And then there's gonna be some chud that's gonna be like, oh, baby, drinking that stuff will kill you. Shout out my dad. He's not a fat chub, but he says the same thing. He's just like, yeah, you know that shit's gonna kill you. Hey, you're right. But you know what I do drink every day? No. What the fuck is wrong with you? What's with you and cum? You good?
Nothing. Yeah, I'm good.
I don't think you are. Are you? Yeah.
Just getting a little withdrawal.
Alright, chat. I will be back in a little bit. I gotta go get something to eat 'cause I am fucking starving. Alright, I'll be back. All right, I'm back. I'm back. Yay! Everybody cheer.
All good.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, drink some real quick. Get your slurping.
Okay, well.
And I heard a spoon. This fucking big bag straight always eating. What I was going to say is I be drinking Gamer Supps every day.
Ooh.
Yup, and guys, this week Gamer Supps is dropping. The Knockers drop. Boom, on screen right now. Do you see that cup? Look at that. Knockers. It's actually baseball themed, but it's called Knockers because we love Knockers on this channel. Everyone, go right now, get yourself some Knockers. Use code BLACK at Gamer Supps right now. Use code what?
Black.
You didn't say it right.
Oh.
Yeah, you didn't say it with like more humph, like emphasis or hatred, one of the two.
Black.
It just sounded the same except a little nicer.
I'm just a nice person, but I can't.
Aaron, pull up one of her clips on Instagram after the Gamer Sub segment. Thank you very much. Guys, thank you so much for supporting the channel. I love you. And get yourself some Gamer Subs using code BLACK today. Back to the TikToks.
You're retarded, Rainy. Hashtag Rar. Please don't give up again.
It's fucking March 15th! Why the fuck is it snowing? Benjamin Netanyahu! I swear to God! Stop this!
Benjamin Netanyahu, if you're hearing me right now, blow this bitch up. Kill her right now.
Me?
Yup, blow her the fuck up, Netanyahu. If you can hear my prayers, Netanyahu, please hear my prayers.
Netanyahu isn't fucking real, bruh.
Yes, the fuck he is.
But he would blow you up right now.
Nuh-uh. Netanyahu, prove it right now and blow her up. This is honestly my biggest, like, little personal time with Bryce. We're gonna have a little personal time.
Okay.
So I started, so everyone knows Netanyahu meme, my black typical guy, was interfacing with this girl and started talking about Netanyahu, blow this motherfucker up. Turns out this girl didn't know who Netanyahu was or didn't know the meme. So in that moment, I just looked like an absolute fucking schizo. Okay,
and
screaming.
You fucking called me chronically online.
Whoa. If I'm stuck in traffic behind a slow ass car or someone cuts me off, I'm screaming Netanyahu, blow this fucker up. Okay. Like this video if you do the same thing. But I had to go and deep dive and show this girl shit about Netanyahu and who he was and what he's done. Does that make me cooked?
You are cooked and chopped and fucking everything above, bruh.
Kill her. But you know this meme, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so what the fuck are you trying to say, bro? Holy shit.
This is meme for retards. You know that?
Oh, guess what we are?
Yeah, so we're retarded.
Every single person watching this video right now knows this meme, and guess what? We're all one and the same.
Oh.
We're retarded, yeah!
Everyone who makes you feel like you aren't good enough.
Oh my god.
They're just clapping, you know, they're just clapping.
Yeah.
They're just happy together because Netanyahu, they're playing patty cake type shit.
Yeah. Oh, I love patty cake.
Yeah, I bet you do.
I love
catching
patties.
The fuck?
If you think your life sucks, just remember, bro, there's niggas out there.
You're right, dude. It could always get worse.
Damn, bro, I should this is the issue. I should be duetting like this.
No, you should.
You know, it's just like, nah. I get it. The comment section's gonna be sitting there and just be like, yo, friendly fire, bro. Like, what are you doing?
Okay, you need to do it after this right now. It's free views.
Oh, yeah. Let me just go ahead and make it right now. Let me just pause this whole recording. Let me just go ahead. Hold on. Ready?
If you break eye contact with me, you lose.
Can we do reading? One more time.
Yeah! Wait, hold up. Where did all those...
Where the fuck did they come from, bro?
Yo, that's cheating, bro. That's cheating.
Fucked up.
And the reason why I'm saying it's cheating is not because of her big voluptuous What'd you call them earlier? Pluckers? No, you called them
Patties.
Not because of her big voluptuous patties, but because she moved the camera so the eye contact would have had to shift.
True.
See?
True. Yeah,
So
it's
we're
not
not
'cause you were
dogs.
looking at her boobs.
Yeah, like we would never do something like that in a normal sense.
Yeah.
All nighters might be the most overrated thing in.
With Nicorette. With Nicorette, you're up to.
All nighters. Y'all hear that? Aaron.
Typo.
It sounded. I don't think that was a typo. I think it just sounded. She was just speaking so fast that when she said all nighters, it just sounded like.
Yeah, she would never say that.
I don't know. I feel like that's usually. Have you seen Twitter recently? Japanese Twitter's on that right now. Okay.
Yeah, maybe she's Japanese.
Oh. Wait, that's so real though. So like she wasn't saying
It
all
all
nighters.
adds up. Yeah, she meant it with her whole chest. Buddy,
Yo,
what?
I'm gonna need Unc to take this down right the now. You can't. Let's rephrase that real quick, cause it's like, what do you mean the kids ain't slow? The kids just tight.
Self-report?
What the comments say? Hold up. What could you have possibly meant by stretching your? Jesus Christ.
Brother.
Oh shit.
What's your name, dude?
Certified Turtle.
Are you out your fucking mind?
Wait, but he hit that shit though.
He did.
I love little people. And are you good?
Yeah, I love little people.
No,
They're my
please
favorite.
go ahead. No, go ahead. Say your piece. What was
I had
you
a friend
just?
like that. She was chill.
He did. He was chill. He hit the vibe check. He hit the flip.
Yeah.
You know, he dripped
Fuck
out like
yeah.
an average frat white boy. You know what I'm saying? Or like a BMXer or something.
The dad would definitely approve. If I was a dad, I'd be like, fuck yeah.
Powder isn't using a voice changer because I've never heard a ceiling bird. Yeah. So far, so good. No ceiling birds. I'm also not black.
See, why couldn't you say it like her? Dude, that's not racist, A, and B, yes you are. How can you can wholeheartedly look at them, every single person at home watching right now, and tell them that you're not racist?
Yes, I'm not racist. I love black people. Okay? Heard that shit? Love black people.
See, like you're adding a weird pause, like you're uncomfortable saying it.
No.
Is this your first time being in a room with a black person?
Let me try again. Yeah, I'm scared you're gonna jump me.
Oh shoot. Very good to meet you, brother. Nice to meet you, man. The park employees say y'all are doing like a little protest. Oh no, there's no protest. I guess they just don't like what y'all are doing. Oh, they don't like when it's how it could have been. These are mine right here. I got them earlier today at the auction. You know, what was your name, Jordan? Can I talk to you? I can't do an interview. No, I was just gonna ask if you want to take a laugh.
Jesus Christ! Yo! Wait, if it was supposed to be reversed, why would he ask the black one? Oh, unless he wanted to give him the whip to get the lashing.
Yes, he wanted to whip him.
Do you think doing like that, like our ancestors sitting there back there looking down at us from the trees and being like, damn, like look at these idiots, like we died for this and be mad at us?
No, they would be proud because now the roles are reversed, you know? It's like we took the power.
Oh, we, you and me, we took it back.
Yeah.
Us blacks.
Yeah, BLM. What?
We don't fuck with BLM in here. Yeah, we don't like BLM.
Damn.
Kacha, I'm kind of hungry. I think I want to eat some of that butthole. What? You want to eat my butthole, Deku? Alright. Good. Pulls pants down. Bends over. Thank you, Kachan. I'm gonna eat your booty hole now. 3, 2, 1.
Thank you, Joe.
Deku, chill. Kachan, don't fart in my mouth. You're so silly.
I can't do this, gang. I can't do this.
You never eaten before, brother.
No, it's not about the eating ass part. It's with the I'm crying. Can you see the tears? Can you see the tears of me trying to hold that shit in? Jealous?
Oh, you were holding the fire in because you were waiting for him to eat your ass.
I actually could never be jealous. Because I have my own kachan back at home.
Where? Your dog? Melon?
What? I'm not white like your people. Oh, wait, no, your people eat the dogs. And then white people just fuck them.
Alternative ways to pronounce words. Nigga.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
I was cleaning my eye. I was cleaning my eye. There was like a hair in my eye. And all I hear is nigget. What the fuck? What was
that word? I think that's allowed.
Night?
Night.
That's how you got it? Nigget? I don't know.
That makes sense to me.
How does it make sense to you? Go ahead and give us your proper explanation on why does this make sense to you?
What do you mean that makes sense? Like let's say like tomato, or you can say go tomato. You know?
Oh, potato and potato.
Exactly, it's like that.
And like night and nigget.
Yeah.
Yes! Yes! Yeah, I don't know.
I'm sorry.
I know that one would have sold for a lot. I'm just saying, like, you know, if that motherfucker was up on auction, I'm telling you the amount of dollars, that one would have been at least $10. No cap.
I would have bet for him.
You would have bet for him?
Yeah, I would have been in there in the auction.
I don't think you would have. You're the wrong race to be betting in auctions.
What the fuck? Am I one of the slaves too?
Yeah, kind of.
The weather absolutely sucks outside. You know what that means. I made a minority deliver me food.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
It's just for some reason she became so much more hotter in my eyes. You know, like she was already gorgeous. And then she just said those magic words that I just love to say. Like, for example, when there was like a typhoon, like it was storming out here. We were all sitting downstairs and I was like, damn, I'm hungry. This is just a perfect weather to have a minority deliver me some DoorDash. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then I ordered from the furthest restaurant away from my house. So it's like, you know.
How much did you tip, huh?
Like $2? The you think I was tipping big? Come on, buddy. Does this look like a joke?
Yeah.
DoorDash should be paying bro more.
I'm about to drop it.
I cannot be here, bro. What the
Dude, what the fuck? Yo, wait, where were you during the dream face reveal?
I was watching him face reveal and I saw everyone shit on him.
Yo.
Okay, it was the fucking atrocious angle. He kept turning his fucking face. He's like, look at my jawline. Oh my god, I'm not fat bitch chud anymore. Look at my jawline. I have a neck. Like, bro, no one fucking cares. No one fucking cares. Why the fuck are you showing us your jawline?
Drew, like dead ass. I wonder, like, if he just did like a normal intro, like what it would have been received as.
No,
but like,
literally.
I think the whole hype that he was trying to build up, like FaceTiming everyone and being like, "Oh, you're actually not ugly," is just like for the build up for him being ugly was just like the.
It's just too fucked up.
Well, I don't want to say he's ugly, but you know what I mean. It's just like it wasn't what everyone was making it out to be.
Yeah. I mean, look at all like the fan art. They're like, "Oh my god, he's so handsome." And
Yeah.
then that's what we get.
Well, that's Minecraft stance. You know what I mean? Like majority of Minecraft. See, I just can't do the little kid audiences. You know what I mean? Because like, at the end of the day, if you're standing me, let's go ahead and rephrase that. Let's just rephrase that, Miss motherfuckers over here. Like, this is why your kid is tight because of this.
Power on.
Oh, you baby sneeze.
Connecting Bluetooth. Bluetooth connected.
This is definitely Vietnamese.
Low battery. Please charge now. Đủ mẹ.
Yo, if my speaker had this kind of accent, hit me with the off the cuff, like to do it right now, bro, I would shit myself. I'd pay top dollar for that.
Where do I get one? Please let me know.
Dude,
Where's
hear
the
me
link?
out. Hear me out. What if I just get a speaker and just reprogram the audio noises and just have you do it? Can you give me your best do, man?
Yeah. Do my.
That was so mid. Like when you did it, like it was just.
You just want me to be racist.
No, you just didn't hit it right. Like I have a better do, man.
try then. Go ahead.
Do, man. You know, it's just like do, my mate.
Okay, you have it better because you don't know how to pronounce it, so you suck dick. Like.
What?
You suck.
How is that?
Bruh.
You just mad that I'm more Viet than you, buddy.
Not fucking mad.
You just wish you could hit this shit like me. Yo, shout out to all my Vietnamese viewers out there. Hey, we one of the same, all right? We the only that can say no.
That's crazy. Now that's crazy. That's crazy.
How do y'all get addicted to gambling? I lose $10, my chest start getting hot.
Do you even got $10, bro?
Do you? Me?
Yeah, you.
Duh. Obviously got $10. The fuck you mean? Why you pocket watching me? Hold on. Wait a second. How about we bring it back to the topic at hand? Brokey.
Okay.
Fucking. Do you gamble?
I love gambling.
Actually?
Yeah.
All right, what's
Went
your game of
to the casino?
choice?
Well, I've only gambled once, but like when I first went there, shut the fuck up, okay? I won money and then I kept going and then it went downhill, you know, like typical story.
Type of a typical loser story. Go ahead.
I'm just gonna kill myself. I should have what the fuck?
Here's the thing, right? As a professional and proficient gambler, right? I remember when I used to be like this, right? If I gamble like $10, $20 and I lose it, my chest will be hot. I'd be the fuck off going to bed upset, right? The reason why, and I learned it through firsthand experience, is I was broke, right? I wasn't a winner, okay? Once you start gambling with more money, those $100 hands are light. You know what I'm saying? You got to sit there and remove the currency from it, and it's just like, yo, I'm here to lose this shit, but I'm not a loser type shit. You know what I mean?
So yeah, so kids, if you're listening, gamble all your parents' money. Fuck it.
Okay, or counter argument, give it to me, okay, and I'll gamble it. You know what I mean? It's like don't just give it away. Like just don't gamble your parents' money unless I'm there, type shit. Or you just give me the money to gamble for you. Speaking of gambling,
give it to them, right? If you win.
Yeah. I'll give it back with like some commission taken off the top.
Okay, that sounds reasonable.
But yeah, speaking of gambling, guys, I'm going to Level Up Expo in Vegas. WeebCon is this weekend. By the time this video goes up, I'll be in Dallas, and Level Up Expo, I'll be in Vegas. Let's get silly, and if you're out there, I'm gonna be gambling. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
That guy's immune system is the best fucking immune system on this planet Earth. What the fuck is that?
How do you go out? This has to be in California. 1. And then 2, how do you get to this conclusion that you just go scoop? Yo, because this is dirty as fuck.
Bro, he's fucking thirsty. He's fucking dying.
I don't think bro's dying enough.
Nah,
Still
he
tastes
was.
better
He
than
really
Dasani. Damn, true. High key. Yo, worst water brand out there right now.
Aquafina. Sorry.
Aquafina's pretty I think Dasani and Aquafina are both pretty
They are loud.
How many tattoos you have?
How many tattoos you have? How many? 16.
16?
16?
That's
Can we
it?
see? Like, do you have any?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, bro's tatted up. There's no way he only got 16.
Or maybe it's like 16 diamonds, you know?
True.
Oh.
Oh.
Solving stupid debates. I don't know what that entails, but I feel like I'm about to debate this guy. I don't know if this guy's gonna have strong opinions, but I'm feeling very opinionated right now. So let's see.
If there's one thing people like to do on the internet, it's argue. And I personally think a lot of these debates can be looked at objectively. Now, some questions are obviously deeper than others.
Other had your bitch outside.
It wasn't my bitch.
Bitch, shut the f up in 2020.
That guy is like the #1 crash out for no reason at all, bro. Like, what is good with Joe Budden? Every clip I see of him, he's just pissed off at the world.
But as you read the title, these are ones that I consider
What is this? Did he edit the guy in this picture?
Stupid.
Where's the parachute? I thought you said parachutes.
And ones that can be answered pretty easily. But when I look at some of the most popular arguments, I realize that we really just be fighting about anything. Water. Is it wet? Is water wet has to be a troll. What do you mean is water wet?
I never really understood this question. People have asked this, you know, of course, at some point in your life, somebody's going to ask you this. What the hell do they mean? The hell are they talking about? Is water wet? Water makes things wet, but is it wet itself? Hold on, wait, I'm thinking about it deeper for the first time right now. It has to be, right? I think it has to be.
For the people that are still confused on my stance, yes, it is. I don't know about you, but this looks pretty wet to me. Yes, the implications of something being wet is a solid interacting with the liquid and making it wet. But deep it though, even though water is a liquid.
This guy's editing is fucking hilarious.
Water is covered in water, right? When was the last time you had one water molecule? If you're gonna sit here and tell me water's dry though, you are a complete jester. Anywho, next question. Is a hot dog a sandwich?
Yeah. Bread, meat, yeah.
Now, if you're not a complete lunatic, everything in your mind is telling you a hot dog is not in fact a sandwich. But it's the same sort of thing as the is water wet argument. You know, like the definition and the outline of what a sandwich is would technically make a hot dog a sandwich. That would be if a meat rocket was not its own category of food. Do not put meat missiles in the same conversation as sandwiches. Just look at the way you eat a sandwich versus how you eat a meat rocket. These are two very different experiences.
Dude, I don't know if I agree with him there, because, like, technically speaking, it is, you know, but, like, you're not going to describe it as a sandwich. So, yeah, I see both sides of the coin here. I do see both sides of the coin. There's also, like, the is cereal soup one. I remember that used to be, like, when I had Tinder when I was, like, 19, however old I was, that would be my opener every time. No risk. No, don't try that. That shit.
Sub technically has that same sus shape to it. And most people will consider that a sandwich. In my personal opinion, subs are way more sandwich-like than a glizzy, and Franks also only have one bun. It's not even close to being a sandwich if it only has one bun. I'd say that's closer to a pizza than a hot dog is to being a sandwich.
Crispy, you need to change the profile picture. Bro, I know. I was looking at this shit today, or like 2 days ago. I don't know if I fuck with it. Do we fuck with this anymore? I want to hire somebody to make a new one, but now I'm like terrified that it's going to be AI and I'm not even going to know. I don't know. Or what do I do? Like, what could even, do I just take a picture of myself? I feel like it's kind of boring. I feel like it should be a drawing, but it should be a more current one. Maybe I'll hit 4 mil and then change it. But if anybody is like artistically inclined and wants to maybe give it a shot, that would be pretty cool. I might use it if you want to put it in the Discord contest. I was thinking about doing that, but bro, there's gonna, like, half of them are gonna be AI at this point. Like, I feel like we can't do art contests anymore.
And for our next debate, this is a pretty recent one that went really viral. And that's 100 men versus 1 gorilla.
And they're not winning. I don't think they're winning. I don't know. You guys got the 100 men or the gorilla? I feel like a gorilla is a gorilla, bro. The strategy would be everybody has to be coordinated and everybody has to go at once. But in reality, nobody's going to want to lock in. Everybody's going to be scared. And it's just the gorilla's going to win.
One is like a 70-30 split, with 70% of people believing the gorilla would win and the other 30 believing the men would win. But personally, I think if you had like 60 people all dedicated to f***ing up this gorilla, I don't think it stands even a chance.
But they're not gonna.
100 people.
Think about the logic of that, though. It has, like, I don't know.
Bro, 100 people is just overwhelming numbers. You got 2 people grabbing each arm. You got 2 people grabbing each leg. Someone kicking straight meat. Like, tell me I'm not onto something. Okay, I was in fact not onto something. The original plan was just to glaze 100 humans and talk about how we would just overwhelm the gorilla. But I took it to myself to ask ChatGPT for help. And in order to get a representation on how difficult it would be to fight the gorilla, I asked what animals is weak to humans as humans are to gorillas. And since a gorilla is roughly 4 to 9 times stronger than a human, ChatGPT came up with a common marmoset. Now, what the fuck is a marmoset, you ask? I was picturing something maybe the size of a small dog.
What the dog doing?
Why is it the size of a human head? I am easily easily clearing through 500 of these. But then again, I'm also more intelligent than a gorilla, so I'd at least have some strategy. So who knows, bro? Until I see 100 men fight a gorilla, I'm gonna just have to leave this one open.
Yeah, I think that's like a question that may never be answered. And I hope it never is. It's never found out.
But for our next debate, I'm not gonna give it any build up. It's this fucking dress. And
bro, you know what's crazy? I'm seeing it as white and gold right now, and I've always seen it as black and blue. Is this picture edited? Because I'm looking at it right now, and it looks like it's white and gold, but I know for a fact that the actual dress is black and blue, right? I'm pretty sure they like came out and said it was black and blue, but like right here in this moment right now, it looks white and gold.
it's this fucking dress. And if you see black and blue, you're lying, but the dress is in fact black or blue. You know, just because one thing is one way doesn't mean the same thing can't be another way.
What the hell are you talking about, bro?
You always get that clip is so funny.
Because, yeah, the debate has been closed for a minute now. The person that took the original photo
yeah, there it is, right?
took another one and said it was black and blue. And it was, in fact, the lighting of the dress that affected
Oh, it looks like it could be gold there for sure.
how it looked. And I'm not even trying to be different, all right? But I'd honestly say the dress is gold and blue. And I knew I wasn't tripping, all right? Color Select says that's the colors that are projecting into my eyes. So, yeah, the real dress is black and blue, but this fucking-ass photo is gold and blue. And another debate that is cereal soup.
There we go. Here we go.
Before you even say anything, yes, I know the argument, solid food inside liquid, served in a bowl. Technically, that is soup behavior.
It's not soup.
But we just all know cereal is not soup. If somebody hands me cereal and calls it soup, I don't trust the hands that prepared that food. Okay, on to our next debate. How many holes does this shirt have?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
First of all, what kind of fucking shirt is this? This is some shit I would wear if it was Rick Owens. But I'm not gonna lie, this one's more like a riddle because a lot of people forget to include the hole in the neckline and the sleeves and underneath, you know. Most people would say it has 2 holes, but it actually has 8. So this wasn't really
8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 8. Front and back? Like these holes count as separate holes? Because when you flip the shirt around, I'm not following. No, that doesn't make sense to me. That doesn't make any sense to me. The hole, it's the same hole. If it's double-sided, it's the same hole. Am I tripping? You had a shirt in the front and the back in the same spot. It's not the same hole. Oh. I understand it now.
and underneath, you know. Most people would say it has 2 holes, but it actually has 8. So this wasn't really a debate until people started arguing on whether a hole is just one hole, if it has an entry and an exit. But for the answer to this question, I'll simply have to say that holes don't actually exist. They're nothing but a concept, alright? Because think about it for a second. A hole is literally just the absence of something. It's not a thing you can hold, it's not a thing you can grab. It's just where something used to be, but isn't anymore. Which means, technically speaking, a hole is just nothing.
Nothing.
But now my brain's overheating. So instead,
where is he getting these clips from, bro? The editor is hilarious.
Brain's overheating. So instead, let's just move on to a debate that's somehow even more pointless, but also way bigger.
Massive, dude.
This is probably one of the...
Oh, Massive by Drake. That's on that playlist. I was just telling the stream, if you guys are watching this on YouTube, I have the Spotify playlist. It's called literally the best songs of all time. I got Massive on there, don't I? Yeah. Oh, probably the best Drake song. I think it's the only Drake song I have on there. So yeah. 29 greatest songs of all time right here. I'll drop a link in the description if anybody wants to be put on some good music.
Biggest debates of all time, and it's gender wars. Who is better, woman or man?
Alani finding out of Orem, Utah.
Chat, women or men?
And it all seems to be the same thing, alright? Women saying all men are like this, men saying all women are like this. And at the root of it, it's just clearly a human problem. But apparently that's not a good enough answer.
It's kind of crazy how fundamentally different we are. It is actually insane how differently we think, differently we act. But, you know, we do have similarities and we're the same species, but like, wow, we're very different. You aren't philosophical, bro. Shut up. My bad.
And no one will stop until there's a clear winner. So who is objectively better? In order to decide this, I've decided to borrow this power comparison system from this One Piece edit. Now it was used to compare Roger and Shanks. We're gonna use it to compare man and woman. Before y'all complain, this is a very scientific system. 9 and 10 doctors approved. And now we have round 1, strength.
Now the men are gonna take this first round. The heaviest weight ever lifted by a man being 510 kgs, and the heaviest weight lifted by a woman coming at close at 325 kgs, which is still insane, by the way. And for round 2, we have speed. Okay, let me just stop. Cause at the end of the day, fighting about gender is so pointless. Because
keep
what is
going.
the desired outcome here? The complete annihilation of the opposite gender? Because last time I checked, the human race requires both sides of the argument to even continue existing. And what I find so stupid is these giant overgeneralized statements that would imply an entire gender is just the scum of the earth. Like saying kill all men.
What I do?
That would imply there's never been a good man that's ever lived ever. Just the addition of the word some does so much. But people don't do it because it doesn't rage bait hard enough. And rage baiting is a reason that 90% of people do gender wars, even if they realize it or not.
Call me delusional, but I think 100 girls can easily beat that gorilla.
And I've heard arguments like it's not all men, but it's enough. Which, what is the implications there? You saying I'm one of the good ones?
That's gotta be racist. There's no way.
But look, even if 100 men or women did you the worst 100 times in a row,
This edit is so funny, bro. Anthony Edwards, I'm not gonna lie, I used to be like not a fan, but bro, he can fucking hoop. He's gonna be the best player in the league. I mean, if he's not already. I mean, my favorite player's Curry, but once he retires, I might have to switch to being an Ant fan.
100 times in a row, they still another 4 billion men or women. And now those 100 grimy now represent the other 4 billion. And the end result of this is just two groups of extremely online people convincing each other that the opposite gender is a different species.
The older I get, the more I realize that women are humans.
But finally, for our last...
Bro, you know, there's a song, I was listening to it the other day, and I was like, what is he talking about here? He's saying that this woman is more than a woman to him. But like, what does that even mean? like, oh, you're almost a man. like, what is this? Is that what he's trying to say? 2 women. That would be more than a woman. More than a random woman. Maybe I'm looking too deep into this. I take it as she's his universe/goddess. Oh, okay. Well, I was listening to this like, what could be higher than a woman? You know, I was just thinking like, well, there's nothing in this world that could possibly mean more than a woman, right? that was my interpretation.
Last debate. This one might actually be the stupidest one yet. But the question is, if you punch yourself and it hurts, are you weak or strong?
If my grandmother had wheels, she would have been a bike. You know what?
All right, should we try? If you punch yourself and it hurts, are you weak or strong? You are... both. No, you're strong. No, I don't know.
This debate is so dumb. If you punch yourself and it doesn't hurt, that doesn't prove you're strong or weak. And neither does punching yourself and being in pain. The only thing you're proving is that you're not incredibly weak. But listen, right? If a kid around the ages 10 to 13 haymakered my unsuspecting chin at full force, right? It's most likely going to hurt. That doesn't mean the kid is stronger than me. It just means I got punched in the face. Unless it's one of those kids like in East Bay at 12 years old. Okay, maybe he was stronger than me.
How old are you, man?
But also, if I was to throw full force at Eddie Hall, former strongest man in the world, Big Brother guy. Now this is gonna go one of 2 ways. If my theory's correct, I knock this guy clean out. If not, my hand is going this. But I've been told I end my videos too suddenly. So,
Dude, this guy's a good YouTuber, man. I'm gonna link that in the description. That was good. I am subscribed already. Shout out to bro. Shout out to bro. What's a debate we could settle? Is it worth clicking subscribe on the Extra Crispy channel? I would say yes. I think it's free to click that button. So make sure you have that button clicked.
I hear a jaw harp. Oh, holy shit, look like XQC. Jet, what? Do Jet. A whole bunch of different options here. That's more like XQC. Holy Oh, wow. I can lift my shit up and down. Wow, even my leg, we can do a little dance. Oh, shit, long hair or short hair, Chad? Oh, bald. Maybe the glare will give us an advantage in fighting. I don't know if I like the look of this dude. But this guy has wisdom, stature. Let's go. Let's be accurate here. Did they weigh themselves in feet back then, or was it like in corn husks or something? Oh, there you go. 5'7". Can you do 5'8"? There. 5'8". So, Chad, what should we have? An axe, tongs, a pitchfork, or a hammer? Oh, we gotta go with the pitchfork. Chad, back then it was all about the reach. Could you reach your opponent before they can reach you? I think a pitchfork would be perfect. All right, we can move around. We can do a little do-si-do. There's some inertia. All right, I'm not sure if I'm ready to contend with the best in the realm, but I'm sure I can do a little war cry at least. I can at least go like, yeah! before I go in and get murdered. Oh, we have to do these duels. Okay. Why the Jester looking at me like that? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna wait. I don't know how this works. Oh, okay, hold on. I'll do it. I'll do you. Don't make me do it like this. I didn't want to do that to you. You made me do it. You made me do it. Hey. Hey. I'll do it. I'll do it. Yeah. Oh wait, come on. Get up. Get up, buddy. Can I slap him in the fucking head? Like you can. You can just slap the shit out of him. Oh no! No! Oh shit! Oh, I can go for a dick shot. Get away! I need to get my breath back. Stay back. I'm gonna karate chop you. No, I've seen a Bruce Lee movie. Rush Hour. Jackie Chan. Oh, I have this shit now. Okay. Oh, okay. He's a little slippery, this guy.
I can't even push.
Shush. He's okay. Ow! You! Oh my God, he just gutted him. Oh God. Oh, stop. I know you're in pain, but blackface is unacceptable, even though it's 1477. That is really inappropriate. Ooh, now we got two. Wait, hold on. Thank you. Damn, I'm good. I kinda like this dual wield. Look, I'm playing Elden Ring. And we win. It's money. I will take the money. All right, now what can we buy? Ooh, I'll buy a pot lid. Let's continue the fight. Okay, hold on, I have a lid. Oh, God. Fuck you.
Gosh.
Hey, stop it! Bitch! And an X to switch hands. Perfect. You're a little wait. Oh. All right, you win this time, ground. On guard. Oh, I got him in the neck! Holy shit! I'm mining for diamonds, Chain. I'm mining for diamonds. Now he's stuck. Get off! Get off! Stop it. Bitch! Get neck! Yeah! Alright, I'm pretty good at this. What the f? Why are you screaming like that, big dog? On guard, bitch. Oh, whoa, you got a sickle! Oh! Oh, holy, what a jerk. Save my soul. I will save your soul. One soul seeks revenge. Whoa! What's going on here? Oh! Ah! No! No! Get away from me! Ah! Get away! Grab his leg! Take his pants off! I can just scoot away. I'm just gonna scoot away. I don't think there's really anything I can do. I can't even give up. It's not really working out. Come on, dude. Just move a little more. Yes! You! Yes! Wow. Anyway, now we're in. Oh, yeah. Oh, dude. Pitchfork, more like prick fork. Because they stab you in your penis.
Coward!
Oh, whoa! No! Get away! I'll do it! Oh! Die! Yeah! Oh my God, he's huge! Oh, got your rib! Get away, I'll do it.
My phone!
In your head! Oh, you're just gonna bleed out. Oh, you can't do shit!
Gotcha.
Oh, Cauldron! Oh, you got nothing, bitch! Oh!
Hang on, my plea.
Shut up!
Grant me leave to pursue.
Shut the f up! Shut up! Give me your drip! Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah! Your leader hose. Oh, your bootsies too, huh? Your little shoesies. What is this, designer? This is designer. I'm looking fly. Let's see what would be good to do now. How about another submission duel? I'm feeling myself with this flail. All right. You! Oh, under the reb. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, you hit me once. Can you do it again? Oh, no, you can't. Oh, shit. Oh! Get away. I'll do it. I'll hit you. Oh, there goes your kneecap, bitch. Where's my money? Where's my Flemings? Oh, now it's nighttime. On guard, bitch. What is that, a dagger? A cleaver? Oh, yeah. You. Oh, fuck you. You're talking with the cleaver. XUC. Sure to do that to you, pal. Oh, fuck you. Are you kidding me? You hit me with tongs, the fucking bastard. Fuck out of here. You hold on, hold on. I'm gonna get this right, okay? I'm gonna get this right. I've seen a lot of live leak. Okay, hold on. Oh, God, I'm not as good with my left hand. Okay, little off the mark there. Can I have that back? Thank you. Okay, hold on. I need to get the neck. There we go. And that's how you make a chicken. Beggar tourney. 7 rounds of submission. And we can rank up. Oh, yeah. What are you going to do, huh? Boom! Oh, you walked right into it, pal. You walked right into it. Chad, I used to be into HEMA back in the day. When I was but a young boy. Come on, come on. Bam! There we go. Oh, my God. What the hell's going on here? Bitch! Fuck you. There's you now. Die! Die! Holy shit. We're fighting like 2 at once. Okay, now you. Oh, fuck yes. Oh my God, there's 3. Swine. Holy fuck. Oh my God, no. You! Oh my God. Let's craft armor, adjust armor, attach chains. Oh, isn't that cool? Sure. Anyway, hire muscle. Simon, Theodore, Ruprecht, and Dieter. Look at Theodore. Theodore and Simon. Yeah. Don't you dare. Oh, all day. All day. Self-propel. From behind, from behind. Oh, shit, his dick. They hit his cock. Fuck you. Fuck you. Now the final one. Where's the big boy? Big boy's over here. Fuck you. Oh shit. Hold on. You pick this up. There we go. Bitch!
For the love of God, do me no harm, but let me live.
There we go. We win. That is a dub. We're no longer beggars. We're peasants. Oh, there's a couple people.
Hello.
What's a bitch? What's a bitch? What's a bitch? Nice hat. Nice fucking hat. Got your hat. Got your hat. Oh my God.
You awake? Are you waking up? So you're not going back to bed? Maybe.
So, Chad, the real question is, do we rock this hat that we have on, or do we grab this cute little hat with the brim? What say you, Chad? Do we have the brimless hat or the hat with brim? This feels like a backwards baseball cap compared to a real man's fedora. I'm gonna have to go with the fedora. All right. This guy in his... Okay, from this side. He's running for me! You fuck your leg? Fuck your other leg? Yes! Yes! Die! Oh, he's got a knife! He's got a knife! No! Oh, I give up instead. Oh, what the f? Did I just delete my game? What? Would it kill you to add it? Are you sure? Having that equipped, we have to rebuild the muscle. All right, well, that isn't so bad. I thought we just deleted the fucking whole thing. Okay, so far so good. Oh yeah, you.
Yes.
Oh yeah, bitch. And again. Oh. Oh, you want to get up, huh? You're punching your dick. Punching your dick. All right, you got baggy ass trousers and you're a alopecia. There can only be one man with no hair. And that'll be me. Hammer fist. UFC. Hammer fist. Hammer fist. Hammer fist. Hammer fist. Oh my god. Hammer fist. Hammer fist. Hammer. Ref. Ref. Oh, there he is. Okay.
Got hooks.
Okay. Yes! Yes! Yeah, shut up! Shut up! Be quiet! I don't want to hear you gurgle. I come here for the gurgling. Came here for your loot. Give me your hat. Got your hat. Oh, we have. They've got pickaxes.
My God's bones.
Fuck you. Whoa! Holy shit! He just gave me brain damage.
Lie me.
Okay. Get on the ground, bitch! Now you. Come on now. Perfect!
Yes. Coward. Louster.
Come on. Hit him! Hit him! Hit him! Hit him! Hit him! Oh yeah, no weapon, bitch! Yeah! You gotta go for this guy first. I really want this hand. Alright, now on guard. I hate that he's got a hoe. Fucking one shot. Okay. There! Alright, he's big. Whoa! Oh! To the head! Yes! Splitting out his ear. Okay. In the head? What say you, bitch? What say you? Oh, he's dead. Okay. Let me grab this guy's gambeson. Give me. I like that. Come on. There we go. A little bit more padded. Wait, kick me!
Dark zones.
Yeah! Yes!
I got my plea.
Oh, you. Let's leave. Go to the treasury. Put away the master. Put away the crossbow. And now we just have the halberd. Or craft armor, adjust armor, gambeson, attach some chains, boom. Attach a strap. Boom, now the helmet won't come off.
Got hooks.
Oh, you're Get away from me.
Gosh, that's gone.
Oh, in the penis. Stab his dick! Rain the dick, rain the dick, rain the dick. Holy f. Oh my god, I'm going him like a bull. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, this is ruthless. Holy f. I would be screaming like that too, low key. Oh, hell yes! Yes! We're commoners! Beautiful, Chad. Whoa. Empty. Alright, man on guard. Come on. Get in range, bitch. Yeah. Oh. Damn, man, you just run them through. So see, that's an actual buckler as well. I will grab them. You. Get away from me.
I pray.
Get away. And there we go. Just gotta spill a little blood. Yeah, okay, you just gotta run him down. Holy Family Guy pose. Jesus Christ. What did you do to him? Oh, get Oh. Oh. Oh, hold on. Oh, hold on. There we go. Nice. His leg isn't armored. Okay. Okay. Yep. There we go. Yes. You just had to get up there and tramp his weapon. Dude, I'm actually, like, getting good at this. Gimme, buddy. I'll take that. I'll take that helmet, too, you little slut. I like. That's good. Oh, he's over here. Oh, he's got a two-handed sword. Okay, run him down. Yes! Oh, yes. Wait, hold on. Is there any loot? Oh, there's a crossbow. I think the crossbow. How does this work? Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh. Where's he at? There he is. Okay. Buckler, he's wearing pajamas. He's gonna master him to stab him in his crotch. His chest is good enough. Don't worry, pal. It's just a little... It is but a flesh wound. It is but a flesh wound, my friend. Whoa! Bitch. Oh. Oh, fuck you.
Yes. Oh.
Fuck you. There, holy fuck. Is he fully kitted up? Oh, he is. Okay.
Eggard.
Get away, I'll poke you.
Now, sir.
Okay.
Gosh.
You get to the spikes!
Gotcha.
My fuck.
The phone.
Yeah, what now? What now? Mercy. There's no such thing. There we go. Stab him in the dick. Just in the dick. That's okay. All right. Yep. Yep. Stir the gumbo around. Just stir the gumbo. Get it nice and stewed. Egg stew. Scrambled egg shape. Holy fuck. Holy shit. Oh, God. You can do a whole... Wow. So now we have the commoner's tourney. Let's hire some muscle. Let's get Conrad, Daniel, and Leopold. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's over. There we go, right in the face. You knocked his head off. Stabbed. We're gonna have sword here. There we go. Yeah, my guy just keeps getting pieced up. Look, Pavis. You. There we go. Ow. Okay, one down. Two down, two down. There we go, three down. Well, even he's got a spear. Okay, this guy's down. There we go. Now we're militia. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Come on, bitch. Yeah, it's me and you, Mr. Bill Huck. There we go. Get the fuck out of here. Wow. Got your elbow. Give me that. Give me those pants. Don't make me beat the shit out of you. Okay, I don't have a bill hook. Where did my shit go? Fuck you! Bash him! Bash him! Okay, we're grappling. Oh, now who has the yes! 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 Now the tables have turned, you son of a bitch.
Have mercy for the love
No,
of God.
no mercy.
No!
Yes! Give me your helmet. I like your helmet. I'm replacing mine. Anyway, that's about it. That'll work. I'm happy. It's gonna be too hard. We're just gonna off the rip. I'm just poking. I'm just poking. I'm just poking. I'm poking. Anyway, pokes. This is way better. Whack him. What are you doing, bitch? Nice arm. Beautiful arm. I like your arm. Militia tourney. Perfect. Now let's get some muscle going. Niklaus and Casper. And we're gonna go with Arnold here. This is for the promotion. Stop it. Stop! So knock it off. Oh. Oh. That thrust is good. Oh, it's over for you. There we go. Oh, just hit my guy. Hit my own guy. There we go. It's hurting me. My leg is hurt. I need to trust my guy who's gonna help me out here. Okay, good. Okay. One down. Okay. Which one was my guy? That dude. Okay, yes, okay. You get away from him. He's swinging his shit like a madman. Okay. Oh, shit. Come on, get his leg.
Yes. Mind it good.
Run him down! Run him down! There's his leg. Yes! And it's a fucking W. We're soldiers now. Oh my god, he's huge. There. That was so hard. Hey, give me your shit. Give me your shit, twin. Don't need that. Ooh, is this better? Oh, shush. Be quiet. Give me your shirt. All right, cool. Let's put that down. Give me the shirt. Perfect. Oh, hell yes. It'll grab you. Oh, hell yes. I think we're living. Spy submission. Okay. The asshole keeps trying to stab my fucking leg. How do you like it? Ow! You bumped me. Fuck you! I'll kill you. This dude's tough. Oh, but not tough enough. Nice master, bitch. Oh, bonk! Bonk! Come on. Come on. What the hell?
My son's bone.
Come on, spill the blood. Perfect. What you got here, huh? I want it. Whatever it is. Is that a Rondel dagger? Oh, dude, you can literally Oh, I love that. You can literally get on the ground, equip your dagger, and just fuck with this. Oh my god, I can't see anything. POV, you asked me for an autograph for TwitchCon. I'm just kidding, I won't do that to you. I would never do this to you. That's f***ed up. Come on. Oh yeah. Oh, it's too easy. I'm so clean with it. Oh my god. Consider that blood spilt. Can I please have my pole arm back? Thank you. Alright, come here, bitch. Come on, man. There, that's blood. How's it not blood? Bitch, the soldier tournament chant. Let's hire Uberhard, Waltarius, and Benedict. Oh, you're cooked. Oh, cook! Cook! Come on, knock him off balance. Nice. This guy. There we go. Okay, he's down. Make sure he can't get up again. I just gotta trust that my guy is doing his job. And he is, very well. Okay, off the rip, he is down. Okay, he's down. Got his leg. Oh, perfect shin hit. Look at that. Oh, dude, Bill Hook IRL. You sweep up and just, oh, axe sword, go right in. You just gotta concuss the heavy guys first, and then just, right, oh, oh, like, oh, oh my god, it severed his body. Anyway, last round. Where's the big guy? Okay, headshot, good. Champion, kill the champion. Champion's dead? Oh, no, this is the champ. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Veteran. Just gotta run in. Oh, we win. It was blood. Are you bleeding? You're bleeding. There you go. You find it. We're good. This dude is armored the fuck up. Damn. Oh, I gotta do Rondell. I'm gonna get the Rondell dagger. That's epic.
What's the weirdest popcorn cooker out there?
Let's talk about that. Good mythical morning.
It is day 4 of Celibacy Week, and we are here once again urging you to withhold your urges this week. No more holiday babies.
Yes,
at the end of the year.
To help pacify your sexual desires, here's another clip to turn even the horniest person celibate. Please don't do that. Please. That is so unpleasant. I'm glad I didn't know you as a baby.
Me neither.
There you go. I mean, do you want more of that in your
You don't
life?
want none of that in your life to come about at the holidays.
Listen, babies can't have popcorn, but you know what, babies? We can! Woo! And we have purchased vintage popcorn cookers to find the best way to pop our corn, old school.
All right, this first one is from Hamilton Beach.
My favorite beach.
Oh yeah, it's very electronic there. They got the Butter Up self-buttering popcorn popper. This has got 70s written all over it.
I mean, why do we ever depart from this thing? This thing supposedly butters your popcorn.
Oh yeah.
As it's popping. And then, when you're done, you just eat out of it.
What? Throw me some slabs of butter. We need to put some slabs in here. Look at this. You've just got a little hole here.
Well, and also do this. You put the popcorn in the oil.
Yep.
That's the oil over there, brother.
Oh. I didn't know that you needed oil because the pop.
You got to
corn. The corn. What is this called?
Butter.
Yeah. I'm not. Are we sure we need that? Because the corn is gonna drizzle.
Yes. How do you gotta pop it? You gotta pop it, man.
But the corn. I keep calling this corn.
But the corn.
All right. So that.
But the corn, man.
So that's going in here. I want to be generous with the pop. With the butter. I keep calling it.
You want your popcorn to be buttered so bad that you call butter popcorn.
I cannot get it
I respect that. Hey, I respect that.
All right, so all of that's there. I feel like I need to get it at the bottom, which I've done.
Did you know, fun fact, babies, Joe Namath, who I know you're not familiar with, he endorsed many, many things, including this link. Famous quarterback Joe Namath endorsed this at one point. So you
The
know
self-buttering Butter Up?
Yeah.
It doesn't have an on or off switch. It just has the plug.
Yeah, it's 1973, man.
Plug it in.
You know what we did? Things started going sideways in this country when we started putting switches on stuff. You know what I'm saying? Back when you could just plug it in and that was it? Is it on? Well, is it plugged in?
We paid $15 for this thing, and so far it's definitely worth it.
Well, what do you do? How do you kill time when you're trying to wait for popcorn to grow?
I spell things on my friend's body to see if he can understand what I'm saying.
Well, that feels like it might turn somebody on.
First letter.
P.
Second letter.
O.
Third letter.
Q?
Fourth letter.
QQ? Hold on, POQQ is not a word.
Well, and then the last letter.
Why? Bucky.
That's not the Q. This is not a Q.
D.
Yep.
D. O. Blank blank Y.
Mm-hmm. That you thought was a Q.
Dookie?
No, man.
You make it. That's not a word. That's not a letter. If this is what it feels like, you're
It's
doing.
smelling.
It feels like you're going like this.
Okay.
Like an S with a long line on it? That's not a letter.
Oh, an S with a back on it?
R?
No. Just picture a S and then put a back on it. What is that?
G.
Yeah.
Did you spell doggy?
Yeah.
I believed in you, man.
I wasn't even done. I was going to do another word.
Oh,
but-
okay. Give me another word. D. A.
What are you looking at?
My mind's eye. Doggy daddy?
Yeah, that's it. You got it.
Doggy daddy.
You seem disappointed.
That was fun.
In yourself, I guess?
That was really fun.
See, back in the 70s, you'd have to wait for your popcorn. The butter's not even melted yet.
You gotta be patient. It's 1973.
So there's like 4 holes underneath there, and then the butter goes through the holes, but yeah, ain't nothing. Is it even?
Oh, there you go.
Something just popped.
Yeah.
We
kernel.
had one kernel pop.
It's gonna start, and then it's gonna be perfect. That butter's gonna pop out of there. It's gonna.
Oh, there's a couple more.
I've never really watched it like this.
I remember some of my youngest memories are looking at popcorn pop because.
What was your mom's method?
It was my nanny. They'd always have a different type of popcorn popper. Like they were suckers for these popcorn poppers. Yeah, here we go.
Really get going.
It's happening now.
It's so much better.
Doggy
than
Daddy
microwave.
first in line for the show. The butter is supposed to come straight out of the fridge if you're into that. Or counter butter would melt quicker, but it's just not.
No, so
I'm
you-
sure
you
it's gonna
don't-
time out.
You don't want it to melt early because you don't want
Yeah.
it to actually be the oil of the melted butter that's popping you. You want that to be the oil of the popcorn oil.
Now we're getting some popping. I mean, look at the show. It's nature's firework. It's created when moisture in the kernel turns to steam and bursts through the shell, releasing the inner flake.
The inner flake. Everyone has one.
I think we got some butter gloopage happening.
Is it seeping? Yeah, it's seeping. Look at it.
Seeping right through there.
Now it has a light on it that's supposed to go off at some point. Oh, I can almost see it.
There's a dim light there. I think we're reaching the.
I know, but we got to get that butter to come out.
How do we get the butter to come out?
I mean,
Well,
it has melted quite
I
a
know
bit.
how to turn it off. You unplug it.
Unplug it. Unplug it and keep it in there to keep it. Unplug it, keep it down.
Yeah, to get the.
So we get full
Right,
butter
I just
meltage.
turned it off.
See how
do I
easy it
know?
is?
There's no cord attached. So then I'm gonna take this,
Oh yeah, look. I mean, the butter is just about perfect.
and I think I'm doing a rotational thing with my technique where
Yeah. The butter's dropping and spinning.
it is.
Doggy Daddy's really good at this.
And then
Were you saying that you were the Doggy Daddy?
I'm the doggy daddy here. Flipping amazing. Joe Namath, if you were here, you would be doing a little bit of clapping.
Just a little bit.
I don't see any butter on. Well, there might be a little butter. Ooh, whew. It's hot. It's hot, isn't it? It's too hot. You ate it too soon.
I got to do it.
I mean, it's that hot though. You go glitch it, man.
The big ones aren't as hot as the little ones. Get a big one.
Get a big one.
Yeah.
Any butter on it? I dropped it.
Honestly, no. Here, do this.
The butter was a disappointment. It didn't
Put it in this thing, and we'll see if we can get to the buttery pieces. Because I think we should have gone.
This whole
more.
thing is just lined in grease. But that's from your oil.
I was very excited about this.
If you want something buttered, you gotta butter it yourself.
It needs a little salt.
You gotta be a butter daddy.
So this is not bad, but the fact that it's calling itself the butter up, self-buttering, is twice in there. Butter up, self-buttering corn popper. I just feel like they're talking about butter so much because they know they didn't really produce that much for us.
You better not buy it. It's flopping. Now we're gonna use a popcorn cannon. It's got the word cannon in it.
This is crazy.
Which makes it sound a little wild.
But this is a thing.
It's got the word popcorn in it, which makes it sound pertinent. Crap. This thing, get started, dude.
So this thing is back, it was invented over 100 years ago at the World's Fair.
This is like a cauldron.
How am I gonna do this in a way that doesn't?
You're censoring the pouring. You don't want them to see it going in. Maybe we do it here. Do it this way. Let me be a tunnel. Let me do that for you. There we go. How's
okay. And how about
I didn't help.
Let's just gather this up because it was exactly the right amount that it needed to be before I did that. And
This is a heavy duty patootie here.
Okay.
Do you put any oil in there, or is it just plain
it's just pressure? No oil. You definitely don't want oil. And so then I'm going to.
There you go. Now pull it down.
And then this comes up like this. Okay, yes, because we're applying some back pressure to this thing on this lever to get it as tight as we possibly can.
So it was invented by an American botanist who debuted this puffing gun at the 1904 World's Fair in St. Louis. Do those happen anymore, World's Fairs?
Okay, now as you can see, there's a pressure gauge on this. So once it gets to a certain pressure, I'm going to do a little trick.
Let's take this off first,
So, yeah.
just to get that out of the way.
In fact, go ahead and light that.
This is this is an alcohol-based burner, and it's already lit. I'm that
And then
good.
We spin this thing.
Ooh.
You want to be the spinner?
Yeah, yeah.
It's got this little thing right there, and then you just spin. And look, this little trick.
Oh.
Here's a little trick. You take this, put it on there.
It's hard to
keep,
get it on.
Keep it really going.
That's very medieval. I mean, it's like a witch cauldron on a spit.
You know, it's an interactive thing for the kids to get the kids involved.
Open flames.
Uh-huh.
A little calorie burning happening. You want me to write something?
Oh, write something. Yeah. Let me see. This is gonna be hard though because now I'm thinking about different things, including spinning something,
Right.
but also the words that you're writing on me.
And I realized I didn't have. I'm gonna take my glove off.
The gloves.
I think that's why it was hard.
Yes, the gloves made it difficult.
The whole thing's turning black, dude. You're blackening the cauldron.
I was told that would happen. It's soot and it will come off, so you can clean it up next time for the kids. Give me a word. Any word. P.
You want to go with P or D?
Yeah. D-I. K.
You need to have more people spell on your body, man.
This has nothing to do with knowing how to spell.
I'll do
by the way.
lowercase.
E. Die. Again.
That's the easiest letter.
You just went up and across. Diet.
All right. Second word.
P. A. G.
Yeah, all right.
Same letter again.
No, different letter.
T. A.
That's it. I'm done.
Diet patata.
Patata.
P.A.
Yeah.
P.A. pasta.
Ah, yeah. You got
Diet pasta?
Yeah.
Okay.
That should be a thing, right? I mean, isn't that a thing?
You spent a little bit. I'm gonna see if you're as good at this as you seem to be implying that I should be.
I think that the best popcorn makers are the ones that require constant spinning. Oh, you going that little, huh?
Okay, big.
Oh, I can't spin and listen to my arm.
Yeah, see. Yeah, well, it's so easy.
Hold
huh?
on, stop.
Okay.
I'm in charge of this.
All right, okay. All right, ready? Hold on, you gotta keep spinning.
I can't.
Hold on.
Go faster and bigger. F. Are you just scratching me?
I'm doing
All right.
exactly.
It is hard. Hey, listen, you didn't tell me how hard it was. It's so hard.
Okay.
I need to orient myself.
yo, okay. It's so easy.
All right.
You can't spell, man.
Push harder. A.
Yes.
Okay, so I've got, what was the first letter? F and an A. R. So he's spelling fart.
You don't know what I'm spelling?
All right, go with the next one.
You don't know what I'm spelling?
Go to the next one. T.
No.
R. Another R?
Yeah.
F-A-double-R. F-A-R-R-T.
Yeah.
Fart. Fart.
Yeah, you got it.
With the rolled R?
Yeah, R. A rolled R fart.
I think it requires 3 R's to roll it.
Okay, I was just trying to. I didn't want you to anticipate what I was gonna do. What do we got pressure-wise?
We are now
it
at
is climbing.
5.
So I was told that when it hits 9, we should do it. It's a good spin. Let me see.
How much corn is going to be popped out of this thing? You know?
You saw the kernels. Okay, we're at 8, so we're
getting closer.
We're
I
so
think,
close.
I think turning at speed.
I'm gonna stand up and get in position.
Does a lot. That is super cool. Look at that.
Let me see.
All of that thumb twiddling I've been doing is coming in handy.
Okay, we're at 9. It's getting into 10. Here you go. Take it off.
Okay, get ready.
Okay.
If you've just joined us, boy, are you in for a treat. We're about to pop this popcorn cannon.
I need that.
Rhett has put the hot stuff in a sack, and this is perforated.
Here we go. You ready?
Oh my gosh! Look at that! It's full of. It's like a magic trick.
Okay. I'm taking
What?
this off. It completely exploded. I'm gonna put that back there. Oh, look at the soot!
And then I'm gonna put that in there. Lucas gave me this, and I don't know why, but I'll figure it out in a second. Oh,
It's to get the rest of the popcorn out.
is it?
I mean, look, every single kernel expanded at the same time.
Instant pop.
It was all popped at once, kids.
All pop, no flop. All burnt, no good.
Now, do we have any salt?
It looks burnt as a crisp, man.
Okay. Oh, look at my face.
Imaginary salt. Oh, is that what this is for?
No. Okay.
All right, this goes to the bottom. Hey, it's burnt. You're gonna need something to help.
It's not that bad.
I'm amazed with how it all burned at once.
Did you think that was going to happen? I mean,
Not to that level.
it's crazy.
You just filled up the sack.
I mean, I've had worse popcorn. Like when I left it in the microwave for too long.
Look at all the. I mean, that's why it just came out like a ballistic missile, because there's just not enough room for it. There's not one unpopped kernel
I mean, this is the kind of thing
with this thing.
that if you're an uncle,
Oh yeah, this is Uncle
get this
time.
thing. Get this thing, gather the kids around. It will be one of those memories that is seared on their brains. Now, also the popcorn will be seared.
Yeah, it tastes horrible. Just tell them that.
But they
ahead of
will
time.
never forget it. It's gonna be one of those things. One time my uncle blew up some popcorn. I think it maybe was a dream.
What if it was your pop? That'd probably be even better.
I don't know if you can do it as a father though, because then it feels a little irresponsible.
Yep.
This is
be a
uncle
father.
activity. This is big unk activity.
Yeah. Pop cannon. Popcorn cannon is popping.
Okay, now we have the classic Whirly Pop. This has a built-in stirring system.
Look at that.
So basically, this is
stirring
the
system.
manual version of what you would have at like one of those popcorn machines at the movie theater that's got the thing going around kind of slowly with the motor.
So this is a classic design.
And I will say, this thing was patented in 1980. And we paid $80 for it, used. But you can get a new one for $35.
Okay, but that's not the one we got, I guess.
Nope.
All
there must be
right.
something special about this one. Maybe the Queen used it. I don't know. Okay.
I'm gonna get this thing going on medium. Yeah, push that down. Let me put some gloves on of some sort.
Link, I like that you could hold it by that big wooden handle, but you're deciding there you go.
I just want him to feel included.
Hold it by the big
Okay.
wooden handle, he says.
You already got a
one
pop. That's quick. What?
2.
This is way faster. Now you might ask yourself,
Done.
why would I do this instead of microwave popcorn or even Jiffy Pop? This is happening so fast. That microwave popcorn's got all kinds of stuff in it that you don't want. I'm sure.
Maybe, probably.
And also all the plastics. There's no plastic in this. It's just wood and metal. Fill your body with wood and metal, not plastic. That is the
for you.
official position of this show.
Every morning we get up and eat
Hold on,
our
I
wood
think
and metal
that's it.
supplements.
I think that's it. It's not popcorn. Pull up. We don't want to burn it. It's perfect.
Turn this off. Push that out. Put this down on this.
glove.
Haha, look at me. Not
Open
on the-
sesame.
And then, all right, I'm just gonna open this. Woo! Oh, look.
See, this is good, man. I'm telling you right now. I mean, oh. Hold on. I had no idea.
Whoop! Watch out now. Watch out, rat. Damn. All right.
There's no way it's as hard as you're making it seem.
I feel like I'm supposed to chastise you right now, Link.
I wanted you to feel like you were doing something. I got some burnt ones in there. It's a little burnt at the bottom because he wasn't turning good enough.
This is crazy.
But
And
not
also,
bad.
You know, sometimes I wonder like how they get the really round popcorn at the movie theater compared to what happens in a microwave. You know what I'm saying? This is happening right now.
Round? You say this is rounder.
Like the main part of the popcorn is more of a round shape versus what happens in the microwave.
This is how Grizzly Adams made his popcorn. Whoops. That's a meme you may have seen. Yeah. There you go.
It all goes to the bottom.
Oh yeah. That made a world of difference though. Tastes so much better now.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's really coming in clutch. That salt.
Yeah.
I really like this though. No microplastics. Getting caught up in my
Well, you know what?
in my vintage future era.
Let's do this. Let's sell it and then buy one for each one of us that's brand new.
That's a good idea.
All right.
Yeah, that's how we're gonna do. Why don't we just start buying new ones and then eBaying them for twice as much money?
I think you have to say slightly used in order to charge 80 for it, though.
Yeah, slightly used by us.
Uh-huh.
That's what we're gonna do.
Done. So Whirly Pop.
It's popping.
You know what? The Mythical Society is relaunched with a fresh new vibe and simplified plan. You can unlock access to collectibles and exclusive merch when you join the All Access plan, along with tons of content and more access to your boys.
Yes.
Check it out at mythicalsociety.com.
Okay, we're gonna pop some popcorn with
Oh, really?
the Black & Decker Space Maker Popcorn Center. which makes popcorn and saves counter space at the same time.
If only we had like something that was like a counter, you know, that we could fit that in to show you how this thing would have worked
only
back
we did.
in the 80s.
If only I don't, maybe you do.
Yeah, I've been waiting for this moment.
Look at this.
All year.
This is a fake counter bottom. It just kind of, I mean, it would suck if like you bought this and then you had to buy this separately.
Right.
All right, so put that in there to save some counter space.
Let me feed my cord.
I mean, if you're devoting counter space at all to a popcorn maker, you gotta be eating popcorn at least twice a week. This is right.
Maybe nightly.
People, I mean, I know people love popcorn, but I just don't hear about people devoting appliance space to popcorn.
I think this was a visionary device. You know, it was like, hey man, people loving this popcorn at home thing.
So
Maybe
this,
they'll love it this much.
This right here, you fill up with the kernels. Fill it up with the kernels.
And no oil. This is an air pop situation.
And you put that in there.
It's better for you until you put all that salt on it.
And then I'm gonna go ahead and turn it on because, oh!
Why? Yes?
What? It does that from the beginning?
Yeah, it's just.
Well, it has to heat up.
It's got an 80s fan, man.
All right. I'm gonna heat it up, and then I'm also taking this little metal thing here, and I'm putting the butter in it, putting all that butter in there. That butter is just gonna melt, and then we get to pour that over. Up. Let me push that down a little bit.
And you can't put the butter in your microwave to warm it up because you've done this instead of a microwave. You saved space for this instead of a microwave.
Yeah, you don't have a microwave. You've made the strong popcorn choice. Once it heats up, it'll go to ready there, and then I'm gonna push the kernels in, and it's gonna spew them out down here. It's just gonna start spewing kernels.
Now, I will say that we paid $200 for this. Of course, it's used. You can get it new for $15.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna push this in. I heard it go down. They're all down. See, now I can probably take this out. So,
don't start taking things out.
Hey, there's a few that are coming out. Eat it fresh. Put some, I'm
gonna catch it.
I mean,
oh, that was nice.
One could put their head under there completely.
Oh, it's hot. That's hot air. Oh, God, it's hot.
Oh, yeah?
It's hot air, man.
Well, what made you think that was a good idea? What you saw? Okay.
If you had a bigger counter.
I'm going to check on the butter.
Oh, go easy with the butter. You want to layer the butter. Okay. And you want to
put that back in there? Yep.
And you want to shake it. That's what they do at the theaters. Y'all wonder why you like it so much? That's what they do. They just throw a bunch of salt on it.
Need more butter. Oh, there's a whole clump of butter.
Put that back in the.
And we're done.
That's gonna be a nice. That's gonna be a nice piece.
Oh wow, you're just eating a big clump of butter.
Oh man, it's got a bunch of salt in it too.
Oh, was it good?
Yeah, it was.
I love how it just used gravity. If we're harnessing physics to make up for the fact that we overpaid for the last popcorn maker.
This is good popcorn. I'm not missing the oil.
Well, there's butter all over it, dude.
Yeah,
so much butter.
I'm still tasting the oil from the butter that I had in my first bite of this.
And this looks so cool under your cabinet. I would hate to know that you could put something else through it though. You know, it's like I wouldn't want to think that this appliance taking up this much space could be used for anything besides popcorn.
Right.
It can't, can it?
No, I don't think it can.
I mean, it doesn't make Kool-Aid or coffee.
And then what do you do when you need to clean it? You got to take it all. You got to pull it out of there.
Well, what's dirty? Nothing's dirty. That ain't dirty.
The inside of it's dirty.
That ain't dirty. Look, this thing's 40 years old. It's never been cleaned. Look at us eating out of it. I love this.
So I just think, if you've got the space to then make the space for the space maker, Popcorn Center, then we're gonna say, it's poppin'.
Oh. It also comes with its own Black & Decker bag.
Oh, man. Well, we really messed that opportunity. That's a wide bag.
Yep. Well, you'll be doing personal opportunities.
Right.
Right into the bag.
So we were pretty enthusiastic about these options today. We think that you should incorporate the popcorn cannon, only if you're an uncle, the Whirly Pop for all of you, and the Space Maker if you've got the space to make for it.
Yep. Thanks for commenting and sharing this video.
You know what time it is.
I'm Bree.
I'm Brent.
I'm Emily.
I'm Andrew. I'm Joe.
$8,000 stores, more than McDonald's had restaurants. They sold the first personal computer most Americans ever touched. They taught a generation of kids how electricity worked with a wooden box and some spring connectors, and they couldn't figure out how to sell a battery on the internet until 6 years after Amazon already existed. Before we dive in, let me know in the comments where you're watching from. If you were a kid in this country between 1965 and 1995, there was a store in every strip mall in every town in every state that smelled like solder and new plastic and something warm and metallic you could not quite name. The sign was red and white and it said Radio Shack. And your dad went there every Saturday and you went with him because you had no choice. And somewhere around the third or fourth visit, you realized you did not want a choice. You wanted to be there. You wanted to be in the back of that store where the real stuff was. The front was fine. Stereos, boom boxes, walkie-talkies and blister packs hanging from hooks, scanners, CB radios in the 70s, cordless phones in the 80s, calculators and tape recorders, and little transistor radios in every color they could think of, called flavor radios because somebody in marketing thought that was clever, and honestly it was. But the front of the store was not why you came. The front was for adults who needed a phone cord or a 9-volt battery. The back of the store was a different world entirely. The back wall, that's what you remember. Floor to ceiling, rows and rows of small plastic packages hanging from metal hooks, every package a different color. Every package containing one tiny electronic component that did one specific thing. Resistors in little tan packages, capacitors, diodes, transistors, toggle switches, LED bulbs in red and green and yellow, potentiometers, relays, fuses, breadboards, wire in every gauge, alligator clips, soldering iron tips, heat shrink tubing. Every single thing you needed to build something from nothing was hanging on that wall for 49 cents or $1.29 or $2.99. And the guy behind the counter knew what all of it did. That's the part people forget. The guy at Radio Shack in 1978 was not a teenager selling cell phone plans. He was a retired engineer, or a ham radio operator, or a guy who had been building amplifiers in his garage since the Kennedy administration. You would walk in with a dead circuit board from your dad's stereo, and he would look at it for 10 seconds and point at the wall and say, "You need a 470 ohm resistor and a 100 microfarad capacitor," and he was right every single time. He did not look it up. He did not check a computer. He just knew, because that is who worked at Radio Shack, people who understood how things worked. And then there were the kits. The Science Fair electronic project kits were the single greatest educational toy ever made in this country. Full stop, a wooden board with metal spring connectors, a paper manual with diagrams, and enough components to build 30 or 65 or 100 or 150 or 200 or 300 different projects. You would clip wires into the springs and follow the diagram, and suddenly you had a working AM radio, or a lie detector, or a burglar alarm, or a siren, or a light that blinked in a pattern you programmed yourself, or a crystal radio that pulled voices out of thin air with no batteries at all. That crystal radio moment. That was the one. You are 9 years old. You have built this thing on your bedroom floor following a diagram in a booklet. It has no power source, No batteries, no plug, nothing. Just a coil of wire and a crystal and an earpiece. And you clip the antenna wire to a curtain rod and put the earpiece in your ear and you hear a voice. An actual human voice coming from a device you built yourself from parts that have no power. That was the moment a kid understood that the invisible world was real, that radio waves were actually there floating through the room, through the walls, through everything all the time, and you just caught one with wire and a crystal in your own hands. More American engineers and scientists started at that moment than in any classroom in this country. The people who built the internet, the people who designed the circuits in your phone, the people who put rovers on Mars, a lot of them will tell you the same story. It started with a science fair kit from Radio Shack, Christmas morning 1974 or 1979 or 1983. It did not matter which year. Somewhere under the tree there was a box from Radio Shack, maybe a 101 kit, maybe a walkie-talkie set, maybe a shortwave radio that could pick up signals from the other side of the world if the atmospheric conditions were right and you had enough patience and your little brother stayed quiet long enough. You would spend the rest of Christmas Day on the floor of your room building something while the adults watched football. You did not need instructions after the first few projects. You just started experimenting, clipping things together, seeing what happened, burning out a few components along the way. That was fine. They were 49 cents. Your dad would take you back to Radio Shack next week and you would buy more. Some kids went there twice a week. There are men in their 50s and 60s right now who will tell you their mother drove them to Radio Shack more often than the grocery store. The staff knew them by name, knew what project they were working on, saved components for them behind the counter. That was Radio Shack, not a store. A community of people who wanted to understand how the world actually worked now, how it all started, and how a leather company from Texas turned a dying ham radio shop into the most important electronic store in American history. The whole thing began in 1921 in Boston. Two brothers named Theodore and Milton Deutschman saw that amateur radio was exploding across the country. Ham operators needed parts, vacuum tubes, crystals, wire, headphones, antenna equipment. The brothers started a mail order business selling exactly that. They called it Radio Shack. The name came from the small wooden cabin on a ship's deck where the radio operator sat. Every Navy vessel had one, and every merchant ship did too. The Radio Shack was where the signal came from, where you reached out into the dark and made contact. Perfect name for what they were building. The company grew slowly through the 20s and the 30s. It expanded into high-fidelity stereo equipment in the 50s. But by the early 60s, Radio Shack was dying. There were 9 stores in the Boston area and $800,000 in uncollectible debts. The company was virtually bankrupt. Then a man from Fort Worth, Texas showed up and everything changed. Charles Tandy's family had been in the leather business since 1919. His father, Dave, co-founded the Hinckley Tandy Leather Company, selling shoe parts to cobblers. Charles went to Texas Christian University, served in the Navy during the war, came home and started mailing leather hobby kits to schools and military bases. He was a salesman to his bones, loud, charming, relentless. He had a philosophy he repeated constantly. If you want to catch a mouse, you have to make a noise like a cheese. Nobody was entirely sure what it meant, but it seemed to work for everything he touched. In 1963, Tandy Corporation bought Radio Shack for roughly $300,000, 9 stores near bankruptcy. Within 2 years, Tandy had it profitable. Within a decade, he was opening 2 new stores every single working day. His strategy was brutal and simple. First, he killed every outside brand. No more selling somebody else's product at somebody else's markup. Radio Shack would sell its own brands. Realistic for stereos and radios, Archer for antennas and cables, Micronta for test equipment, Enercell for batteries, Optimus for speakers, everything manufactured to Radio Shack's specs. Sold only at Radio Shack with 50% or higher profit margins because there was no middleman. You couldn't buy a realistic receiver anywhere else on earth. You had to walk into that store. Second, he spent enormous sums on advertising, 9% of gross profit every year, poured into radio spots and newspaper ads and catalogs. That catalog, thick as a phone book, hundreds of pages of everything Radio Shack sold, delivered free to every store, available to anyone who asked. People kept them, studied them, circled items they wanted. Some men had stacks of Radio Shack catalogs in their garage going back 20 years. It was the Sears wish book for people who soldered. Catalogs mattered. Third, he made every store manager a part owner. If you ran a Radio Shack, you had to invest your own money. Your bonus was based on your store's performance. You ran it like it was yours because in a real sense, it was yours. That's why Radio Shack managers cared. That's why they stayed. That's why the guy behind the counter knew the difference between a 470 ohm and a 560 ohm resistor. His rent depended on it. Ownership made the difference. The company built its own headquarters in Fort Worth, Tandy Towers. 18 stories, shopping mall on the ground floor, an ice skating rink inside the building, and a private subway, an actual private underground rail system connecting Tandy Towers to the company's warehouse complex across the Trinity River. A leather goods company from Texas had built its own subway. That's how big Radio Shack had become. Tandy Towers stood as proof. Then, Charles Tandy changed the world. Or rather, he let two guys in his building change it for him. In 1976, a Radio Shack buyer named Don French had been watching the homebrew computer movement out in California. Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak tinkering in garages, kit computers for hobbyists. French was convinced there was a real market for a personal computer that regular people could actually buy and use. He convinced Tandy to give him a shot. They hired a 24-year-old engineer named Steve Leininger. Leininger had worked at National Semiconductor and was a member of the Homebrew Computer Club, the same club as Jobs and Wozniak. February 1977, Leininger demonstrated the prototype to Charles Tandy. Tandy sat down at the keyboard and typed in his salary. The computer crashed. It turned out the machine used 16-bit integers and could not handle any number over 32,000. Tandy made more than that. They worked around it. On August 3rd, 1977, they unveiled the TRS-80 at a press conference at the Warwick Hotel in Manhattan. The price was $599 with the monitor. Inside was a Zilog Z80 processor, 4 kilobytes of memory, a basic programming language interpreter, and a cassette tape recorder for storage. The same year, Apple released the Apple II for $1,298. The Commodore PET came out at $795. The TRS-80 was the cheapest of the three, and it was the only one you could buy in a store that already existed in your town. You did not have to mail order it from California. You walked into Radio Shack on Saturday morning, and there it was. The executives expected to sell maybe 3,000 a year. Leininger thought 50,000 was possible. John Roach, who would later become CEO, had a response to that prediction that was, in his own words, unprintable. The backup plan was simple. If nobody bought them, every Radio Shack store could use one to manage its own inventory. At least they would not go to waste. They sold 10,000 the first month. The phone system at headquarters crashed from the orders. By the end of the first year, over 100,000 TRS-80s had shipped. That was half of every personal computer sold in America in 1978. Half. By 1980, Radio Shack was selling 3 times as many computers as Apple. Time magazine called it the largest selling computer of all time. Radio Shack owned 40% of the personal computer market. People called it the Trash 80. The keyboard was mushy, the screen flickered, the cassette storage was unreliable, it was not elegant like an Apple II, and it was not built like a tank like the Commodore PET. But it worked, and it was everywhere, and it was the first computer for millions of Americans. The first time they saw a cursor blink on a screen. The first time they typed a line of BASIC and the machine did what they told it to. The first time they understood that a computer was not a room-sized machine in a government building. It was a thing you could own, a thing you could learn, a thing that fit on your kitchen table. 4 months after the TRS-80 changed the world, Charles Tandy died. November 4th, 1978, from a heart attack. He was 60 years old. The man who took over as interim, Tandy's lifelong friend Philip North, introduced himself to the company with one of the great opening lines in corporate history. All I know about electronics is that the funny end of the battery goes into the flashlight first. The company kept growing after Tandy's death. John Roach became chief executive officer in 1981. Radio Shack expanded internationally. There were over 8,000 stores worldwide by 1999 in 25 countries. They had their own manufacturing facilities. They were the single largest seller of consumer electronics in the world. The name changed from Tandy Corporation to Radio Shack Corporation in 2000. The ticker symbol on the New York Stock Exchange changed from TAN to RSH. But something had shifted quietly, slowly, the way things die when nobody notices until it is too late. Components were disappearing. The wall in the back of the store got smaller, then it moved to a corner, then to a single rack, then to a catalog you could special order from. The science fair kits vanished from the shelves. The Realistic brand was discontinued, replaced by RCA and other names you could buy anywhere. The guy behind the counter who knew what a capacitor was got replaced by a kid in a polo shirt asking if you wanted to activate a Sprint plan. By the mid-2000s, Radio Shack had become a cell phone store. Phones were half of total revenue by 2011. Half. Sprint, AT&T, Verizon. They had turned the store that taught America how to build things into a place that sold you something someone else built. The hobbyists stopped coming, the engineers stopped coming, the dads with their kids stopped coming because there was nothing left in the back of the store for them. They launched their first website in 1999. Amazon had been selling online since 1994. 5 years. In electronics retail, 5 years is a lifetime. Best Buy was bigger. Walmart was cheaper. Amazon was more convenient. Radio Shack was nothing. Not the cheapest, not the biggest, not the most convenient, not the most knowledgeable, not anything anymore. 11 consecutive quarters of losses, revenue falling every year, stores closing by the hundreds. In February 2015, Radio Shack was delisted from the New York Stock Exchange and filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. The assets were sold to a company called General Wireless for $26.2 million. The surviving stores were co-branded with Sprint. 2 years later, General Wireless also went bankrupt. More stores closed. Then the brand bounced around like a ghost. A company called Retail E-Commerce Ventures bought the name and the intellectual property. They were later investigated by the SEC for running what amounted to a fraud scheme. In 2023, Unicomer Group, a retail company based in El Salvador that had been running Radio Shack franchises in Latin America since 1998, bought the brand worldwide. They showed up at CES 2025 with 380 Radio Shack branded products trying to bring it back. Today, there are roughly 400 independently owned Radio Shack franchise stores left, most of them in small towns and rural areas where the nearest Best Buy is an hour's drive. Some still have a few components on the wall, some still have a guy behind the counter who knows what he's talking about, but most look nothing like what you remember. One store owner in Wyoming keeps the Radio Shack sign lit because he says it still brings people in off the highway, not to buy anything, just to see it, just to stand inside a Radio Shack one more time and remember what it felt like when the world made sense because you could take it apart and put it back together. Charles Tandy bought a bankrupt ham radio shop with 9 stores and a mountain of debt. He turned it into an empire of 8,000 stores in 25 countries. He let 2 guys in his building create a computer that outsold Apple 3-1. He built a headquarters with its own subway. He died at 60 and left behind a company that taught more Americans how electricity works than any university in this country. And then it forgot what it was. It replaced the components with cell phones. It replaced the engineers with salespeople. It replaced the kits with contracts. It replaced the wall with a Sprint sign. And one day the last kid who might have walked in and discovered that a crystal radio works without batteries walked past a Radio Shack and kept going because there was nothing left inside for him. If you ever built something on your bedroom floor from a science fair kit and it worked and you felt like a genius, if you ever walked into the back of that store and stared at the component wall like it was a library of everything possible, if you ever asked the guy behind the counter a question and he answered it without looking anything up, if you ever held a TR-S80 keyboard under your fingers and typed your first line of code and the screen did what you told it to, if your dad took you there on Saturdays and you did not realize until years later that those were the best mornings of your childhood, you remember Radio Shack. And somewhere in a box in your garage, there is a catalog that proves it.
All right, chat. We're almost done here, and then we're going to be playing some Fortnite.
If I'm 10 years old watching TV and this advert comes on, if I'm never watching TV again, that'll scare the shit out of me.
What? What the? I don't know what I just watched. I don't even have commentary for that. I just can't believe that's a real commercial.
This advert caused so much controversy because it created a craze in playgrounds in the UK.
That's genuinely scary. I can see why people said, yeah, that is distressing. I'm kind of distressed.
Ads are meant to attract customers, but these ads did the opposite. They disturbed viewers so much that TV stations had to pull them off the air. These are commercials banned for being too disturbing. We won't just show you the footage, we'll uncover the backstories behind each one and save the worst for last. So it is almost the end of the year, guys, and my goal is still the same: to increase the number of videos I put out for you guys without sacrificing quality. So it would mean the world if you subscribe, and I promise to do my absolute best and make the best videos I can for you guys. I'm Visual Venture, and you are awesome. The ad that was too weird to forget. In 1983, a company wanted to sell candy to kids. To do that, they created a commercial. The main character was someone every child already knew, Humpty Dumpty. But the version of Humpty Dumpty that appeared in that commercial wasn't cute. It looked like something straight out of a horror movie. The commercial was for a candy called Kinder Surprise. It was an egg-shaped chocolate with a small toy inside. The product wasn't new. Kids already loved it. To keep that success going, Kinder wanted to launch a new ad campaign. They also wanted a mascot children would recognize instantly. Humpty Dumpty was the obvious choice. He was famous, shaped like an egg, and loved by children all over the world. But there was one major issue. Kinder couldn't legally use Humpty Dumpty. Copyright laws blocked them from putting him in the commercial. They needed to create their own version. It could look like Humpty Dumpty, but it needed a different name. So they invented the Eggman. He was supposed to be friendly, but he turned out super creepy. One person described them as a fleshy man egg with childlike features. The Eggman had tiny eyes and an insanely wide mouth. He spoke in a high, squeaky voice. The biggest problem was how real he looked. The Eggman wasn't animated like a cartoon. He was a hand-built puppet controlled by a professional puppeteer. He blinked, chewed, and moved like a real human, but with the body of an egg. The result was disturbing on so many levels. Despite that, Kinder decided to put him on television. The Kinder Surprise commercial aired in 1983. It began with the Eggman sitting on a wall. It was an obvious reference to Humpty Dumpty's nursery rhyme. Almost immediately, the Eggman started shouting nonsense words.
Yibbo shaky. Me unscrabbly. Shaka doobie!
He unwrapped the Kinder Surprise and found the toy inside. All this time, he was still speaking gibberish.
Yodel yum and choco scrum with multi-pump level dice! Oh, grubbly!
His excitement kept building. The Eggman waved his arms wildly. Then he lost his balance and fell backward off the wall. It was a direct nod to Humpty Dumpty's fall. The Kinder logo appeared, the commercial ended. It was meant to be silly and fun, but instead it came across as bizarre and unsettling. Not long after it aired, complaints started pouring in. Parents said their kids were terrified of the Eggman's creepy face. And it wasn't just a few kids, it was thousands. Eventually, TV stations had to act. After many complaints, networks stopped airing the ad. It was unofficially banned. Eventually, Kinder decided to pull the commercial completely. By then, it already had a reputation as one of the creepiest candy ads ever made. But that wasn't the end of the story. Decades later, the footage resurfaced on YouTube. People couldn't believe it was real. Overnight, the Eggman became a meme. YouTubers created parody versions. Fans even tried to translate his gibberish.
Yodel yum and choco scrum with multi-pump level dice!
The translation was obviously fake, but it captured what everyone thought. The ad was absolutely weird. Kinder tried to bury this ad. Didn't work. Decades later, it's still everywhere. Your personal information works the same way. Once it's out there online, it never really goes away on its own. A few years ago, someone dug up my old private data and used it to threaten me. I tried removing my information from every website that I could find, but I gave up because there were hundreds of them. That's because these sketchy websites are profiting off of your information. They sell it to literally anyone who pays, and it's completely legal, which is insane to me. But if you ask them to remove your data, they're also legally required to take it down. But there are just way too many sites for you to do it yourself. That's why today's sponsor Aura exists. Aura figures if you guys want to try Aura for free. Commercial that made a joke about find out if your personal data is already out there. Up next is a commercial that made a joke about something people take very seriously. The ad that disrespected families. Sometimes the best way to advertise a product is to show someone using it, but a Belgian company called Zazu couldn't do that because their product was a condom. Obviously, they couldn't demonstrate that on TV. They needed another way to deliver their message, so they came up with a commercial that was meant to be funny, but the reaction wasn't what they expected. Instead of laughing, many viewers were offended. The commercial ended up being banned in multiple countries. Here's what happened. The ad was released in 2004. It stood out right away. Most condom ads at the time focused on romance or disease prevention, but Zazu went in a completely different direction. The ad opened inside a supermarket. A father was shopping with his young son. The boy slipped the bag of candy into the cart. The father removed it and put it back on the shelf. The boy frowned and tried again. Again, the father took it out. Realizing he wasn't getting the candy, the boy snapped. He starts having a full-blown temper tantrum. Other shoppers stared. The father looked embarrassed and defeated. Then 2 words appeared on the screen. Use condoms. It was short, shocking, and unforgettable. When the ad first aired in Belgium and France, people loved it. It was dark humor, but it was relatable. Once it reached English-speaking countries, the reaction changed. Critics said the message was inappropriate. They believed it mocked parenthood and portrayed children as a burden. Some labeled it disrespectful to families. Several broadcasters refused to air it. Before long, it was banned in several countries. But the controversy only made it more famous. People shared the ad on forums, blogs, and eventually YouTube. Many thought it was hilarious. It even won an award for its originality. Despite the backlash, Zazu's Little Boy commercial became a classic. This next ad shows how a joke becomes dangerous when people take it literally. The ad that hit too hard. In 1992, a TV commercial went viral in Britain. People couldn't stop talking about it. Many even called it one of the funniest ads ever made. But then, kids started reenacting the ad in real life, and within weeks, someone landed in the emergency room. Suddenly, people realized the ad wasn't just funny, it was dangerous. The story began with a drink called Tango Orange. It was basically orange soda, but the soda market was very competitive. Tango's biggest rival was Fanta, and Fanta was everywhere, on TV, in stores, and in almost every fridge. Tango needed something bold to grab attention, so they hired a top ad agency. At the time, most ads followed the same formula. A person used the product, and suddenly everything in their life got better. Tango's team flipped that idea. They asked, what if drinking Tango didn't make you better? What if it shocked you literally? That became the concept. Tango's flavor was so intense that it hit you with an unforgettable punch. To bring that idea to life, the team created a strange new character. They named him the Orange Man. His job was simple: appear out of nowhere and slap the person drinking Tango. Before settling on the slap, they tested other ideas. Originally, the Orange Man was going to punch the drinker. That was rejected as too violent. Next, they tried having him kick the person from behind. That was rejected too. Finally, they decided on a slap. It was risky, it was different, and soon it would cause serious trouble. They filmed the commercial and put it on TV. It began with 3 young men standing outside a corner shop. One of them cracked open a can of Tango and took a sip.
Hello, Tony. I think we might use a video replay here.
The video rewound like someone reviewing footage on tape. This time, viewers saw what really happened.
Oh, yes, we could be in for a quintessential Tango taste sensation here.
As soon as he took a sip, the Orange Man ran up and slapped him on both cheeks. The drinker was shocked. The voiceover called it super taste sensation. Then came the tagline.
No, when you've been tangoed.
The ad was an instant hit. "You know when you've been tangoed" became a national catchphrase. Adults quoted it at work, kids repeated it on playgrounds. Tango's sales skyrocketed. At one point, Tango outsold Fanta by almost 2-1. They obliterated their biggest rival. For the company, it was a massive win, but the win didn't last. Not long after the ad went viral, teachers noticed something alarming. Kids were sneaking up behind classmates and slapping them on both cheeks. Then they would yell, "You've been tangoed." At first, schools thought it was harmless fun, but the Tango slap kept getting harder. One morning, Tango's advertising team got a call from a hospital. A surgeon was on the line. He said, "I thought you'd like to know that I did an operation on a child this morning with a damaged eardrum." When I asked him what happened, he said, "I got tangoed." The company's joke finally caused a real injury. Tango executives were horrified. If word spread that their commercial was putting people in the hospital, it would destroy the brand. But it was too late. The story hit the news, and parents were furious. They accused Tango of glorifying violence. Schools across the UK started banning Tango from their premises. The company quickly pulled the commercial from television, but removing it wasn't enough. They still had to clean up the mess. Tango's team scrambled to recover. They still needed to advertise their drink, but they couldn't risk another scandal. So they made 2 new versions of the ad. In one, the orange man placed his hand on the Tango drinker's mouth and kissed it. In the other, the drinker saw the orange man coming and ran away. The team believed these safer versions would work just as well, but the public felt differently. The new ads didn't have the same impact. The original commercial, however, became legendary. People still remember it today. In the year 2000, the Orange Man ad ranked number 3 in Britain's list of the 100 greatest TV ads of all time. This next ad was supposed to inspire people, but it disgusted them. The ad, too insensitive for TV. In 2002, Microsoft was preparing to launch the Xbox across Europe, but there was one major roadblock. At the time, PlayStation dominated the gaming world. To compete, Xbox needed a commercial that would shake things up, something that would make gamers take notice. Their team came up with an inspirational tagline: "Life is short, play more." It felt perfect. They even set aside about $50 million for the European launch, but when they turned that tagline into a commercial, it went terribly wrong. The ad was so controversial that even people who weren't gamers wanted it banned. The commercial opened in a hospital delivery room. A woman was in labor surrounded by doctors. She gave one final push, and the baby shot out of her belly like a missile. It smashed through the window and flew across the sky. Then something unusual happened. The baby started aging as it soared through the air. He became a child, then a teenager, then an adult. There were close-up shots of his thinning hair and aging teeth. Through it all, he kept screaming. Finally, he crash-landed into a grave. Then the tagline appeared: "Life is short, play more." It was clearly dark humor, a visual metaphor showing how quickly life passes. But when the ad aired, viewers weren't inspired, they were disgusted. The problem was simple. People didn't like the idea of using death to sell video games. Authorities in the UK received more than 100 complaints. One was from a grieving mother who recently lost her baby. After weeks of backlash, the authorities ruled that the ad could not be broadcast on British television unless the ending was changed. Microsoft refused. They insisted that the message was positive. Life is short, so make the most of it. Rather than change the commercial, they pulled it from television completely. It never aired again. Still, Xbox didn't step away from edgy marketing. In the years that followed, their marketing team kept making controversial ads. This next ad was so bad, people have been talking about it for 40 years. The ad that terrified a generation. In 1978, a new horror movie was about to hit theaters. It was titled Magic. Like every film, it needed a trailer to build hype. And since it was a horror movie, the team wanted it to be scary. Very scary. But they went further than anyone expected. Magic was a psychological horror film. It was about a struggling magician named Corky. His career was collapsing and he was desperate for something new. So he added a ventriloquist dummy named Fats into his routine. It worked. After adding the dummy, Corky became a success. But soon he sensed something was wrong. The dummy wasn't just a prop. He seemed alive. And worse, he was evil. In short, as the story unfolded, Corky slowly lost his grip on reality. For the movie trailer, the marketing team came up with a minimalist idea. No special effects or action scenes, just the evil dummy staring straight into the camera. That would turn out to be a very bad idea. The trailer lasted only 30 seconds. It began with the dummy emerging from the darkness. It had lifelike eyes and a devilish grin. The camera zoomed in while he recited a poem. The dummy's eyes snapped shut. Then, just before the commercial ended, they popped open again. Then the screen cut to black. The trailer was meant to get people excited for the movie, but it had the opposite opposite effect. People didn't even want to see the trailer. TV stations received complaint after complaint. Parents said the dummy was giving their kids nightmares. Others claimed their kids ran out of the room whenever it came on. One viewer said the poem got stuck in their head. It didn't help that the trailer had no storyline. It was just a puppet staring straight at the viewer as if it were mad at the viewer. For children, that was too much. By late 1978, the backlash was impossible to ignore. Television networks banned the Magic trailer. They said they were protecting younger viewers from more sleepless nights. After the ban, the studio released a new trailer for the movie. This time it opened with a message. This special preview has been approved for all audiences. The first trailer didn't have that, so it was clearly meant to reassure everyone that this version was safe. Then it began.
When your heart begins to pound, when your mind begins to go, keep telling yourself, it's only a movie.
This time, the dummy appeared for just a few seconds. The rest of the trailer showed scenes from the actual film.
You do magic too? Corky does magic. I only do tricks.
It was spooky, but not horrifying for the people at the time. When Magic premiered, reviews said the movie wasn't nearly as scary as the trailer. One critic wrote, "There's nothing in the film nearly as terrifying as Fat's grin and that creepy little rhyme." More than 40 years have passed since that original trailer, and people still talk about it. Today you can find it on YouTube, and comments are filled with adults who still remember being terrified as children. Some even call it the scariest movie trailer of all time. This next ad got into trouble for being a little too realistic. The ad that corrupted young minds. In 2007, a game called Kane and Lynch was about to launch. It came from the same studio that created the game Hitman, but this one was far more violent. The two main characters were criminals. Kane was a ruthless mercenary, and Lynch was an unstable psychopath. The game followed them through a series of brutal crimes and shootouts. When it came time to promote the game, the studio had one goal. They wanted the commercial to look cinematic, like a gritty Hollywood action movie, something raw, realistic, and intense. In retrospect, maybe that wasn't the best decision, because the ad they created was so disturbing it was banned almost immediately. The commercial began calmly.
From the creators of Hitman comes Kane and Lynch.
Then all hell broke loose. There was gunfire, screams, and sirens. Kane and Lynch didn't hold back. They took down anyone who stood in their way. It was 30 seconds of non-stop violence. The creative team thought they nailed it, but once the ad aired in the UK, the public reaction was a disaster. The commercial ran on just a few British networks. Within hours, viewers were calling the TV stations to complain. Almost everyone said that the violence looked too graphic. They pointed out scenes where characters were getting hurt. One close-up even showed a person's bruised face. Even the sound effects were an issue. There was a sickening crunch sound when one character was hit with a rifle. For many viewers, it was simply too disturbing. By the end of the week, UK authorities received 26 complaints. That might not sound like much, but it was enough to ignite a national debate about how video games were corrupting young people. Even the TV stations that first aired the commercial apologized. The game studio tried to defend itself. They claimed the ad was misunderstood. Kane and Lynch was about two criminals trying to survive in a harsh world. The commercial was just showing that world. They argued that given the subject matter of the game, the TV ad was not overly violent. They also insisted the ad was made for adults, not kids. But regulators didn't buy it. They ruled that the commercial was too graphic and too shocking to be seen in any medium. In plain English, it was too disturbing for TV. They also said it was likely to be seen as condoning and glorifying real violence. The verdict was final. The Kane and Lynch ad was banned from British television. It was one of the first video game ads ever pulled for being too violent. Up next is a commercial that people actually liked, but somehow it still got banned. The ad that was too crude. A company called Smart Beep thought they were finally getting their big break. They created a commercial that was set to air during the 1999 Super Bowl. The Super Bowl was arguably the biggest advertising event in the world. Millions of people watched every year. For brands, even 30 seconds on screen could lead to massive profit, but the price was steep. Back then, a 30-second Super Bowl slot cost $1.6 million. Smart Beep was ready to pay it. They filmed their ad and prepared for their big debut, but before it even even aired, the commercial was banned. And it was all because of one bad joke. To understand why this ad even existed, you have to go back to the late 1990s. Back then, smartphones weren't common. Most people used pagers to stay connected. Here's how pagers worked. If you wanted to reach someone, you called their pager number. Your number appeared on a tiny screen on their pager. The person saw it, found a phone, and called you back. It was pretty simple. SmartBeep offered affordable pager plans. That was their business. To attract more customers, they decided to run a Super Bowl commercial. It was expensive, but if the ad landed, it could catapult their business. For the ad, they wanted a concept that was simple but funny, and they got an idea. The commercial began with a man picking up a woman for a blind date. He walked her to his car and opened the passenger door. He went around to the driver's side. Right before he got in, the woman let out a loud fart. When he got in, he smiled awkwardly and said,
You guys meet? Greg, Janice?
We sure did.
Then came the punchline.
That was stupid.
Great.
This is smart. A beeper service for just $1.99 a month.
The joke was simple. Farting on a blind date was stupid. Signing up for a cheap pager plan was smart. It was short, fast, and funny. Exactly what most Super Bowl ads tried to be. SmartBeep submitted the commercial to Fox for approval. Fox was the network airing the Super Bowl that year. That meant they got to decide which commercials aired. But when Fox saw the blind date commercial, they were anything but impressed. Fox executives felt the fart joke was too crude, so they made a surprising decision. The commercial was banned from the Super Bowl. For SmartBeep, it was a huge blow. Their big break disappeared overnight. But the story didn't end there. The ad eventually leaked online, and when people finally saw it, they were shocked it was rejected. Viewers pointed out the same thing. In the 1990s, Fox aired shows like In Living Color, The Simpsons, and Married with Children. These shows were notorious for their crude humor. So why was a simple fart joke suddenly off limits? The commercial went viral online. Years later, some Reddit users even called it the greatest TV commercial ever. Unfortunately, going viral didn't save SmartBeep. In the 2000s, people switched from pagers to cell phones. With fewer customers, the company eventually shut down. Their banned commercial, however, lived on. And today, it's remembered as one of the funniest Super Bowl ads that never aired. This next case made history for all the wrong reasons. The ad that put viewers in the hospital. So far, we've covered ads that were disturbing, but this one didn't just upset people. It did something few ads have ever done. It triggered seizures. The commercial was from a car company called Citroën. They were one of the biggest car manufacturers in France. In 2011, they were promoting a new model, the DS4. It was sleek, modern, and futuristic. A car designed to stand out. The marketing team leaned into that idea. The ad's theme was rebellion. Everyone else said yes to the ordinary, but if you drove the DS4, you weren't like everyone else. You stood out. It was a smart concept. The next step was to create a TV commercial, but what they created was a health hazard. The ad opened with a smooth voiceover.
It's easy to say yes. Can you work on Sunday? Yes, boss. Can you go shopping with me? Yes, darling.
After a moment, the voice asked,
How many yeses did you say?
That's when things got intense. The word yes started flashing on screen non-stop, which we won't show. In total, it appeared 304 times in just a few seconds. After the burst of visuals, the voice returned.
But what if, just for once, you say no?
The camera cut to the DS4 gliding along a road.
Why conform?
The message was simple. Most people say yes to normal, but DS4 drivers don't. The flashing yes sequence was only a tiny part of the ad, but it was about to ruin everything. Trouble began the moment the ad aired in the UK. Within hours, stations received complaints. Viewers said the flashing made them dizzy and disoriented. Then the most serious reports came in. Several viewers said the ad triggered epileptic seizures. The condition is called photosensitive epilepsy. It's a disorder where rapid flashing images can cause seizures. That meant a car commercial was now a real health hazard. Citroën quickly issued a statement. They admitted the situation was serious but insisted it wasn't their fault. They explained that the commercial passed every required safety test. One of those tests was designed to detect flashing patterns that could trigger seizures. It was called the Harding Flash and Pattern Analyzer test. The ad passed that test too, so technically everything was safe. If that was true, what went wrong? Authorities launched a full investigation. They retested the DS4 commercial using advanced tools. This time, the ad failed every test. That revealed a much bigger issue. The old safety checks weren't accurate enough. Regulators took action. They updated the standard safety tests, making them stricter and more precise. But for Citroën, it was too late. The ad was officially banned in the UK. The ruling was clear. The ad must not appear again in its current form. At least something positive came out of the chaos. Citroën's mistake helped make advertising safer for everyone. Shock value sells for a second, but trust, that takes years to build and seconds to destroy. So before you do something just to stand out, ask yourself, how will people remember you? Visual Venture. Wait, before you go, I have a 1 hour and 45-minute long video talking about media banned for being too controversial. I talk about everything from movies to documentaries to games to even YouTube videos and channels that
I'm coloring Hatsune Miku. I'm coloring Hatsune Miku. Hatsune Miku, I'm coloring her. She's being colored. Hatsune Miku. Hatsune Miku.
What happens when a cartoon causes panic, outrage, or even medical emergencies? It gets banned. Today we'll look at cartoon episodes banned for being too controversial. My goal this year is to give you guys double the amount of videos that I upload for you guys, but it's actually turning out to be a more daunting task than I realized because, you know, we're not some content farm or anything, but I am not gonna give up, and it would really help if you subscribe so you do not miss any of our new videos. And I promise to do my best for you guys. I'm Visual Venture, and as always, you guys are awesome. Peppa Pig. In 2004, Peppa Pig released an episode called Mr. Skinny Legs. Kids loved it, but when parents saw it, they panicked because that episode told kids to do something that could be deadly. And this wasn't a small issue. Peppa Pig was influencing millions of children. Its official channel has over 40 million subscribers. It also has 30 billion views across 8,000 videos. So you can imagine how many kids watch it. Peppa Pig was made for preschoolers, and these kids are still learning how the world works. That means kids don't just watch Peppa, they copy her. So what dangerous lesson did this episode teach? In this episode, George finds a spider in the bathroom. Instead of running away, he picks it up.
George likes the spider. The spider likes George.
George shows the spider to Peppa, but when she sees it, she panics.
You have to help me with the tea party.
Eventually, Daddy Pig comes to calm Peppa down. He calmly explains that spiders are very, very small and can't hurt you. So instead of getting rid of the spider, he encourages Peppa to befriend it. By the end of the episode, Peppa is about to have a tea party with the spider.
Mummy, Daddy, sit down. We are all going to have tea with Mr. Skinny Legs.
The message is straightforward. Kids shouldn't be scared of spiders because spiders are harmless. For most of the world, it was a reasonable lesson, but in Australia, it was unacceptable because Australian spiders aren't just scary, they're deadly. Australia reports over 2,000 serious spider incidents every year. Some of the world's most poisonous spiders live there. One bite from the wrong one can end a person in minutes. Telling kids to treat spiders like friends in this case was a very bad idea. Luckily, parents in Australia noticed the episode quickly. They went on a campaign to get it banned. Australia's public broadcasters, ABC and Nick Jr., were the first to ban the cartoon. They said it sent the inappropriate message that spiders are friendly and not to be feared. But they didn't stop there. Another Peppa Pig episode featuring the same spider character was also banned in Australia. It became an unofficial policy, no spider-friendly messages on Australian TV. If you know this next cartoon, you'd be surprised that it is surprisingly vulgar for what it's supposed to be. Dexter's Laboratory. Dexter's Laboratory was one of Cartoon Network's biggest shows, but people don't know that one episode was loaded with so much profanity that it had to be buried. It's shocking because the concept of the show was so innocent. Dexter's Laboratory was about Dexter, a boy genius with a secret lab under his bedroom. But one person made his life a living hell, his loud, annoying sister, Dee Dee. The series started in 1995, but just 2 years later, in 1997, they created the most offensive episode ever. The episode was titled Rude Removal, and as soon as you see the title card, you'll know there's a problem. Dee Dee flips the middle finger, and Dexter moons the camera. The story wasn't any better. Dexter is fed up with Dee Dee's rude behavior, so he builds a machine to remove her behavior literally. He's going to zap the rudeness out of her.
This machine has the ability to remove and contain the most annoying personality trait known to man: rudeness.
But Dee Dee refuses to cooperate.
Oh yeah! You're the rude one, brother.
Dexter and Dee Dee fight and fall inside the machine together. That's when it goes from bad to worse. The machine malfunctions. Instead of removing their bad behavior, the machine duplicates them. Now there's a polite Dexter and a polite Dee Dee. And there's a rude Dexter and a rude Dee Dee. And when I say rude, I mean vulgar.
Let up, Ollie. Beats the crap out of me. Why, you're in Dexter's laboratory, silly.
The rude versions of Dexter and Dee Dee drop the F word over and over again.
Oh dear.
The episode was finished and ready to air on TV. The last step was Cartoon Network's approval. Executives watched the final cut and they were horrified. They banned the episode on the spot. They didn't even show it to a test audience. They just pulled it. Rude Removal never aired on TV, but animators mentioned it in interviews. But they had no footage to back up their claims. For years, fans assumed Rude Removal was just a rumor. Then in 2013, Cartoon Network broke the silence. They confirmed the episode was real, and they were going to put it online. Even after the announcement, some fans refused to believe it. They left comments like, "It doesn't exist. Prepare to be disappointed." When are you people gonna realize that Rude Removal doesn't exist? But Cartoon Network wasn't bluffing. They uploaded the full episode online through Adult Swim. It was raw and uncensored, exactly as it was made in 1997.
Hey, watch where you're throwing that. Go.
The video went viral, and today you can find Rude Removal with a quick search on Google. Up next is a cartoon that played too much with the devil. Darkwing Duck. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, America was in the middle of something called the Satanic Panic. At the time, people believed that cults were trying to recruit and harm kids. One of the biggest fears was that TV shows were filled with hidden messages designed to lure children into the occult. And right in the middle of that Satanic Panic, Disney released a cartoon where a child made a deal with the devil. It went as badly as you'd expect. The controversial episode aired in October 1992 on the Darkwing Duck TV show. Darkwing Duck followed Drake Mallard, a mild-mannered duck by day, but at night he became a superhero called Darkwing. Each episode showed him fighting criminals while trying to raise his daughter Gosselin. But one episode went in a direction no one expected. It was titled Hot Spells. In the story, Gosselin visits a magic school. Almost immediately, she was bullied by the mean kids at school. Upset and alone, she wanders through the halls. That's when she meets the school janitor. But this isn't a normal janitor. For starters, he had a strange name.
Bring Yorick in, will you? The name's Beelzebub, Chief Custodian.
His name is BLZ for Beelzebub. Now, Beelzebub isn't a made-up cartoon character. He's very real. In the Bible, he's Prince of Devils. In many other religions, Beelzebub is one of the 7 princes of hell. That means he's a very powerful and dangerous demon. So in this cartoon, the janitor is Beelzebub in disguise. He realizes that Gosselin is struggling and offers to help. He leads her into a secret library filled with forbidden spell books, and he convinces her to cast a spell. Gosselin reads from one of the books and casts a dark spell. She feels powerful. She thinks she's becoming a real magician. But there's one thing Beelzebub hasn't told her. Using that dark spell means she's drawing power from him. Without realizing it, Gosselin just made a deal with the devil. Eventually, Beelzebub drops the disguise and reveals his true form.
Look, kid, where do you think your power came from,
From there, the story gets more unsettling. Beelzebub tries to drag someone to hell. Darkwing tries to stop him. A lot happens, but in the end, they defeat Beelzebub. It was obviously a weird story, but somehow Disney approved it and it aired on TV. The backlash was instant. The moment it aired, phone lines at ABC lit up. Parents were furious. They saw a little girl gaining power by making a deal with a demon. To them, the cartoon made it look like working with the devil had rewards. During the height of Satanic Panic, that message was explosive. Many parents already believed TV was pushing kids toward the occult. Now they felt like they had proof. ABC panicked. Disney pulled the episode the very next day. They refused to rerun it, sell it, or stream it anywhere. The only copies that exist today are the ones people recorded on VHS the night it aired. This next cartoon has been banned for nearly 100 years. Mickey Mouse. In the 1920s, Mickey Mouse cartoons followed the same pattern. Mickey got into trouble and found a way out. Everything ended on a happy note. That formula made Mickey Mouse a hit from the late 1920s into the early 1930s. Then Disney made a mistake. They broke the pattern, and what they created was so disturbing that theaters refused to show it. It became one of the first cartoons ever banned. The controversial cartoon came out in 1933. It was titled The Mad Doctor. The cartoon begins with Mickey waking up to strange noises. His dog Pluto is crying because he's being kidnapped by a hooded figure. The kidnapper drags the dog through the woods. It's a scary scene with wind, thunder, and lightning. Pluto is taken into a dark castle. Inside, the hooded figure removes his cloak. It's the Mad Doctor, a crazy scientist obsessed with animal experiments. And he kidnapped Pluto for his next experiment. The doctor plans to cut off Pluto's head, sew it onto a chicken's body, and see if the creature can lay eggs that hatch into puppies. Yeah, that's the actual plot of a Mickey Mouse cartoon. In the lab, Pluto and a chicken are strapped to operating tables. The experiment is about to begin. Meanwhile, Mickey races through the castle to rescue his dog, but it's a trap. The Mad Doctor captures Mickey and ties him down. Then he lowers a massive buzzsaw toward Mickey's body. He wants to chop Mickey in half. Mickey can't break free. Then just before it's too late, Mickey wakes up. It was all a dream. Mickey is in his bedroom and Pluto is safe. The dog runs into Mickey's arms. So why on earth did Disney make such a terrifying cartoon? Well, they said it was supposed to be a tribute to classic horror movies like Frankenstein. But viewers didn't care about the tribute. They only cared about how disturbing it felt. Back in the early 1930s, most people didn't have TV sets at home. So cartoons like Mickey Mouse were shown in theaters. Theaters in the US were the first to see The Mad Doctor, and they disliked it so much that many flat out refused to play it. The theaters said it looked too scary for kids. Some other countries felt the same. In the UK, the Board of Film Censors banned it. Then Germany banned it too. Clearly people didn't love this cartoon. After that, The Mad Doctor disappeared. Disney put it aside and stopped promoting it. But it didn't disappear forever. For some reason, folks at Disney didn't set up the copyright for The Mad Doctor properly, and that copyright error allowed it to slip into the public domain. That's why today you can find The Mad Doctor on YouTube. It's one of the few Mickey cartoons you can legally watch for free. This next cartoon was so disturbing, it never even made it to the screen. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2003. If you grew up in the 2000s, you probably watched Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. The show followed 4 turtle brothers who fight crime. It was action-packed and perfect for kids, but in 2005, one episode pushed the show into nightmare territory. It was titled Insane in the Membrane, and it centered around one character, Baxter Stockman. Baxter started out as a genius scientist, but he worked for Shredder, the Turtles' main enemy. Every time Baxter failed, Shredder punished him with surgery. Each failure cost him a part of his body. By the time this episode begins, Baxter isn't even human. He's just a brain and a spine floating inside a glass tank. But Baxter refuses to give up. He wants to rebuild his body. However, a friend warns him about the dangers. Rebuilding a body from scratch could damage his mind. Baxter doesn't care. He's a genius, and he finds a way to clone a new version of himself. And at first it works perfectly. He can walk, he can speak, he feels human again. Then his new body starts to fall apart literally. His skin, his fingers, and his face begin to disintegrate. As his body decays, so does his mind.
This experiment is a catastrophe!
By the end of the episode, Baxter has completely lost his mind. It no longer feels like a kid's cartoon. It feels more like a psychological horror. The Ninja Turtles cartoon was rated TV Y7. That means the show is designed for kids over age 7. This episode went far beyond that rating. It showed a mental breakdown and emotional torment. It was extreme even for adults. Fox executives watched the final cut before it aired. They were reportedly horrified. They said there was no way they could air the episode, and that was it. The Insane in the Membrane episode vanished. But not completely. It didn't air in the United States, but a few months later, it quietly aired in the UK. Fans recorded the episode on VHS tapes and uploaded it onto the internet. That's how it began to spread. Over time, Insane in the Membrane became a legend. It was a banned Ninja Turtles episode that most fans couldn't find. Nearly a decade later, in August 2015, Nicktoons finally aired it in the US. This was its first official broadcast, but the cartoon in our next chapter aired it before it got banned, and it triggered one of the messiest controversies in kids TV. Tiny Toon Adventures. Tiny Toon Adventures was about the adventures of young cartoon characters. They lived in the same world as Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, and Porky Pig. Like most cartoons, it tried to teach kids important lessons. But in 1991, the show picked a very sensitive topic: alcohol. They wanted to show children the dangers of drinking, but the way they handled it made the episode extremely disturbing. The episode was part of a 3-story special called Elephant Issues. One of those segments was titled One Beer, and it got straight to the point. It opens with Buster Bunny, Plucky Duck, and Hampton Pig hanging out inside a house. These 3 cartoon characters are kids. They open the fridge and look at their options.
Juice, milk, soda, or a cold one.
They find a bottle of beer and debate whether to drink it.
Buster, this isn't like you. I know, but in this episode, we're showing the evils of alcohol.
Eventually, they gulp it down. Just one beer. Within seconds, they're stumbling around. Because of the alcohol, they're not thinking straight, so they steal a police car. If that isn't bad enough, they drive the car straight off a cliff. There's a huge explosion. The next shot shows the 3 of them floating up into heaven. That's the whole story. One drink, one car crash, one trip to the afterlife. Before it ends, the characters make sure the audience hears the lesson, just in case some didn't get it.
I hope the kids got the message. Yeah, drinking's uncool. So do we get to do a funny episode tomorrow? I hope so.
The creator of the show later explained what they were trying to achieve. He said the segment was a parody of old public service announcements, the kind that used over the top to scare kids straight. But parents didn't see it as a parody, and they didn't feel like the lesson about alcohol made sense. To them, it was a shocking story where everyone dies in the end. After the episode aired, angry parents bombarded the network with complaints. Cartoon characters getting wasted, crashing a cop car, and passing away wasn't suitable for kids. Fox had no choice. They banned the episode. It never aired in the United States again. Fox Kids also removed it from syndication. That means that other channels couldn't buy the rights to show it anymore. It wasn't even on VHS or DVD collections. The goal was to erase One Beer completely, but some viewers recorded it the night it aired in 1991. Years later, that VHS copy made its way into the internet. That's the only reason we can still watch One Beer today. Kids' cartoon characters losing their lives is bad, but this next episode allegedly caused a real-life tragedy. Beavis and Butthead. A scene in a cartoon was blamed for costing someone their life, and that cartoon is still popular today. Beavis and Butthead. Beavis and Butthead is about 2 dumb teenagers who cause chaos wherever they go. When they are out causing trouble, they're sitting on the couch binge watching TV. The jokes on the show were edgy, the kind of humor teenagers love. But in 1993, one episode pushed things too far. It was titled Comedians. The Comedians episode begins like any other. Beavis and Butthead are watching TV, laughing at whatever comes on. They see a stand-up comedian on screen, and they're inspired. Suddenly, they decide they want to be comedians too. Most people would write jokes or practice before going on stage, but Beavis and Butthead don't think that far ahead. They head out to a local comedy club with no preparation. Once they're on stage, the disaster begins. Butthead goes first.
What's green and red and goes 100 miles an hour? A frog in a blender. Get it?
Nobody laughs. He tries other jokes, but the crowd boos and kicks him off stage. Beavis goes next. His jokes also fail. People walk out in frustration. In his desperation, Beavis does something reckless. He sets the newspapers on fire and starts juggling. And then the club burns to the ground. That was a joke. He played with fire and burnt down a building. It was supposed to be another edgy joke, but this time it didn't stay a joke. 1 month later, a 5-year-old boy from Ohio found a lighter in his family's mobile home. He started playing with it and the fire broke out. By the time it was over, his sister was gone. She was only 2. The tragedy shocked the country, but what came next shocked people even more. The victim's mother claimed her son loved watching Beavis and Butthead. Reporters connected the house fire to the episode Comedians. They figured that the cartoon taught the boy to play with fire. In other words, they were blaming Beavis and Butthead for the tragedy. The media ran with the story. Suddenly, Beavis and Butthead wasn't just crude, it was dangerous. Even the town's fire chief spoke out. He said, if you get these cartoon characters saying it's fun to play with fire, this is going to stick in that kid's mind. MTV went into crisis mode. They removed every fire-related scene from the show. Even old episodes were re-edited. Beavis had a catchphrase, fire, fire.
Fire! Fire.
MTV cut it out completely. They changed it to Friar Friar. They also pushed Beavis and Butthead to a later time slot. Then they added a new disclaimer before every episode, warning kids never to imitate Beavis and Butthead. But the comedians episode completely. It never aired on TV again. When the episode finally came out on DVD, the fire scene was cut. The original version survived only because fans taped it when it was first aired. But there's a final twist in the story. So remember the kid who started the fire in the trailer? He grew up, and years later in 2008 he revealed the truth. He said his family never had cable, they couldn't afford it, so he couldn't have watched Beavis and Butthead. But why did his mother lie? He said she made it up because she had substance issues and wanted attention. But the worst revelation was this: after the fire started, his mom called a news station before calling the fire department. By the time anyone learned the truth, it didn't matter. For years, people blamed Beavis and Butthead for the tragedy. The damage was done. The next episode on this list is banned everywhere on Earth. That's how bad it is. Pokemon. Cartoons aren't supposed to send kids to the emergency room, but in 1997, one episode of Pokemon did exactly that. To understand how that happened, you need to know the characters on the show. I mean, I assume you know them already, but just in case. The series followed a boy named Ash Ketchum. He traveled the world catching magical creatures called Pokemon. His favorite was Pikachu. Pikachu was like a yellow mouse that could generate bursts of electricity. In almost every episode, Pikachu battled other Pokemon as they traveled, and during one of those battles, the problem happened. The episode was titled Electric Soldier Porygon. It was first aired in Japan in December 1997. In the episode, Ash and his friends meet a strange Pokemon named Porygon. It's a creature made entirely of data. Eventually, Ash and his friends bump into the bad guys on the show, Team Rocket.
Team Rocket! The Pokemon Center is in panic because of you guys. Stop it right now!
They get into a fight, and during the battle, Pikachu releases an electric blast. That moment created a crisis for viewers. To animate Pikachu's power, the studio used bright red and blue flashing lights. The lights flickered rapidly, faster than the eye could handle. This is a scene with the flashing removed. The scene lasted just a few seconds, but the effects were instant. Across Japan, kids watching the episode began collapsing. Some had seizures, some passed out, others struggled to breathe. Paramedics raced from home to home. Hospitals couldn't keep up. The press called it Pokemon shock. By the end of the night, 685 kids were hospitalized, all because of one scene in a cartoon. Pokemon was pulled from TV immediately. The show didn't return for 4 months. Even the government got involved. Japan introduced new rules restricting flashing lights in cartoons. Electric Soldier Porygon was banned worldwide. It never officially aired anywhere again. This episode holds the Guinness World Record for most seizures caused by a TV broadcast. It even became a pop culture reference. In one episode of The Simpsons, the family visits Tokyo. They turn on the TV and Bart asks,
Isn't this that cartoon that causes seizures?
It was funny, but the real event was tragic. For hundreds of viewers, that Pokemon episode was the most dangerous cartoon ever broadcast. My friends, if you see something inappropriate for kids online, report it. Especially now with the internet being so much more advanced than many of these cartoons. Because you never know, that could make a bigger difference in a kid's life than you think. Visual Venture. So we talked about controversial cartoons for kids, but if you want to take it up a notch, there's a reality show where they left kids alone with no adults, and it became the most
All right, chat. Pretty much done here. So what we're gonna do is I'll be right back while I get ready to play Fortnite. All right, I'm back. No. Great as Soldier Boy, woo, great as Soldier Boy.
Aren't you the guy who tried to dream and get far from to survive you? I'm better on the other side. Aren't you the guy who tried to
6'7", I just bit right on the highway. 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 6'7", 6'7", I just bit right on the highway. 6'7". 6'7".
Back to back up in the mix like that, and I know you like it when it's just like that. All the girlies just love my swag. From my back to back up in the mix like that.
I told you, I need you like now. I need you to pull up, give me face right now. In the city, show face, so
the way you kiss me, I can tell you listen. I can tell it this. Not trying to be romantic, I hit it from the back just so you don't get it.
Give me some time to think. I'm in the bathroom looking at me. Facing the mirror is all I need. Wait until the Reaper takes my life. Never gonna get me out alive. I will live 1,000 million lives.
My patience is waning. Is this entertaining? My patience is waning. Is this entertaining?
Feeling like a brotherhood, seeing all the vultures circling. Drown out the voices in the air, leaving the ones that never cared. Picking the pieces up and building to the sky. My patience is waning. Is this entertaining? My patience is waning. Is this entertaining? Got this feeling, yeah, you know that I'm losing all control. 'Cause there's magic in my bones. Got this feeling in my soul. Set it for your stone. 'Cause there's magic in my bones. There goes my mind. There goes my mind.
my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. Nah. 6-1.
When the days are cold and the cards all fold and the saints we see are all made of gold. When your dreams all fail and the ones we held are the worst of all, and the blood runs
Still, I wanna hide the truth, I wanna shelter you, but with the beast inside, there's nowhere we can hide. No matter what we breed, they still are made of greed. This is my kingdom come, this is my kingdom come. It's where my demons hide. It's where my demons hide. Don't get too close. It's dark inside. It's where my demons hide. It's where my demons hide.
Calling so last of all, when the lights fade out, all the sinners cross under your grave and
masquerade as the calling out on the mess you made. I wanna let you down. I am hellbound, and this is all for you. Don't hide the truth.
no matter what we breed, we still are made of greed. This is my kingdom come. This is my kingdom come. When you feel my heat, look into my eyes. It's where my demons hide. It's where my demons hide. Don't get too close. It's dark inside. It's where my demons hide. It's where my demons hide. They say it's what you make. I say it's up to fate. Woven in my soul.
I need to let you go, 'cause I say shine so bright. I don't wanna say that right. Unless you show me how. It's where my demons hide. It's where my demons hide. Oops. I had a little bit of overdrive there. Don't matter because I still won. When the seventh son of the seventh son comes along and breaks the chains. Row, 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 and the kings of Spain. It inside out. 'Cause I want it now. I want it now. You give me your heart and your soul. I'm not breaking down. I'm breaking out. This nigga lose control. Good lord, I am so fucking rusty. Oh my god. Jeez, man. I remember certain things. What I was wearing, the yellow dashes in the string. I pray those lights would take me home. Then I heard, hey kid, get out of the road. I don't wanna be here, I don't wanna be here. I remember certain things. What I was wearing, the yellow dashes in the street. I prayed those lights would take me home. Then I heard, hey kid, get out of the road. Can't change what you've done. Start fresh next semester. I remember certain things. What I was wearing, the yellow dashes in the street. I pray those lights would take me home. Then I heard, hey kid, get out of the road. Can't change what you've done. Start fresh next semester.
It's a taste test of what I hate less. I don't wanna be here. Start fresh with the new year.
Can't change what you've done. Start fresh next semester. I remember certain things. What I was wearing, the other Crosses in the street. I pray those lights will take me home. Losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. Baby, I've been playing hard. Said no more counting, brothers, we'll be counting stars. Yeah, we'll be counting stars. Take my heart across the line, and my face in flashing lines. Stick it out, you shall find old, but I'm not that old, young, but I'm not that bold. I don't think the world is sold, just doing what was sold. Night, there's something so wrong, doing the wrong thing. Night, there's something so wrong, doing the right thing. Couldn't lie, couldn't lie, couldn't lie. Everything that kills me makes me feel alive. I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. And baby, I've been praying hard. There's no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Baby, I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. Baby, I've been praying hard. There's no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Down this river every turn, hope is our four-letter word. Make that money, watch it burn. Old, but I'm not that old. Young, but I'm not that bold. Don't think the world is sold, just doing what was sold. I feel something so right, doing the right thing. I couldn't lie, couldn't lie, couldn't lie. Everything that kills me makes me feel right. I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. Whoa, whoa, take that money and watch it burn. Sink in the river, the lessons I learned. Take that money and watch it burn. Sink in the river, the lessons I learned. Take that money and watch it burn. Sink in the river, the lessons I learned. Take that money and watch it burn. Sink in the river, the lessons I learned. Kills me,
makes me feel alive.
Baby, I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. Baby, I've been praying hard. There's no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. I don't know. What we doing? Rolling up smoking, baby. What we doing? Rolling up smoking, baby. Así bacala, así na palacuna, asa palakiki. Chase this pretty life. This is not the time. BRB chat. Let's do
Hey, bro. What's up? Hello? What's up?
What's good?
I haven't seen you in so long. In
Me?
yeah. In chapter 4, I don't remember.
What? The game mode.
Well, guys, build up on all of the. I want to let someone have this one. So I will just down. I'm protecting the stone. And make sure no one touches it. Oh, look. Protecting the stone so no one takes it.
Oh.
Hey, bro, are you okay? You dead, bro? Guys. Donuts is on its way. I'll rip this thing up. Make this look safe. Yep. I think it's good. It's good. Guys, oh wait. Stone's over there now. Whoops. Me so silly. Hey guys, we have to go capture the stones. Stop them from getting them, okay? Hey bro. I got a war machine. I got war machine stuff. If he's almost dead, I'm gonna finish him off, okay? Is that him? Is that him that I was shooting at?
Yo, what is this? My God, I got Thor's Stonebreaker.
Wait, let me see. Oh, hey! I found my friend! Bro, I just killed someone. On the other team.
What?
But
Okay,
the almost will be. But I'll see where that purple stone was going. Bro, I'm gonna go box this stone up, okay? But I'm gonna get the purple stone for now, because can't let no one have it. I will protect the purple. I protect purple. No. I got someone, bro.
Did
Bro,
you?
let Thanos. I'm gonna get Thanos over here. Guys, let Thanos have it. Let him have it. Yeah, Thanos, yay! Yay! Thanos! Thanos! Oh wait, no! That one. Bro, I'm letting Thanos have that one. Thanos, pick the stone! Hurry! Bro, I'm letting Thanos have this whole thing. I've let Thanos have it. Hey bro, can you hear me still?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hey bro, I've let Thanos have his items.
Yeah, Thanos is down to his white health.
Oh. I have to protect him.
Thanos just died.
Oh, poor Thanos.
He will return.
Yeah, poor Thanos, bro. Oh, it's good. Space. No matter what, I used to go help Thanos. Bro, okay?
Okay.
I'm not gonna let Thanos. I'm gonna let Thanos have this. I'm gonna let him have it. We have to let him have it.
Oh, that was crazy.
Yeah. Just stop. Don't worry. I'll drop this so no one could kill Thanos. Yay. You're doing good, bro. Oh, why? Hey, bro, can someone let someone have this? I want someone to have it. No, don't. Let's let Thanos have it. Okay? Wait, what? We can't let Thanos have that? I love the purple one. You know what? I'm gonna go help him. I'm gonna go help Thanos. Even though that I'm not on his team. Hey, can I have your item? Or not. Cause bro, I got Sherry's claws. Yeah. No. Why? King Dong?
Oh yeah, let's go.
King Dong? Why did King Dong have to die? No, not King Dong.
King Von.
But let's play again.
You just said King Von when you meant Thanos?
King Don.
King Don. Okay, I was about to say. Anyways, GG's.
Guess what?
That's fun, I guess. I guess that was pretty fun. Let's should have stood around to break the ice. Oh shit, Josh, I did not see you pop in, bro. Hello? God, my bad. My bad. How you doing? Big ass head drop. Oh my game, why is my game running like this, please? Like this. CP maxed out. Why is the CP? Why was it running like that? The last round was running fine. Was it not? The last round was running fine. What the hell? These are the big heads. The big heads fuck up my game. Why is CPU maxed out, bro? Josh, if you hear me, that's my bad for missing your message. I'm here though. I can, you know. No! Ah, I spent too long in zone. This fucking thing. Wake me up before you go. I'm not feeling so low. 67 for the win? Are you kidding me? It's your favorite foreign movie. Bum bum ba. This one thing that got me tripping. It's this one thing that got me tripping. You did this one thing, that's how baby feel it. There's this one thing you did. Oh, it's this one thing I want to admit it. You did this one thing you. Oh. I'm good, Josh. How you doing? This one thing you got me tripping. Is this one thing you got me tripping? You did. Is this one thing you did? Ah. Mr. Poopy Ball, you scared me. That's good. Kim Kardashian got me. Oh my god. Of course it does. Hmm. Josh wants to know how you're doing. She says she's good. Hell yeah. What? From me? It's probably my chat notification sound. Sometimes it plays to the TV. The one the PC, the mini PC is connected to. There we go. You probably shouldn't need it anymore. It's so bad. No, I left, Josh. Oh, you said hydrate, not energy drink. Hell yeah. Googly goo. Googly goo. Let's see what happens. Right. Josh, do you have the most out of anybody? Out of us, meaning he's streams in a good. Hang it down. Okay, wait there. How many channel points do you? Oh, the fuck? What the? It's turn. Is it gonna turn again? Oh, wait. Oh, it has to. I don't know. Weird. Look. It did a drop at the end? What the fuck? It's running. Oh yeah, I see that. I see that. Bugs Bunny. Something I very. Hey, Bugs Bunny. Oh, shit. Go down, go down, go down, go down, go down! Scroll. Oh, that's too far. Yeah. It was the thing I just turned on. Ooh, we're done, mate. Ooh, we're done, mate. Wait, what the fuck is this at the top? Do you see it? Rivalry? Fuck, they added so much random shit since I played this last. Get me over, 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 okay. Yeah, I guess so. Don't like the boot. And yes, I shall waste this score 15. Okay. That's not good. Yeah, that's not good. Come on. Uh oh. Perfect. Let's see, do I have enough 380? I do. Yeah, let's go. But this his footsteps. Don't eat me, you don't eat me. Hell yeah, it gets down. That's what's up. Super poopy ball, you'll get used to him. What's that? I guess a fishing spot. Oh wait, what's those rivalries? Rivalry weapons? Rivalry gear. I see. Holy shit. Okay. Oh my gosh. Wee wee wee. That was so loud. The fuck is that? It's because I just came in contact with an anomaly. I do see 7. Damn it. Why do I always have to lag right as I'm like encountering people? Like it was running perfectly fine and then it was like, okay, there's a person, let's lag him a bit. That's fine though, I guess. I'm mostly just kind of fucking around with my graphics. Cause like literally I played a round of the in-game Thanos shit, right? And it ran perfectly fine. Right after I was playing Festival for a bit. And then I tried to load into a Blitz match and it was like pooping on itself trying to run. Like the audio was cutting in and out and it kept freezing every few seconds and I was like, what the fuck? So I changed a few settings around and then only now I just got it to run right as you saw. And now it's like, what the hell? What is the hell is going on? What the hell is going on? Let's see here. Let's see what else can I do to make this run better. There you go. There you go. Alright, let's try that again. You have 33,595 channel points? Oh my god. Oh, you're on Fortnite now? Do you wanna join me, Josh? I'm not playing Festival right now. Oh my god. I literally got to the point where I just started ignoring those messages. I literally would just hit next or